and 3 of them are competing for that award, the Puja Patri Award. And these are the names of the presenters of this session. Mr. Anustop Chatterjee, Jasmintar Kaur, Amarjit Kumar, Arnab Chatterjee, and T. Sumita. First, we will start with the presentation of Mr. Anustop Chatterjee. Let me briefly introduce him. Mr. Anustop Chatterjee is an assistant professor of Department of Mechanical Engineering, Techno International New Town, Kolkata. He is currently pursuing his PhD in Metallurgical and Material Engineering from NIT Raipur. His research field is molecular dynamics. He has Masters in Engineering in Water Resource and Hydraulic Structure from Jadavpur University. He has published research articles in various international and national conferences, proceedings, and the journals. Presently, he is working on archaeometallurgy, and his area of interest also includes comparing the data derived from the old evolution to new materials, analysis to form a bridge between the two. Today he will be presenting on a study of iconographic representations on Ratneshwar Temple, Bhattabati, and digital restoration through image in painting process. Now over to you, Mr. Anustop Chatterjee.
Down arrow, right?
You will be getting 15 minutes. Please try to finish the presentation within this stipulated time.
Sure. Thank you, ma'am, and good morning, respected chairperson. And thank you and good morning to all the dignitaries present here. Today, my topic is on a study of iconographic representations on Ratneshwar Temple, Bhattabati, and digital restorations through image in painting processes. So before I begin, first, we should know what is iconography. Iconography pays attention to the context in which the image is produced and circulated, and how and why cultural meanings and their visual expressions comes about historically. So my study area is the Ratneshwar temples, which is presently located Bhattabati near Lalbagh, Murshidabad, West Bengal. If we look about the architectural features of these temples, it is a 5-pinnacle Ratneshwar Shiva temple of Triratha style. It's a very famous for its terracotta plaques attached on all 4 sides. Now, this Ratneshwar temples, founder of the Ratneshwar temples was John Narayan, who is a revenue collector in the early 18th century during the reign of Nawab Murshid Quli Khan in 1704 to 1725 CE. According to the local legends, 1200 Bhattu Brahmins from Karnataka settled here during the reign of Sultan Hussain Shah, for which the place was named as Bhattabati. Presently, there is no Bhattu Brahmins here. So, if you look about the temples is famous for his terracotta panels. 4 sides of the temples are decorated with terracotta panels. The panels may be listed and classified as follows: Ramayana Plaques, Krishna Lila Plaques, Dasharavatar Plaques of Vishnu, Devi Durga panels, Chaitanya Lila panels. Among these panels or the plaques, I have selected 2 Dasharavatar plaques of Vishnu, like Matsya Avatar and Vamana Avatar. As all we know that from the Puranic story, the fish or Matsya avatars of Vishnu was meant to recover the lost Vedas from oceans. Here, Vishnu has been represented as half man and half fish. Now, look at the other side, which is the Vamana avatar. Vamana avatar, or the Vishnu as a Vamana avatar, took 3 steps with which he measured out the 3 worlds, earth, heaven, and the space between them to restore the lost celestial land from the Asuras and return to the Indra. Now, these are the pictures actually I have collected from the Ratneshwar Temple, Bhattabati. You can see from the image that how ruined conditions is there. So now it's time to restore that these conditions, and I am taking the help with the imaging painting. So before I start to discuss about that, we should know what is imaging painting. Imaging painting is a conservation process where damage, deteriorating, and missing parts of any artwork are filled in to present a complete image. This process can be applied to both physical and digital art medium, such as painting, sculptures, terracotta figuring, chemical photography, printing, digital images restorations. Here I am going to concentrate on the digital restorations. That digital restorations is based on the image learning processes, and that image learning processes is based on the artificial network and the deep learning process. Now, first we should know that what is artificial neural network. Artificial neural network are computing system inspired by the biological neural network that consists of animal brain. Like you can consider if it is a hot body. Now, whenever you are going to touch this hot body, then the signal will pass through the hand to the brain that it is a hot body. So that means it is input that we are providing to the brain, and from the brain will understand, or it will give the response that you have to remove the hand from the hot body. So that is the output. With the help of that artificial network, we can input on the deep learning process, and deep learning process or the deep learning approach is a part of a machine learning. So with the help of these approaches, we can develop that image imprinting, and that there are so many tools are there for the image impintings like the MATLAB, Python, image processing, artificial intelligence. Like MATLAB, if you consider about the MATLAB basically done with a MATLAB code, Simulink, Python done with a Python coding, image processing done with a coding and predefined images. Artificial intelligence can be done with the help of software, which is specially dedicated to the artificial intelligence, computer program based of the mathematical algorithm and the data pattern. Here I am going to emphasis on the Python's coding. So, and the Python coding is a base of the artificial neural network, which is initially you have to give the input and you have to run the programs, you have to do the codings, and then you have to instruct all the details to the computer, and then it will give you the output. So let's see how it can be done. So here at the first image, you can see that few persons are there, which is not should not be presented there. So we need to remove that. So first we have to identify that persons or the figures, and technically we can say this is a mask, and then after that, after putting all the inputs, we have to remove that persons or the mask, and final output we will get at the end. This is the final output where the persons are absent. So on the basis of that, this is the Python code. This is the Python code. And first, as I have told you, that this is the input in the left hand side. You can see in the left hand side, this is the input files or the input instructions. This is the mesh or mask that we can generate. This is the portions, the coding where you can remove the mask, and here we'll get the final output. So on the basis of that, I have implied that image processing or the image imprinting on my topics, where first I am going to discuss about the master avatar. Now look at the master avatar images. Now see it here that the head is missing, the hand is partially broken, head of a fish is not properly there. Tails of a fish, some partial portions is absent. Now after the image imprinting, what you can see that we can restore all the incomplete images, and we can create the entire object or the entire body of the master avatar. You can see artificially we can generate the heads, and we can generate the hands, we can generate the head of a fish, and we can generate the tail of a fish. This can be done with the help of the Python coding or the image imprinting processes. The same concept I have applied on the Vamana avatar also. You can see in the right hand is absent, then the right leg is absent. Bali, which is grandson of the Pallada, he is also absent at here. That should be present at there, and the left leg also absent at there. Now with the help of the image processings or the image imprinting, what we can do, or what we have done at here, that hands can we generate artificially, the legs we can generate artificially, the bali we can generate artificially at here and the right leg. So in conclusions, what we can say that image in painting may be considered as an essential tool of image restorations, the identifications of iconographic features and iconographic studies. Many of the terracotta images depicted on the walls in West Bengal are in fragile conditions where are gradually deteriorating. So it's the right time to restore these terracotta images digitally with the help of the modern technology. This process is not only limited to the terracotta images, but can also be applied in different aspects of iconographic studies. So thank you so much. This was my presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Anustop Chatterjee.
Thank you.
It was a very well informative presentation. We will have the discussion later after the presentation of all the others.
Sure.
So let me call the second the presenter. It's Dr. Jasmeender Kaur. Dr. Jasmeender Kaur is an associate professor in the Faculty of Visual Arts at the Banaras Hindu University, and she is also the Deputy Director of Bharat Kala Bhavan, Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi. She has 16 years of work experience in designing. She has the credit of 8 solo exhibitions in different parts of India. Now over to you, Dr. Jasmeender Kaur.
Not working. Okay, thank you. इस कक्ष में मैं सभी विद्वज्जनों को अपना सादर प्रणाम अर्पित करती हूँ और इन पंक्तियों से अपना शोध पत्र प्रस्तुत करती हूँ। कट कसीदा पहरे चोली ता तुम जान हो नारी, यानी केवल तभी तुम पूर्ण स्त्री मानी जाओगी जब तुम अपनी स्वयं की चोली पर कसीदा करोगी। ये पंक्तियां श्री गुरु नानक देव जी, सिखों के प्रथम गुरु श्री गुरु ग्रंथ साहिब जी में लिखी गई हैं। इन्हीं पंक्तियों से हम पंजाब के सांस्कृतिक प्रवेश में कसीदा के महत्व को समझ सकते हैं। पंजाब जो एक एग्रीकल्चर सिटी है, जहाँ पे कृषि मुख्य वहाँ का रोजगार है, वहाँ का मुख्य पेशा है। वहाँ की महिलाएं जब खाली समय में उनको मिलता था तो उन्होंने बहुत सारे चीजों के ऊपर अपनी कसीदाकारी की, चाहे वो उनके घरेलू उपयोग की हो या दैनिक उपयोग की। पर उन्होंने जो फुलकारी कढ़ाई की, उसमें जो फुलकारी कसीदा के जो हमें उदाहरण मिलते हैं, ये उनके सर्वश्रेष्ठ कसीदा के उदाहरण हमें प्रस्तुत करते हैं। ये एक इसको एक वस्त्र की तरह न देखें। आज मैं आपको यही बताना चाहती हूँ कि ये फोक कसीदाकारी एक केवल कपड़े को सजाने की कला नहीं थी, इसके पीछे एक बहुत बड़ा मैसेज था जो माता अपनी पुत्री को, दादी अपनी पोती को, नानी अपनी नतनी को देना चाहती थी। यानी ये इसके हमारे सांस्कृतिक परिवेश में इतनी गहराई से समाया हुआ था कि इसके बिना कोई भी सांस्कृतिक, कोई भी वैवाहिक फंक्शन पूरा नहीं होता था। ये विवाह के समय में पहने जाने वाला सबसे प्रमुख, ओढ़ा जाने वाला सबसे प्रमुख वस्त्र रहा। बेसिकली फुलकारी जो है वो हाथ के बुने, जो पहले अपने मूल रूप में ये हाथ से ऐंठे हुए, हाथ से लड़कियां जो औरतें होती थी वो खुद ही ऐंठती थी, उसको स्पन करती थी, उसका खुद ही हाथ से उसकी बुनाई करती थी और उनको आपस में जोड़ के उसके चादर बनाती थी। बेसिकली फुलकारी को लोकल भाषा में चादर कहते हैं, जिसको ऊपर से ओढ़ा जाए। ये इसका कोई संबंध ना तो सर्दी से है, ये एक रस्म है जो शादी के दौरान अपनाई जाती है और इसके अलग अलग महत्व रहे हैं। तो फुलकारी जो है हमें इसके 3 प्रकार देखने को मिलते हैं और तीनों एक दूसरे से बिल्कुल अलग है और तीनों का प्रयोजन यही है, इन्हें शादी में या तो लड़की को उपहार स्वरूप देना या फिर इनको शादी में उड़ाना। इसलिए इसका जो मूल रंग है वो लाल जो है वो हमें देखने को मिलता है। अधिकतर ज्यादातर कढ़ाई जो है वो लाल रंग के ऊपर, वस्त्रों के ऊपर की है। जैसा हम सभी जानते हैं कि लाल हमारी संस्कृति में, हमारे वस्त्र कला में एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण रंग माना जाता है और ये एक प्रेम का भी प्रतीक है और एक ये आपको एक ऊर्जा का भी संचार करता है और ये एक शुभ रंग के प्रतीक में, शक्ति के प्रतीक के रूप में भी माना जाता है। तो कढ़ाई की 3 शैलियां यहाँ पे प्रचलित रही। एक है सच्ची, सुच्ची फुलकारी, यानी सच्ची, प्योर फुलकारी, अगर मैं इसको ट्रांसलेट करूं, जिसमें इसको सुच्ची फुलकारी इसलिए कहा कि महिला ने कुछ नहीं सोचा, उसके अंदर जो फीलिंग्स थी, उसकी जो भावनाएं थी, जो उसकी इमेजिनेशन थी, वो उसने ट्रांसफॉर्म किया बिना किसी के निर्देशन में, न किसी का सुपरवाइजर, न किसी ने उसके ऊपर ड्राइंग की। उसको जो अंदर महसूस होता था, जो एक्सप्रेशन वो दे सकती थी अपनी बेटी के लिए, अपनी नतनी के लिए, अपनी पोती के लिए, वो उसने इसको ट्रांसफॉर्म किया। दैट्स व्हाई इसको कहा गया सुच्ची फुलकारी। सेकंड जो है वो है बाग। बेसिकली सुच्ची फुलकारी का कैरेक्टरिस्टिक है कि इसमें सरफेस दिखाई देती है और एनिमल्स, बर्ड्स, फ्लोरल पैटर्न इस पे डिपिक्ट किए जाते हैं। इवन इसमें कॉन्टेम्पररी मोटिव्स का भी डिपिक्शन देखने को मिलता है, जो कि मैं आगे के स्लाइड में आपको दिखाऊंगी। लेकिन जो सेकंड टर्म की जो फुलकारी, जो बाग है, वो पूरी की पूरी सरफेस एम्ब्रॉयडरी से ढकी रहती है और इसके ऊपर ज्यादातर एनिमल्स एंड बर्ड्स का डिपिक्शन रहता है। और इंटरेस्टिंगली जिस तरीके के मोटिव्स का डिपिक्शन रहता है, उसी तरीके के नाम होते हैं। जैसे अगर मिर्ची रेड कलर की है तो दैट्स अ मिर्ची बाग, अगर धनिया के रंग का यानी ग्रीन कलर का है दैट्स कॉल्ड धनिया बाग। बेलन बाग, बेलन से इंस्पिरेशन लिया है, बेलन बाग। अगर बैंगनी कलर की है दैट्स कॉल्ड बैंगन बाग। तो जहां से फीमेल ने अपने सराउंडिंग से इंस्पिरेशन लिया, उसको नाम दिया। इवन कबूतर बाग, मोर बाग क्यों पड़ा, वो हम आगे बात करेंगे। थर्ड जो वैरायटी हमें मिलती है चोप। इसके जो नमूने हैं बहुत फिक्स रहे हैं, जो इसके पैटर्न फिक्स है और काफी कुछ सिमिलर जो है वो हमें बिहार के कसीदा से मिलता है। अब इसकी ओरिजिन कहाँ हुआ? इसके ओरिजिन इसलिए भी बताना मुश्किल है कि कसीदा एक उपयोग की चीज थी और खत्म होती गई। लेकिन हमें जो इसकी जो एक कह दीजिए जो एक परिपक्वता, जो इसके अंदर क्रिएटिविटी का जो लेवल दिखाई देता है और जो परफेक्शन दिखाई देता है स्टिचेस में, वो हम मान के चलते हैं कि इसकी ओरिजिन बहुत पहले की रही होगी, जो एक अपने आके स्टेज पे एक मैच्योरिटी दिखाती है, एक परिपक्वता दिखाती है स्टिचेस में और डिजाइन्स में। इसके ओरिजिन के एक रेफरेंस हमें मिलता है हर्षचरित में। बानभट्ट उल्लेख करते हैं कि महिलाओं का एक समूह कपड़े के उल्टी तरफ कसीदा कर रहा था। ये 7वीं शताब्दी का रेफरेंस है। ऐसा माना जाता है कि कुछ समय कढ़ाई की परंपरा प्रचलित में रही होगी, जो शायद पूरे इंडिया में प्रचलन में रही होगी, अलग अलग जहां जहां भी कसीदाकारी की परंपरा रही होगी, एम्ब्रॉयडरी की परंपरा रही होगी। बट बाद में ये आकर पंजाब में आकर स्थिर हो गई, क्योंकि कपड़े के उल्टी तरफ कसीदा करने का जो प्रचलन है वो हमें सिर्फ पंजाब में देखने को मिलता है। तो हम मान के चलते हैं कि इसका ओरिजिन 7वीं शताब्दी से रहा होगा। पर हमें जो रेफरेंसेस मिलते हैं, जो अच्छे रेफरेंसेस मिलते हैं, वो 18वीं से 20वीं शताब्दी के ही मिलते हैं। तो हम ये मान के चलें कि ये उस समय की जो मैच्योरिटी है कसीदाकारी की, वो हमें इस 18वीं से 19वीं शताब्दी के बीच में जाकर मिलती है। तो 3 तरह के स्टिचेस एप्लीकेशन इस कसीदाकारी में रहे। यहाँ पे मैं आपके साथ शेयर करी हूँ नीलक सांझी फुलकारी। मोस्टली जो फुलकारी है वो रेड कलर के ऊपर काढ़ी गई, लेकिन ये फुलकारी जो है नीलक, ये हरियाणा के एरिया से मिली हुई है, हरियाणा क्षेत्र से। और इसमें जो मोटिव्स हैं, आप 3 यहाँ पे मैंने सेलेक्ट किए हैं, अदरवाइज मैं नेक्स्ट स्लाइड में इसके सारा डिटेल दूंगी इसका। बेसिकली जो फुलकारी है वो एक फीमेल की अपनी बेटी के लिए मांगी गई विशेष है। आप इसमें सबसे पहले ऊपर देख रहे हैं श्रवण कुमार की कथा है, जो कि ये एक्सपेक्टेशन है माता की अपनी पुत्री के दामाद के लिए कि मेरा जो दामाद हो वो श्रवण कुमार की तरह हो, अपने माता पिता की सेवा करने वाला। सेकंड में आप देख रहे हैं हमारे गुरु अंगद देव जी का, जब उनको तत्ती तवी पे, मतलब गरम तवे पे बैठाया गया था मुगलों में। यहाँ पे आप मुगलों का देख रहे हैं, आप उनकी दाढ़ी इस तरह से हेयर कट वो मिला हुआ है और उनको तवे पे बैठाया हुआ है, तत्ती तवी पे। ये रियल फुलकारी का एग्जाम्पल है, जिसमें हमें सिखों के गुरुओं का अंकन देखने को मिलता है। तो यहाँ पे ये एक्सपेक्टेशन की जाती है लड़की के दामाद से कि जो लड़की को दामाद मिले, जो मेरी बेटी को जो मेरा दामाद हो, वो एकदम अपने धर्म के प्रति समर्पित हो, सिखिज्म के प्रति समर्पित हो, जो अगर वो ईश्वर को मानने वाला हो, मतलब गुरुओं में विश्वास करने वाला हो। और थर्ड यहाँ पे संत से आशीर्वाद लेते हुए, यानी उसे संतों का आशीर्वाद मिले। ये विशेष है एक माता की अपने पुत्री के लिए। यहाँ पे नेक्स्ट इसी का स्लाइड है। यहाँ पे हस्बैंड वाइफ के बीच के समय है, ताकि पति उसको समय दे जहां वो उसके साथ इंटरेक्ट कर सके। यहाँ पे हाथी, यहाँ पे मैं एनिमल्स या बर्ड्स में बाद में आऊंगी। यहाँ पे आप शारीरिक श्रम करते हुए, कुश्ती करते हुए दिखा रहे हैं, जो कि पंजाबी कल्चर का बड़ा अहम हिस्सा है कुश्ती। यहाँ पे ये कार के ये विश मांगती है कि जो उसका पति है वो शारीरिक रूप से हेल्दी हो, ताकि वो इन सभी चीजों में पार्टिसिपेशन करे। यहाँ पे ये सिंबॉलिक रिप्रेजेंटेशन है। और बीच में जो 4 कमल, यहाँ पे बीच में एक कमल है और यहाँ पे 4 कॉर्नर पे जो कमल है, बेसिकली हमें लोटस का अंकन चारों कॉर्नर पे मिलता है, बस इस रुमाल पे, इस चादर पे हमें नहीं देखने को मिल रहा। उसका कारण यह है कि जो काटने वाली महिला थी वो इन नमूने के महत्व से अवेयर नहीं है, लेकिन उसको पता है कि 4 लोटस फ्लावर बहुत अच्छे प्रतीक माने जाते हैं। बेसिकली लोटस जो है ब्रह्मांड का प्रतीक है और इसे अलग अलग पंखुड़ियों में महिलाओं ने काढ़ा। मैं अभी आगे और भी फुलकारी को रेफरेंसेस दिखाऊंगी तो आपको वहां पे फ्लावर्स, लोटस फ्लावर देखने को मिलेगा। तो जो यहाँ पे 5 फ्लावर फुलकारी में जो काढ़े गए, इसके पीछे महिला का था कि अग्नि, वायु, एयर है, अर्थ है और फायर है, वाटर, जो कि 5 मूल तत्व हैं जीवन जीने के, वो मेरी बेटी के जीवन में हमेशा सदा बना रहे, सदा उसको ये मिलते रहे। यहाँ पे आप देख रहे हैं 2 लॉइन यहाँ पे बनाए गए हैं, क्योंकि पंजाब साइड में माता की पूजा करने का भी प्रचलन रहा है और वहां पे एक सांझी करके त्योहार भी सेलिब्रेट करते हैं, जहां पे जिस दिन नवरात्र के दिनों पे वो दीवारों पे लेप के मिट्टी लेप के इसका अंकन करती है और ये वहीं से लिया गया मोटिव है। तो शेर की पूजा का भी, बाघ की पूजा का भी प्रावधान वहां पे रहा है, तो उसका सिंबॉलिक रिप्रेजेंटेशन, यानी उसके ऊपर देवी माँ की कृपा बनी रहे। यहाँ पे आप ट्री ऑफ लाइफ मोटिव देख रहे हैं, जो ये वर्क नहीं कर रहा, ये काम नहीं कर रहा। नीचे ट्री ऑफ लाइफ मोटिव है। हम सभी अवेयर हैं ट्री ऑफ लाइफ मोटिव का, क्योंकि जो जीवन के वृक्ष को दिखाता है, यानी जहां पानी होगा, जहां वायु होगी, वहां ही ट्री पनप पाएगा। और ये एक तरह से फर्टिलिटी और शुभ सिंबल का प्रतीक है। और उसके ऊपर जो 2 तोते बैठे हुए हैं, ये अंकन भी हमें फुलकारी में बार बार देखने को मिलता है, लेकिन बिल्कुल अलग तरीके से, जो कि मैं आगे की स्लाइड्स में दिखाऊंगी। तो यहाँ पे जो तोते हैं जो 2, वो एक तरह से कोर्टशिप, जो हस्बैंड और वाइफ के रिलेशन को इंगित करते हैं। हम सभी जानते हैं कामदेव का भी प्रतीक है, तो यहाँ पे हस्बैंड वाइफ के रिलेशन को दिखाता है। इसके अलावा आप हाथी पे, ऊंट पे सवारी करते हुए दिखा रहे हैं। ये माता एक्सपेक्ट करती है कि उसकी बेटी को यात्राएं करने का मौका मिले, वो अलग अलग जगह पे यात्रा है। ये प्रॉस्पर्टी, मतलब उस परिवार, जो उसको परिवार मिले, उसके घर में इतना धन धान्य हो कि वो यात्रा पे, उसका पति यात्रा पे जाता हो, यानी उसके पास सब एक ऐशो आराम की चीज है, वो भी बैलगाड़ी पे यात्रा करे, क्योंकि उस समय आवागमन का जो साधन था वो बैलगाड़ी था, तो उसको यात्राएं करने का मौका मिले। यहाँ पे मोर है, जैसे हम जानते हैं कि मोर जो है वो आर्ट, जो अगर हम आर्ट की बात करें तो अलग एक विशेष महत्व रहा है, पर फुलकारी में इसका महत्व एग्रीकल्चर से जुड़ा हुआ है, इकोसिस्टम से जुड़ा हुआ है। बीच में आप मोर देख रहे हैं, यानी इसका महत्व ये है मोर का। इसका डिपिक्शन हमें फुलकारी में बहुत देखने को मिलता है और जहां भी खाली जगह है वहां पे मोर को बनाया गया है, क्योंकि इसका बहुत महत्व है एग्रीकल्चर एरिया में, पंजाब में। ये फर्टिलिटी को दिखाता है। मोर किसान के जीवन का प्रतीक है, यानी बारिश के लाने का प्रतीक है। और मोर वही होता है जहां उसको खाने को सांप मिले, और सांप वहां होते हैं जहां चूहे होते हैं, चूहे वहां होते हैं जहां अनाज होता है। तो एक इकोसिस्टम को दिखाता हुआ यहाँ पे फुलकारी का डिपिक्शन है। तो ये यहाँ पे आप हस्बैंड वाइफ के बीच में एक थोड़ा सा झगड़ा होते हुए देखे हैं। यहाँ पे ये दिखाता है कि जो महिला है अपनी बात को पुरजोर तरीके से रखे, यानी उसको पूरा राइट हो अपनी बात को रखने का। ये इसको यहाँ पे उसकी यहाँ पे इसको महिला ने काढ़ा है। यहाँ पे परिवार के बुजुर्गों को हुक्का पीते हुए, यानी कि जो बुजुर्ग है उनको पूरी तरह से उनकी सेवा करने वाला, यानी वो आराम से जीवन के जो अपना एक एज के बाद एज ओल्ड लाइफ को एंजॉय कर सके, ऐसी जगह पे, यानी जहां पे बुजुर्गों का आदर होता हो वहां पे। और यहाँ पे लस्सी मथते हुए, यानी ये खान पान को दिखाता है यहाँ पे कि जहां उसको खाने पीने की कोई कमी ना रहे। तो इस तरीके से ये जो सिंबॉलिक रिप्रेजेंटेशन, यहाँ पे 2 परियां दिखाई गई, फेरी दिखाई गई हैं। हम सभी जानते हैं कि जो हमें परियों की स्टोरी सुनाई जाती है, तो यहाँ पे जो ग्रामीण महिला है, जो ठेठ पंजाबी महिला है, वो सोचती है कि जो मेरी पत्नी जो मेरी बेटी है उसके सपनों में परियां हो, यानी जो परियों जैसी उसकी लाइफ हो। तो ये एक तरह से पूरी एक्सपेक्टेशन है एक महिला की फुलकारी पर। तो ये सिर्फ एक डेकोरेटिव मोटिव नहीं है। अगर ये डेकोरेटिव मोटिव होता तो एक तरीके जैसा डिपिक्शन होता, बट ये एक डेकोरेटिव मोटिव नहीं है, ये एक्सपेक्टेशन एक महिला की अपनी पुत्री के लिए, अपनी नतनी के लिए, कि उसको जीवन का हर सुख, हर जो एक जीवन को जीने के लिए चाहिए वो उसको अपनी लाइफ में मिले। सेकंड फुलकारी में भी यही चीज है, लेकिन आप देख रहे हैं कि इसमें जो रेखांकन, जो मोटिव्स का डिपिक्शन है वो बिल्कुल टोटली डिफरेंट है। इससे ये समझ में आता है कि जो महिला कसीदाकार थी उसको पता था कि मुझे अपनी बेटी के लिए क्या चाहिए, लेकिन उसने कहीं से कॉपी नहीं किया। आप जितने भी फुलकारी के रेफरेंसेस मिलेंगे सब में मोर का डिफरेंट डिपिक्शन देखेंगे। अगर आपके पास 100 रेफरेंस है फुलकारी के तो 100 तरीके के आपको मोर के डिपिक्शन मिलेंगे। कहीं भी महिला ने किसी चीज को भी कॉपी नहीं किया, उसने जो अपनी सराउंडिंग्स में देखा, जो समझा, उसको फुलकारी पे उतारा। तो यहाँ पे भी आप देख रहे हैं मोर है, यहाँ पे हस्बैंड वाइफ घूमने जा रहे हैं, यहाँ पे ऊंट की सवारी है, यहाँ पे हनुमान जी भी दिखाए गए हैं, यानी जो इस महिला ने काढ़ा है उसका हनुमान जी के ऊपर विश्वास है, हनुमान जी को दिया है। यहाँ सिख धर्म का जो खंडा होता है उसका बीच का पार्ट लिया हुआ है, यहाँ सिख धर्म तो यानी वो धर्म को मानने वाला हो। और इस तरह से पूरा एक यहाँ पे ट्रेन है जो कि कॉन्टेम्परेरी डेवलपमेंट को दिखाती है कि उस समय ट्रेन उसने देखी। असल में पंजाब में पहले से बहुत लंबे समय से जो किसानों एक अवेयरनेस एक टाइम रहा है कि लोग विदेश जाते रहे हैं, तो यहाँ पे वो एक्सपेक्ट करती है कि उसके परिवार की जो महिला है उसको भी विदेश यात्रा करने का मौका मिले। मैं अगली स्लाइड में दिखाऊंगी कि मैं ऐसा क्यों कह रही हूँ। और यहाँ पे ज्वेलरी है, यानी उसको अपने जीवन में जितने तरह की ज्वेलरी है, एक्सपेक्टेशन, मतलब जितने सोने चांदी की ज्वेलरी उसको पूरी एक्सपेक्टेशन हो, तो यहाँ पे ज्वेलरी में बनाकर उसकी एक्सपेक्टेशन मांगी गई है। यानी ये एक तरह से एक महिला की ख्वाहिशें हैं अपनी बेटी के लिए कि उसको ये सारी चीजें अपनी लाइफ में ले। यहाँ पे ट्री ऑफ लाइफ, एलिफेंट राइडर्स, हॉर्स, यहाँ पे सारे, यहाँ पे स्नेक, फिश, जो भी एक सिंबल्स हमारी आर्ट एंड कल्चर में इंपॉर्टेंट माने जाते हैं और एग्रीकल्चर लाइफ में बहुत महत्वपूर्ण रोल रहते हैं, उस सबका डिपिक्शन यहाँ पे किया गया। यहाँ पे बाघ का चित्रण है, यहाँ पे मोर है। तो एक पूरी एक लाइफ साइकिल, जो एक लाइफ की नीड्स हैं, उसको यहाँ पे दिखाया गया है। जैसे एग्जाम्पल ऑफ सांझी फुलकारी। Another one is सांझी फुलकारी। इसी चार कॉर्नर्स में जो फ्लावर्स हैं, ट्री ऑफ लाइफ, और यहाँ पे खेतों का दिखाया गया है, मोर का डिपिक्शन दिखाया गया है। ये सारा सांझी फुलकारी। लेकिन एक भी फुलकारी जो नहीं है जो एक दूसरे से सिमिलैरिटी दिखाए। हाँ, मोटिव्स जो प्रेजेंटेशन है, जो सब्जेक्ट है, वो कहीं ना कहीं सिमिलैरिटी दिखाते हैं। बस कवर कर रही हूँ। यहाँ पे चार लाइफ के जो 4 नीड्स हैं जीवन की, वो दिखाई गई हैं। ये शारीरिक मतलब हेल्दी को दिखाता है, हेल्थ को दिखाता है। ये एग्रीकल्चर नीड्स को दिखा रहा है। और ये यहाँ पे जो है वो यात्रा, मतलब वो यात्रा पे जाए, और यहाँ पे ये उसकी पारिवारिक जीवन को दिखाता हुआ रुमाल डिपिक्ट किया गया है। यहाँ पे 2 जोड़े सिर्फ काढ़े गए हैं, ये हस्बैंड और वाइफ को रिप्रेजेंट करते हैं, उनके बीच के संबंध को। यहाँ पे पूरी फुलकारी के कोने में ये जो सिंबॉलिक रिप्रेजेंटेशन है एनिमल्स एंड बर्ड्स का, जो कि बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है लाइफ के, एग्रीकल्चर लाइफ में। पिकॉक है, हट्स है, जो अनाज रखने के लिए जो हट्स बनाते हैं। इसका तोता, पैरेट्स है, पिकॉक है, कैमल है, काऊ है, उन सबको यहाँ पे कॉर्नर में डिपिक्ट किया गया है। सिंबॉलिक रिप्रेजेंटेशन है। इसके अलावा दर्शन द्वार है। एक विश रहती थी महिला की कि वो गुरुओं के दर्शन करे, तो यहाँ पे गुरुओं के दर्शन के लिए यहाँ पे ट्रेन में जाते हुए विश मांगे, जिससे दर्शन द्वार, जहाँ पे वो दर्शन करने के लिए जाए। और यहाँ पे बाघ का है, यानी वो दर्शन माता वैष्णो देवी के दर्शन करने जाए, ये उसकी विश है। तो जिससे दर्शन, ये इस फुलकारी को गुरुद्वारे या मंदिर में चढ़ाया जाता था, इसका पर्पस यही था। यहाँ पे इसका मैंने लाजवन दिया है। यहाँ पे शिप पे इसको सवारी करते हुए दिखाया गया है। दिस इज बाघ, एग्जाम्पल ऑफ बाघ, जिसमें हम आप देख रहे हैं कि तोता और कबूतर और एक मोर का डिपिक्शन है। तीनों ही एनिमल्स, तीनों ही बर्ड्स का बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट महत्व है इसमें, फुलकारी में। और पूरी सरफेस को एम्ब्रॉयडरी से भरा हुआ है। इसके पीछे महिला की यही सोच थी कि उसके जीवन में इतनी खुशियां हो कि जीवन के जो दुख का, जो नीचे का जो स्ट्रगल है, वो कभी भी उसके लाइफ में ऊपर ना पाए। तो ये पूरी सरफेस एम्ब्रॉयडरी से भरी होती है, यानी आप ओरिजिनल कपड़ा अगर देखना हो तो आपको बैक साइड उसको टर्न करना होगा। बहुत ही टाइनी स्टिचेस जो है, उसके छोटे छोटे इंप्रेशन जो है वो बैक साइड में देखने को मिलते हैं। दिस इज अ क्लोजअप ऑफ द एम्ब्रॉयडरी। चोट, इसका मेन पर्पस, ये फुलकारी जो है ये शादी वाले दिन जब लड़की को चूड़ा पहनाने की रस्म की जाती है, ये तब उसको उड़ाया जाता है। इस मोटिव का इसी तरीके से ये जितने भी चोक के एग्जाम्पल मिलते हैं वो इसी तरीके के मिलते हैं। बेसिकली ये मोर का सिंबॉलिक रिप्रेजेंटेशन है। और जो नीचे ये जो जाल है, नीचे जो जाल है वो दिखाता है उसके जीवन के जो उतार चढ़ाव है वो एक बराबर है, उसको कहीं भी किसी भी लेवल पे स्ट्रगल करना ना पड़े और वो एक समान उसकी लाइफ चले, उसकी जो लाइफ की स्टेजेस है वो एक समान चले, उसका डिपिक्शन है। मैं लास्ट में कवर कर रही हूँ। इसके अलावा एक फुलकारी का इंटरेस्टिंग बात है, क्योंकि इसका शादी के पर्पज से यूज करते थे, तो क्या करते थे कि जो लास्ट पीस होता था, कढ़ाई जब पूरी हो जाती थी तो बीच में आप देखे होंगे ब्लैक कलर का एम्ब्रॉयडरी किया हुआ है, जिससे नजर बूटी, यानी दुल्हन को किसी की नजर ना लगे। तो जानबूझकर ये ब्लैक हिस्सा काटा जाता था ताकि उसको किसी का भी नजर ना लगे, जिसे हम कॉल नजर बूटी। और इवन पूरी फुलकारी बनाने के बाद जानबूझकर एक पैटर्न को अलग वीव कर दिया जाता था ताकि वो लगे कि मिस्टेक हो गई है, ताकि उस दुल्हन को किसी की नजर ना लगे, क्योंकि ये शादी में दी जाती थी। तो ये जानबूझकर किया गया एक्ट है फुलकारी में। लास्ट में मैं इसके दो पंक्तियों से इसको खत्म करना चाहूंगी। फुलकारी मेरी रेशमी उत्ते चमकन मोर, गल्ला उसदियां मिठियां अंदरो दिल ने होर। फुलकारी के ऊपर हमें बहुत सारे लोकगीत देखने को मिलते हैं। यहाँ पे महिला कहती है कि मेरी फुलकारी बहुत रेशमी है, चमकदार है, रेशमी धागों से काढ़ी हुई है, उसके ऊपर मोर चमक रहे हैं, लेकिन जो मेरा पति है उसकी बातें तो बहुत मीठी हैं, पर वो अभी तक अंदर से वो बहुत झूठा है और अभी तक प्रदेश से वापस नहीं आया। यहाँ पे जो मोर है वो जो उसका पति है, जो विदेश से वापस नहीं आया है, अनुपस्थित प्रेमी का प्रतीक है। मतलब यहाँ पे एब्सेंस ऑफ हस्बैंड के प्रतीक को यहाँ पे दिखाता है। तो फुलकारी फोक गीतों में भी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट रोल होती है, जिसको हम लोग लोकल भाषा में कहते हैं टप्पे। इसके अलावा मेरा माही परदेश गया, नीली कुर्ती पीला बागली बेच गया, यानी जब से मेरा पति परदेश गया हुआ है, विदेश गया हुआ है, तब से मेरी जो पीला बाग और जो मेरी नीली कुर्ती है वो भी अपने साथ ले गया। यहाँ पे पीला बाग और नीली कुर्ती, बस ये लास्ट, ये खुशियों का प्रतीक है, मतलब हैप्पीनेस को दिखाता है उसकी लाइफ का। लास्ट लाइन जिससे मैं खत्म करूंगी, दया लख फुलकारियां जिथे जिथे तीदा आदर होए, यानी वहां मैं लाख फुलकारियां दूंगी। माता कहती है अपनी पुत्री से कि मैं वहां पे लाखों फुलकारियां दूंगी जहां मेरी पुत्री को आदर सम्मान मिलो। यही कारण है कि पहले 50 से 100 के करीब फुलकारियां लड़की को गिफ्ट में दी जाती थी। पर अफसोस है कि आज की डेट में ये फुलकारी कला जो हमने सांझी फुलकारी शेयर की है वो पूरी तरह से खत्म है। इसको बनाने का अब कोई भी नहीं बनाता, हमें बाग मिल जाता है। चौक और फुलकारी, जो सांझी फुलकारी है, वो पूरी तरह से अब खत्म है। अब हम लोग का परिवेश बदल चुका है, रहन सहन बदल चुका है। तो अभी हमें जो सांझी फुलकारी के जो एग्जाम्पल्स मिलते हैं और चौक के एग्जाम्पल्स मिलते हैं वो सिर्फ म्यूजियम्स में है या प्राइवेट कलेक्शंस में। अदरवाइज फुलकारी का जो बाग है वो मशीनों पे बनने लगी है और हम अभी से किताबों में देखते हैं या म्यूजियम में।
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Jasminder Kaur. Though you have taken much more than that what time was allotted to you. Now we are going to the next presentation, Mr. Amarjit Kumar. Let me introduce Mr. Amarjit Kumar. He is an artist himself, a research scholar in painting from Department of Visual Arts, Banasthali Vidyapeeth, Rajasthan. He completed Art and Crafts Diploma from Government Arts and Crafts Teachers Training Institute, Punjab. He completed her graduation in painting and that is from the Department of Visual Arts. Now over to you, Mr. Amarjit Kumar.
Good morning to all. Myself Amarjit Kumar. My topic is importance of Hathi Dala silk in the marriage of Mithilanchal region. हाथी डाला जो एक शिल्प होता है उसका जो मिथिला रीजन में क्या एक प्रभाव है, क्या इसका इम्पोर्टेंस है, उसके विषय में मैं आज आपके सामने प्रस्तुत करना चाह रहा हूँ। सबसे पहली बात है कि अगर हम मिथिलांचल के बारे में जानते हैं तो हमारे पास एक आता है कि माँ सीता के बाद जो है मिथिलांचल का एक रूप सामने आता है। ऐसा नहीं है कि मिथिलांचल उससे पहले नहीं था या उससे पहले इसका कोई ऐसा उदाहरण नहीं मिलता है। एक्चुअली जो राजा जनक थे, राजा जनक जो थे वो 22वां राजा माने जाते हैं। उससे पहले 21 राजा हो चुके थे जो मीठी वंश के थे। तो अगर हम मिथिलांचल के संस्कृति की बात करते हैं, मिथिलांचल के रिचुअल्स की बात करते हैं या फोक आर्ट की बात करते हैं, तो हमारे पास एक डिपिक्शन आता है कि ये जो है तो वहां से या तो सीता के मैरिज के बाद आए हैं या सीता के मैरिज के टाइम में आए हैं। इससे पहले हमारे पास कोई ऐसी उदाहरण भी नहीं है, ना ऐसे कोई हमारे पास फोक गीत लोकगीते हैं जिससे हमें इस चीजों का पता लगे। इसी क्रम में मैं जो है यहाँ पे आपके सामने जो है हाथी डाला एक कंपोजिशन है, इसे इंस्टॉलेशन आर्ट की तरह भी आप देख सकते हैं जो रहेगा। एक्चुअली ये मैप है मिथिला का ओल्ड मैप, जिसमें पहले नेपाल, बंगाल, झारखंड, यूपी और बिहार। लेकिन अभी क्या है, मिथिला रीजन सिर्फ मिथिला का जो मधुबनी वाला एरिया है उसी एरिया तक सीमित रह गया है। वहीं यही मधुबनी पेंटिंग जो वहीं पे होती है और वहीं के रूप में जाना जाता है। तो इतिहास की तरफ हम ना बढ़ते हुए सीधे हम मिथिला पेंटिंग पे आएंगे। और ये आपको पता ही है कि मैरिज से रिलेटेड है, जो हाथी डाला जो है मैरिज से रिलेटेड है। तो मैरिज के बारे में भी हमें कुछ ना कुछ जानकारी होनी चाहिए। तो उस हिसाब में हर एक, चाहे आप भारत के किसी भी कोने में जाएं, तो हमारे हिंदू रिचुअल्स में क्या है कि मंडप बनाना एक अनिवार्य रहता है कहीं ना कहीं। और उसी प्रकार मिथिला में भी जो है शादी के टाइम में मंडप बनाना और मंडप का होना एक बहुत ही अनिवार्य माना जाता है। पहले ये स्क्वायर टाइप में होते थे, आजकल ये रेक्टेंगल मतलब सर्कल में भी हो रहे हैं, हेक्सागन, पेंटागन, मतलब शेप्स में आजकल बाउंडेशन नहीं है। पहले सिर्फ हमारे पास जो है रेक्टेंगुलर में था, आज स्क्वायर में था, आजकल है सर्कल या पेंटागन हेक्सागन में भी इसे देखने को मिलता है। और ये एक लेआउट है जो मंडप के जो होते हैं, मंडप पे क्या क्या होना चाहिए। तो ये मंडप का लेआउट है जहाँ पे वर और वधू को जो वेस्ट साइड में बैठाया जाता है और साउथ साइड में पंडित जो होते हैं उन्हें बैठाया जाता है, और नॉर्दर्न साइड में कन्यादान जो करते हैं उनको बैठाया जाता है। ईस्ट और नॉर्थ के कॉर्नर में हाथी डाला का डिपिक्शन रहता है जो हम यहाँ पे देख सकते हैं। यहाँ पे हाथी डाला का जो कंपोजिशन है, जो हाथी डाला जो मूर्ति है उसको रखा जाता है। तो ये एक लेआउट है हमारे पास, हाथी डाला जो स्कल्पचर है। आप यहाँ पे देख सकते हैं कि हाथी जो है, यहाँ पे ये हाथी है, उसके ऊपर ये एक स्पोर्ट रखा गया है, घड़ा गिरे ना, और ऊपर जो है ये यहाँ पे दीप रखने के लिए और उसका ढक्कन रखने के लिए एक आकृति बनाई गई है। तो इसका जो कंपोजिशन है, कंपोजिशन का एक तात्पर्य यह भी है कि यहाँ पे जो हाथी है ये गणेश का भी एक गणेश का जो है डिपिक्शन है। हमें पता है कि जो भी हम कोई शुभ काम करते हैं या हमारे रिचुअल्स, हमारे हिंदू रिचुअल्स में ये भी जो भी शुभ काम करते हैं तो हमारे पास सबसे पहले हम गणेश की आराधना करते हैं। तो ये एक गणेश की भी डिपिक्शन है। दूसरी बात जो है, ये जो पूरा कंपोजिशन है, कंपोजिशन का एक अलग महत्व है, अलग एक रहा है। तो हाथी इसका रहता है। आगे जाके जो ये घड़ा है, घड़ा जो है लक्ष्मी की डिपिक्शन है। जब शादी और मैरिज का रिचुअल्स होते हैं उस टाइम क्या है, घड़े में अनाज रखा जाता है जो कि एक धन के प्रतीक है, धन होना जो है उसके सूचक है। उसके ऊपर ये दीपक रखा जाता है, दीपक को ढकने, दीपक बुझे ना, जो आयु की लंबी आयु के लिए दीपक जलाया जाता है वो बुझे ना, इसलिए इसे ढकने के लिए एक ये ढक्कन बनाया जाता है। तो ये हाथी हो गया। साथ में क्या होता है कि इसके साथ आप देख सकते हैं यहाँ पे दो घड़े रखे गए हैं, इसे पुलहर और पातिल कहा जाता है। पुलहर मीन्स शिव, रिलेटेड टू शिव होता है। पुलहर जो है शिव से रिलेटेड है। पातिल जो है गौरी और या पार्वती से रिलेटेड है। पातिल इसलिए नाम रखा गया है कि इस गौरी बहुत ज्यादा तपस्या के बाद शिव को प्राप्त करती है, इसलिए उसे पातिल कहा गया, यानी तपस्या। पातिल मीन्स तपस्या से रिलेटेड ये है। अगर हम यहाँ पे कंपोजिशन देखते हैं कि कैसे इसको बनाया जाता है, तो एक्चुअली जो हम देखते हैं, हम किसी भी फोक आर्ट को उठाते हैं तो उसका जो डिपिक्शन है बहुत ही सिंपल वे में डिपिक्शन मिलता है हमें, चाहे आप किसी की भी लोक आर्ट को उठा के देख लें। तो यहाँ पे जो हाथी बनाने का जो सिंबोलिज्म है बहुत ही सिंपल तरीके से यहाँ पे बनाया गया। सिंपल चार जो घड़े होते हैं, छोटे मटके होते हैं, उनको कंपोज करके ऊपर से ये बनाकर, और ये सारे रिमूवेबल है, इसको इंस्टॉलेशन आर्ट की तरह भी हम यूज कर सकते हैं। अब इनका महत्व क्या है, क्या रहता है, तो सबसे पहले जैसे मैंने बताया था कि हाथी जो एक गणेश के शुभ चिंतक है, साथ में ये लक्ष्मी जी के शुभ चिंतक है, और ऊपर जो है ये दीपक जो लंबे आयु की शुभ चिंतक है। उसके अलावा पुलहर जो है शंकर जी की शुभ चिंतक है, शंकर जी की प्रतीक है, और शंकर एक कल्याणकारी के रूप में माने जाते हैं। और ऊपर में आम का पत्ता, आम का पत्ता जो है, जो उस टाइम वर और वधू बैठते हैं, आम के पत्ते का मतलब यह है कि वर के मन में जो है वधू के लिए एक प्रेम जागृत हो, उसके लिए ये जो है आम का पत्ता रखा जाता है। नेक्स्ट पातिल है, पातिल में भी एक दीपक रखा जाता है जो 4 दिन तक, मतलब 4 दिन तक वो उसको जलते हुए रखते हैं, ये वहां पे रिचुअल्स में फॉलो किया जाता है। और ऊपर ये ढक्कन है ताकि वो दीपक बुझे ना। तो ये वहां का जो है, और ये जो पातिल है एक गौरी शंकर की जो गौरी की प्रतीक है, जो कठोर तपस्या की भी एक प्रतीक मानी जाती है, और जन्म दाता के रूप में भी मानी जाती है, और सती नारी के रूप में भी यहाँ पे इनका डिपिक्शन मिलता है। तो ये कुछ पिक्चर है। हाँ, उसके बाद जैसे मैंने बताया था, ये जो आपके पास पिक्स मैंने रखी थी, ये सिर्फ जो बनी हुई मूर्तियां हैं। ये बनने के बाद क्या होता है, इस पे ड्राइंग की जाती है, जिससे कहा जाता है लिखाई। इस पे ड्राइंग किया जाता है, जैसे लिखाई कहते हैं, और वो कच्चे रंग से किया जाता है। कोई ऑर्गेनिक रंग है उसी का प्रयोग किया जाता है, और इसमें जो नेचुरल एलिमेंट है या नेचुरल ड्राइंग है उसका ही प्रयोग किया जाता है। तो इनका डिपिक्शन जो है हमारे मधुबनी की, अगर मधुबनी की पेंटिंग देखते हैं, ये कोहबर पेंटिंग है, इसमें भी इसका डिपिक्शन है। ये यहाँ पे हाथी डाला है, ये फुलहर और पाटिल, और बाकी ये जो एलिमेंट है वो कोहबर से रिलेटेड है, जो हमें मधुबनी पेंटिंग में और मधुबनी के जो रिचुअल्स है उसमें हमें देखने को मिलती है। इसका एक दूसरा दृष्टिकोण भी है, दूसरे जो कृष्णा जन्म कथा में है, कि ये जो है हाथी डाला रखने का एक जो सिंबोलिज्म यही है कि हाथी जैसे एक इंटेलिजेंट एनिमल के रूप में जाना जाता है, या हाथी हमेशा परिवार के साथ रहता है, उसी तरीके इसका एक जो है इनका एक मानना है कि हाथी जो है एक अपने जितने भी उन पे भार हो या कोई भी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है उसको लेकर वो हमेशा आगे की ओर ही बढ़ता है। तो ये भी एक इनका डिपिक्शन रहता है कि जितनी भी हमारे ऊपर रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है उसको साथ लेकर हम आगे बढ़ते रहे। तो ये भी इनका डिपिक्शन है। दूसरी बात, जो ऊपर जो लक्ष्मी जी, एक पहले क्या होता था कि जो फैमिली मेंबर है या जो जेंट्स होते हैं उनका काम होता था बाहर जाके अर्निंग करने का, तो वो भी उनके ऊपर रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी जो अन्न का जो है देवी जो लक्ष्मी जी को उसके पीठ पे दिखाया गया है, तो वो भी उसी का डिपिक्शन के रूप में यहाँ पे हमें देखने को मिलता है। फिर यहाँ पे हमें जो सामने जो है फुलहर और पातिल जो देखने को हमें मिला, उसका भी यही जो आगे बताया गया था कि इसके अंदर दीप जलाया जाता है, जो हमेशा एक जलते हुए दीपक और लंबी उम्र के बारे में हमारे पास इसकी डिपिक्शन आती है। तो लास्ट में मैं यही कहना चाहूंगा कि जो मिथिलांचल का इतिहास है एक बहुत ही अपने आप में प्राचीन और गौरवशाली इतिहास है, जिसका व्याख्यान करना बहुत ही मुश्किल है, और इस पे बहुत सारे रिसर्च हो भी चुके हैं, लेकिन अभी भी बहुत सारे ऐसे सुलझे हुए हैं तथ्य हैं जिसको हमें ढूंढना है और हमें इसके ऊपर काम करना है। थैंक यू।
Thank you very much, Mr. Amarjit Kumar, for the brief and very crisp presentation, well within time. And now we will move on to the next presentation. It's by Mr. Arnoth Chatterjee. Mr. Arnab is the very young scholar. He is doing his MPhil. He is from the Department of Ancient History and Culture of University of Calcutta. He has completed his research work under the supervision of Dr. Sudeepa Rai Bandyopadhyaya, and he has published some articles also. Murti Tattva Chamunda, that was in Bengali, and today's presentation also will be something related to Chamunda. Now over to you.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, respected ma'am. The subject on which I am going to present here, the name is that the regional variation of Chamunda in Eastern India. Can I read this paper? Okay. The worship of mother goddesses can be traced back pre-Vedic India. Multiple proto-replica concerning mother goddesses were found Kulli, Jogbali and Baluchistan. Similarly, the several female figurines were found in the various archaeological sites belonging to the Harappan civilization. It can be assumed most of these figurines were worshipped as fertility goddesses. Although the name of various goddesses such as Shusha, Aditi, Ida is mentioned in Vedic text, however, the iconographical representation were hardly traceable at this time. The earliest iconographic form of worship of mother goddesses began during the 4th, 5th century BCE and finally developed 4th, 5th century CE. The Shaptamatikas, also known as the seven divine mother, are different from the other goddesses. They are believed the representation of the Shakti or the power of some prominent male deities. Chamunda is one of very significant Matikas, and other 6 Matika include Bombani, Kaumari, Indani, Barahi, Vaishnavi, Maheshwari. Here you can see the Chamunda image, and here is the other 6 Matikas. And the origin of the Chamunda has been described in numerous ancient treatises. According to Devi Mahattam, a section of the Markandeya Purana, Devi Kalika was created from the forehead of Devi Kausiki. She was given epithet Chamunda after she destroyed a host of demons led by Chanda and Munda. According to the other narration, Devi Kalika became to be known as Chamunda after drinking the blood of demon Raktabija. In Varaha Purana, the story of Raktabija was retold, but here each of Matikas are found appearing from the body of another Matikas. Chamunda appeared from the body of Devi Narasinghi. The Matsya Purana narrates a different and very interesting story. Chamunda was created by Shiva to help him kill the demon Andhakasura. This information is supported by Ratnakara in his book Haravijaya. Devi Chamunda is generally identified Shakti or the some power of Jama. Again, some text speaks her unique existence. She is identified as not the power of any god. She is only Matika, who herself a divine power. But there are some similarity between Chamunda and Niriti. Niriti is the deity of dark, death and destruction. On the other hand, Chamunda represents famine, doubt, death and destruction. Secondly, the owl is the common vehicle of both goddesses, Chamunda and Niriti. According to the Garuda Purana, both goddesses are power of Jama. The taste of old age is evidence on the face of both goddesses, but we have keep in mind that the worship of Niriti was not popular in Vedic society. In that case, the worship of goddess of death and other horrific deities was prevalent in tribal society. During 4th, 5th and 4th century CE, the tribal form of Devi goddesses Niriti was incorporated into Vedic mandalas with the help of Kapalika. According to the Purana, Chamunda is the bloodthirsty aspect of Mahadevi. Iconographically, Chamunda is Nimangsha, this body. Here is you can see that he is Nimangsha, and her sunken eye, gaping mouth, pendulous base characterize she is wild, and she holds the Khattango, Oshi, Ghanta in her hand, and sometimes the Obhaya and Barada Mudha, here is the Barada Mudha, can be sported in her hand. According to the Agni Purana, there is according to the Agni Purana, Chamunda has 8 forms. There are some controversy among the scholar about the what Ambastak mentioned in this Purana. N.K. Bhattasali identified they are the Rudra Chorchika, Rudra Chamunda, Mahalakshmi, Siddha Chamunda, Siddha Jogeshwari, Rupavidya, Khama, Dantura, Kubjika. Various type of Chamunda image have been found in the several places of Odisha, West Bengal and present-day Bangladesh. Regional influence can also be noticed in this image. Shabavahana Chamunda image are very common in Odisha, but in West Bengal, Chorchika image are predominant. Following the sculptural feature, the Chamunda image can be divided into 2 parts on the basis of vehicle on this fort. Here is the classification of the Chamunda. First is the Ulukobahana Chamunda or owl vehicle Chamunda image, and second is the Shababahana Chamunda or corpse vehicle Chamunda image. An owl or Uluko is the Bahana of Chamunda in an early image from eastern India. Owl in Indian culture is a symbol of terror and death. In Egyptian myth, the owl expresses idea of cold night and death. The earliest surviving image of Chamunda from eastern India under Jagmahana of the Parashurameswar Temple and the Shiva Temple at Bangkok, and now it is preserved on Odisha State Museum at Bhubaneswar. And both images, corpses are missing. Here is a depiction of the owl. In these images, he is seated in a Parjanko on a Vishwapadda. Here is a Vishwapadda. Here is the Kumundolo here. She holds the Kapalo, and other hands are broken. And in this second image, the Chamunda seated in Vajraparjanko. Here is the owl and the depiction of the Tripadas, and he holds some Tishula, Kapala, the lily bud, and the Daud in this image. And this is both images lean and faceless actually, and later the image of Chamunda shows the goddess sitting or dancing on the corpse. According to the iconographical canon, the corpse is identified as a Mahakal or Purusha, and this goddess sitting or dancing on the Purusha must be considered as a Prakriti. However, the position of the Purusha under the feet of the Prakriti indicate the superiority of the Prakriti. According to the Agni Purana, Chamunda stand on a body of dead man. Shababahana Chamunda image can be seen on the wall of the Mukteshwar Temple. Here the goddess is seated on Maharaj Lilasana posture on a corpse. She holds a khattango in her hand. The goddess rests her chain on a little finger of her hand. Here is a little finger of him. A elephant hile can be seen behind this Devi image. Here is a Shabo. Actually, here is the Shabo. And two more invasive Chorchika image found in the wall of the Singhanath temple. In this first image, the goddess hold the Kotti. Here is a Kotti Damuru Khattango, and he chews on a little finger of her left hand. So here is a body of the dead man. She is seated on the Maharaj Lilasana posture on a dead man. And in this second image, the goddess is found breastfeeding a child with a great interest. Perhaps the child is considered as a Skondo who had relation with Matrikas since birth. It also depicts that Skondo had been reared by Matrikas since birth. In this rare aspect, goddess seemed to have given up all aggression and descend as a mother. Another most noticeable precedent was found from the Bombani Temple at Baleshwar. Here, three-headed Chamunda image seated in Lalitasana posture on a corpse. She holds the Khattango, Koti, and Ghanta in her hand. This image belongs to 9th century AD, and a large number of Chamunda images have been discovered from the different part of the West Bengal and present-day Bangladesh. Most of these images were built according to the scriptural instruction. All three stone images in Bangladesh National Museum, Borendo Research Society Museum, and Bongiyo Sahitya Parishad Museum represent two emaciated goddess with her lean and pendulous waist. They sitting on a Vishwapadda in a peculiar posture. Here is the peculiar posture. It is called the Sadbhoma posture, and architecture and motif can be seen behind this Devi image, and she is seated on a Vishwapadda. And this image called the Dantura. Dantura is another aspect of the Chamunda in eastern India. Particularly they are very similar to Devi Dhumavati, but there is a different also. The Blackstone Chorchika image found in the Katwa in Bardhaman district of West Bengal is an initiated, 8-arm initiated goddess standing in Tribhanga posture. Here is the Tribhanga posture. Dakini and Yogini can be seen both sides of goddesses. The goddesses chews on a little finger of her left hand. The image of Chorchika in the National Museum of New Delhi is found sitting under the banyan tree. She holds, here is the banyan tree. She holds the Kapala, she holds Kapala, Ghandamando, and elephant height can be seen behind the Devi image. Here is the sword, and actually this is this type of Chamunda image seated on the Vishwapadda in a particularly Lalitasana posture. Here is the body of the dead man, and according to the Agni Purana, the 10-armed Chamunda is called the Siddha Chamundika. Siddha Chamundika actually, and most of this 12-arm Chorchika image standing or dancing in the shoulder of the Mahapeto. Here is the Mahapeto, here is the Dakini and Yogini. She wears the garland of the skull. She holds the various weapons actually, and it is the Khattanga, Mundo, Ghanta, and see the many dancing figures surrounding in this Devi image. The goddesses wear the garland of the skull with the Jata Mukuta. Here is a Jata Mukuta. Okay. Another Dantura image from Assam Museum actually. It is Dantura preserved in Assam Museum. There is a Dantura image, another. To be concrete, it would not be exaggerated to say that the image of Chamunda, particularly found in Eastern India, have been found as if in the manner they have our old model, which are the strikingly constructing to the other found of other part of India. Chamunda presence is often seen not only the temple of the Shakta community, but also temple of the other deities, especially in the temple of the Shaiva community. During the early medieval period, the importance of Chamunda in the role of the as a goddesses was increased a lot, but on the critical analysis of those images found in Eastern India, they are separated rather than canonized replicas. Among the Chamunda image found in Eastern India, Chorchika and Dantura have got some remarkable position, but this is an undeniable fact that the Eastern India, particularly in the West Bengal and present day Bangladesh, are found worshipping of Chorchika in a completely different form. This is my bibliography, and thank you for this.
Thank you very much, Mr. Arnab Chatterjee. You are also well within time. Thank you very much for that. And I will call upon the last presenter, Dr. T. Sumita. Sumita is an assistant professor in the Department of History at Sita Lakshmi Ramaswamy College, Tiruchirappalli, Tamil Nadu. Now, Dr. T. Sumita, the platform is yours.
Down arrow. The first switch.
Respected chairperson of the session, respected dignitaries, good morning to all. I am Dr. Sumita, and my topic is comparative analysis of the iconography of rock-cut reclining Vishnu panels in the rock-cut cave temples of Pudukkottai district. It's not moving. Down arrow, not moving. Okay, coming to the rock cut. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, coming to the rock cut type of architecture, this is the early phase of architecture in the stone medium, and it even can be called as a transition form of architecture in Tamil Nadu, and even a breakthrough type of architecture that we can call, because there is a transformation that was happening from the perishable material to the imperishable material for the abode of God. And this type of architecture started to emerge in the 6th century CE and continued for a period of for nearly 3 centuries, and the dynasties who have contributed to this type of architecture are the Pallavas, the Pandyas, the Muttarayas and the Aryas. Nearly about hundreds of rock cut caves had been excavated in Tamil region, and among the dynasties, the Pallavas and the Pandyas were the major dynasties who had their sway in the northern part of Tamil Nadu, the Pallavas, and the southern part of Tamil Nadu, the Pandyas, who had excavated nearly some 42, for the Pallavas we can state 42 number of rock cut caves, and for the Pandyas we can state some 41 number of rock cut caves. And coming to the Muttarayas, who remained as the buffer region between these two major dynasties, that is the territory to the south of River Kaveri and to the north of River Vellaru, where they came to be known as the minor dynasties. They also equally contributed for this type of architecture. That is, nearly 23 number of rock cut caves had been found in the Pudukkottai region. The Muttarayas were said to have their sway in the part of Tanjavur region and the part of Pudukkottai region, and we find nearly 23 number of rock cut caves, and in that 3 of the rock cut caves are dedicated to Vaishnavism, and 2 of the rock cut caves are dedicated to the reclining Vishnu or the Sayanamurti Perumal. The theme that had been seen in the 2 of the rock cut caves, that is Olipadi Vishnu Graham at Malayadipatti and the Palikonda Alvar at Thirumayam, or the that is the annihilation of Madhu and Kaitapa. Why we are giving much importance to the rock cut cave is this is the or the iconography of the rock cut caves is this is the transformation architecture, where we find the remaining of that is the icons that we can find. And nearly 7 of the rock cut caves we find the reclining Vishnu panel. And coming to the literary tradition of the concept of reclining Vishnu panel, the Bhagavata Purana, Vayu Purana, Markandeya Purana, or the Puranas that speaks about the annihilation of the Asuras, Madhu and Kaitava, these literary traditions give different versions of the same thing. But in all these, the wrath of Madhu and Kaitava by Lord Vishnu by the grace of Goddess Mahamaya is the core concept. In that, Devi Bhagavatam states that the 2 Asuras are said to be originated from the earwax of the god Vishnu. While he was in Yoga Nidra on the serpent couch in the primeval ocean, Lord Brahma was contemplating the creation of the cosmos seated on the lotus sprouted from Lord Vishnu's navel. The Asuras become arrogant as they got boon from Devi on choosing their death by themselves, not to die otherwise. They come across Lord Brahma and trouble him. Lord Brahma took refuge under Lord Vishnu. This made him to emerge from his Yoga Nidra, and the combat between the Asuras and the god were on the nearly for 5,000 years. Finally, Lord Vishnu was able to destroy the Asuras with the conspiracy of the grace of Devi. This is the concept of the theme of the annihilation of the Madhu and Kaitapa. This theme we find in the 2 of the rock cut cave temples, in that is in Malayadipatti and Thirumayam, in which Lord Vishnu remained in the recommend form. And this picture shows the distribution of the rock cut cave in the Pudukkottai district, nearly in 13 places that we can say. And Thirumayam is the place here. This is Thirumayam, and this is the place where Malayadipatti is located. And this is the 2 panel. Okay, here Lord Vishnu remained in the recommend form on Adishesha, surrounded by deities, rishis, devas, divine musicians as spectators. His vehicle that is Garuda, weapons, celestial beings as partakers, and Madhu and Kaita as the combatants. In Tamil Nadu, the recumbent Vishnu form in rocket architecture is found in 7 of the places. Besides the above said 2 of the Pudukkottai district, Atiyendra Vishnu Graham at Namakkal, Ranganatha Temple at Singavaram in Viluppuram district, Mahishasura Mardini cave at Mamallapuram, Ranganatha Temple of Tiruthangal at Sivagasi, Ranganatha cave at Tiruchendur are the other rocket caves. Among the 7 except Mamallapuram, the rest of the rocket caves possess this form as a presiding deity. And except Tiruthangal and Tiruchendur, the rest depicted with Madhu and Kaitab. Tiruthangal also lost its originality due to the stucco and painting work, and Pudukkottai is the only district of Tamil Nadu to possess recumbent Vishnu, Madhu, Kaitava annihilation in 2 of the rocket caves. And my article details about the measure, alignment of the rocket cave, and the that is the positioning of the sculpture. And coming to the that is alignment of the sculptures and the that is in both of the rocket cave we find in the sanctum the reclining Vishnu as the presiding deity, and in both the panels we can divide it into reclining Vishnu form the center of the theme, and in the lower stratum we see to the west of the head side of the Lord Vishnu the sculptures, and to the right foot side of Lord Vishnu the sculptures, and in the upper stratum in the wall the celestials and the other sculptures. Okay, coming to the that is in the mid region of the panel, you can see that is Lord Vishnu reclining in the center of the panel, which is scooped both from the floor and adjoining the back wall in both the panel that we can see. This is the Malayadipati panel and this is the Tirmayam panel. And Adishesha and the reclining Vishnu, in both the panel, Lord Vishnu and reclining on Adishesha is sculpted in the floor adjoining the back wall of the midsection. And at Thirumayam, we see the undulating surface shown for the in the base, which denotes the primeval ocean, but that is not found. This is the undulating surface that you can see. This is not found in the that is Malayadipati panel. And in both the panel, Adishesha coils its body as an elliptical couch, and we also see difference in both in Tirmayam and Malayadipati, the coiling of the body of Adishesha. In Tirmayam, we see the zigzag horizontal, and in Malayadipati, we see the vertical 12 thrice, and at that is Tirmayam, you can see that is the Adishesha in a very ferocious posture, and exposing the sharp teeth, wide open mouth and eyes. The Vaishnava sacred literary tradition described him as a white complexion, 1,000-headed, finely dotted and superior breed, king of snakes and capable of spitting fire. Fire flames are shown in Tirmayam panel. You can see the fire flames here. The fire flames. This is the only rocket cave of Tamil Nadu where we can see the fire flames. So, in both the panel, we can the article details about the ornamentation of the Lord and the attire and ornaments. And coming to the posture that is reclining of the Lord, as Lord Vishnu is lying on the Adishesha, facing up, his legs stretched straight, left foot pointing upward, right foot resting sideways, and Adishesha in both the places denotes the Yoga Sayana. And the hand posture raised up at the elbow and position in Kataka. The right hand is stretched upward and the heads are that is along his head and bends at the wrist with palm in the Kataka Mudra. Vishnu in Kirita Magata, silk attire, Makara Kundala, Sevipu, Kankanas, Keyura, Bhujangavalaya, Udarabanda, Charapalli, Tal Seri, Meghalaya rings are the ornaments adorned by him. In both the rock cut cave, we can see the heavy ornaments to the deity, but the stucco embellishment we can see in Malayadipati the stucco embellishment. And coming to the that is along with the ornamentation, we can also see streamers, the representation of the goddess in Thirumayam panel. In both the panel, in the footage adjoining Adishesha on the floor of the sanctum, Markandeya and Bhudevi are seen. This you can see here. Here Markandeya is seen. In both the panel you can see this, and that is goddess Bhudevi is seated here. As like in this panel also you can see goddess Bhudevi here. And the article details about the that is the ornaments attire of Bhudevi and Markandeya. Coming to the additional sculptures that found in Thirumayam, though that is what we find in Malayadipati, we can also see more sculptures in Thirumayam. Two of the characters are seen which are not found in Malayadipati. Behind Markandeya and the Adishesha, little above in the cavern, a rishi and two disciples are seen. The male is seated in up to his waist and eulogizing the god in Kataka, and lotus bud is shown. However, in the local tradition, he is known as Yama. In a cavern, two seated sculptures are seen in the front, that is, or in cross-leg, and the front one, elderly sage and a part belly, locks arranged in Jata Magda, beaded mala kankanas. His hands are in Kataka, his expression with a slight grin, excited of beholding the Lord. The two young males might be the disciples of the elderly sage. This you can see here. The two young males might be the disciples of the elderly sage. The sage probably might be the Sukha, the son of Vyasa, the narrator of the Bhagavata Purana, and also said to have lived in the caves of the Sukhachari hill. Coming to the, that is Madhu and Kaitab. In both the panels, the Asuras, Madhu and Kaitab are depicted on the foot side of the reclining Vishnu as a giant daunting figure. Comparing the two panels, Thirumayam, the Asuras are executed in large space on the back wall, elaborately depicted on their action and temper. In addition, they are shown standing on an undulating surface representing the ocean. At Malayadipati, depicted in a small space on the eastern wall, even then their action and attitude expressed in a best way. The article also details about the attire and ornaments of these asuras, and along with that, let us point with the action that had been shown by them. Coming to the attitude of the asuras in both the panel, Thirumayam panel depicts their defeat and retreat, whereas at Malayadipati depicts a scuffle in action. At Thirumayam, both the augurs are in swift pace, one after another, to escape from the assault of the combatants of Lord Vishnu. The augur near the feet of Vishnu is moving opposite the god, spreading his left hand on his back, his head and body tilted backwards, and the sword in the right hand upturned. His gestures reflect as if unable to bear the heat of the fire flames that hit him. But at Malayadipati, inner one is withstanding the fight, comparing the other, turned towards Vishnu with the mace in the left hand and lifted up on the right hand, showing the pataka. In Thirumayam, the second Asura is leading the fight, is in all in his panic, with his head turned towards the deity, left hand in Vismaya and the right hand is showing Pataka in anxiety. His looped braids are swinging in air to his face. At Malayadipati, though, the outer one is depicted in a walk-away gesture, but facing towards Vishnu with his right hand carrying the stone and the left hand showing the Vismaya. The expressions and gestures of both the augurs shows tough fight is on. Besides their innate intimidation, the stucco embellishment painting augments it more. At Mamalabram, the Asuras look too close, as in the gesture of conspiring, and the Namakal and Singavaram panel depicts the scuffle as on. Coming to the other sculptures, these are all the additional sculptures that we see on the walls of the panel. This is the panel in Malayadipatti. You can see the devas and the luminaries in flying posture. Here the two of the musicians, we can take him as the Tumburu and Narada. In the back wall, you can see the back wall where Brahma forms the mid region, and to the right of Brahma we can see these sculptures, and next to Brahma you can see a goat-faced sculpture that can be taken as a daksha. And coming to the left of Brahma, we see consecutively 5 of the figures in flying posture as combatants. That is, we can take these sculptures as a personified weapons of Lord Shiva, Lord Vishnu, that is Padma, Shankha, Chakra, and Khadga, everything. And the same thing that you can see in Tirmayam panel. Here, we not only the that is along with the luminaries, we can also see some other sculptures in Tirmayam, where we see the same Tumburu and Narada here, and the 2 more minutes. Okay, let me conclude. Okay, coming to the conclusion, comparing the 2 panels of Pudukkottai district, both are similar in certain extent in selection of members for the theme and the placement of the members in the panel, utilization of the space, meticulous execution, etc. In all these aspects, Tirmayam is a detailed version and Malayadipatti is a minor version of the same theme in same plaque. The Tirmayam carry all the iconography of Malayadipatti, besides also incorporate certain other associate elements to make it rich, massive and composite depiction. Among the 7 reclining Vishnu panels of Tamil Nadu, Pallikondaruli Alvar, Atiyendra Vishnu Graham are massive excavations in size. The highlighting aspect of the later is Vishnu is depicted as a colossal and dominant figure occupying the central entire length of the sanctum. At the same time, associate icons on the walls and the frontage are docile, comparing with the Pallikondaruli Alvar, whereas the latter is noted for its active and vibrant associate icons. As like Singavaram also possesses gigantic Vishnu, but with limited associate icons. Besides, the cave is also stunted and cramped. Both Singavaram and Atiyendra Vishnu Graham emphasize the principal deity than the associate icons, but Pallikondaruli Alvar of Tirmayam, equal participation of associate icons enhances the dynamism and the liveliness of the panel. Mamalabram is a masterpiece of the Pallavas. In comparison with the others, is a small excavation and only with principal members. Tiruchendur and Tiruthangal reclining Vishnu panels lack Madhu and Kaitava, both the goddess and Rishi are shown. Hence, a different version of reclining Vishnu are seen. In all these, the panel of Tirmayam is a visual trait. Utilization of space, planning, implementation and execution of the panel highlights the dexterity of the workmanship. The placement of the ensembles is striking. Sequence and string reveals the mastery of the architects. Every character in the panel is carefully handled to exhibit the mood, expression and specific features. Their expression and composition reveals their role in the theme. Even for the sculpture for which only face is depicted is not alienated from the group which they represent and express the same temper of their ensemble. Undoubtedly, Pallikondaruli Alvar of Tirmayam is an excellent portrayal and a masterpiece in sculptural art. Though same literary tradition forms the source of these 7 panels, each varies in the allocation of space, selection of members and quality in execution. The same literary tradition varies at various minds and hands, echoing the basic attribute of art. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sumita. Now all the 5 presentations in this session are over. All completed the presentations within time. Now we will have the discussion. Before that, 3 of the presentations were for the competition. So if something has to be added to sir for that, 3 presentations were for that Puja Bhatia award. So anything to be? Okay. Okay, then we will have the discussion. 2 questions. Okay, okay, yeah, sure, sir. Come.
I will give. Stated chief, your observations.
Again, all the presentations were from the youngsters, young scholars. As regards Fulkari, it was just wonderful. I was surprised that Fulkari related mainly for the occasion of the marriage. Why not it was having the figures of sun and moon to suggest the timelessness that the marriage remains till the sun and moon are there, or even the swastik. But it was very good. Second was regarding the Gaj. He has taken elephant to be symbolic, suggestive representation of Ganesh. I think since again it is related to marriage, it could be suggestive of the presence of Lakshmi. Ghat he has associated with Lakshmi. An elephant also is very intimately associated with Lakshmi. We know Abhishek Lakshmi form. And marriage is an occasion when we say that Lakhi is coming, Lakshmi ka ana. So maybe this point may also be considered. And to my surprise, because we must also investigate something which looks as an odd, the presence. It was in tradition, but why? What was the feasibility? What was the reason? In the collective rendering of Matrikas 7, we find the figure of emaciated, frightful appearance, Chamunda. And mother could never be frightful or fearful in appearance. Why at all in the group of the Matrikas, Ulukvani or Pretavani, Shavani, Chamunda was included? It's a question which remains enigmatic for me as well as for all of the senior scholars and also the junior scholar who has attempted. And so far as Sheshai Vishnu is concerned, yes, it was wonderful, but it would have been better if some attempt at few figures for the sake of comparison must have shown from other regions. Because it started right from the time of the Gupta period. We know the Dashavatar temple on its first appearance. And more surprising to me, the answer could be given by the author or authoress, was in one figure she said that the Daksha is present. So the presence of Daksha in Sheshashai Vishnu Murti is also surprising and should be explained. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. As there is one special lecture just after this, I will directly go to the brief of the presentations. All the 5 presentations were of varied subjects like, if I stand there, I won't be visible, I think. Okay, yes.
I don't remember, you did the elephant, Hathi Dhala. I just wanted to tell you that like that, in the south there is a tradition where they have beautifully painted pots, one on top of the other, kept at the corner, just near the oven and all. And on top they put mango leaves, and on top of it there is a diya. So it's similar to yours, but there's no Hathi. That is the only difference.
Maybe, ma'am, because I only represent the Mithila region, so I have no knowledge about South. So next time I will try. Okay.
I think we will take one question. Dr. Durga Basu wants to ask one question to somebody.
This is a suggestion to Arnab, who has spoken about Chamunda, because in Eastern India, specific characteristics of Chamunda is there are some images we find that she is holding the elephant skins over the head. This is a very important, because in Agni Purana it says that she eats elephant and other animals. So everywhere, in most cases, not everywhere, but in most cases, we find that it is, you have shown just only an elephant face, but it is not that. It is, she is holding the skin sometimes. Huh? So this is the basic characteristics also.
Okay, thank you for that brief discussions. And now I will move on to giving the brief of the presentations. As I mentioned earlier, all the 5 presentations were of varied topic, like technology was there, technique, art, aesthetics, symbolism, everything was there in these 5 presentations. Anustop Chatterjee, he elaborated the technique that can be used for making that images, or that in painting technique. So he has given the that how is that technique and how it can be used for completing the images. I think it is mainly for the photographic images, no, that may not be for the sculptures, no. In future, that we can find out some technique for that also. Now coming to the second presenter, Jasminter Kaur. She has very elaborately gave the inner meanings of the symbols and the colors used in Fulkari paintings, the shawl which was used in the marriage ceremonies. The third presenter, Amarjit Kumar, he has presented that Hathi Dhala, that it's a kind of installation. And he has also given very beautifully that what symbolically it means. That it represented the responsibilities and the expectations from the husband, like he has to be strong, he has to be economically well off to look after the wife, he has to be lovable. So all these symbolic meanings were there in that single Hathi Dhala. So that was the presentation of Amarjit Kumar. And then the next was Arnab Chatterjee. He has given the details of different kinds of Chamunda, especially he elaborated Dantura with protruding canines and all, then Charchika, that with finger near that cheek. So it was elaborate kind of description of the Chamunda images. Then coming to the next one presenter, Sumita, she has elaborately given the sculptural depiction in the Anantashayi Vishnu, the taking 2 rocket caves and comparing the images represented there. All the presentations were very good, and we could complete within time. And thank you very much to the presenters and all the delegates. Thank you very much.
I request the chairperson, Dr. Preetha Nair, to honor the paper presenters. To begin, Anustop Chatterjee here, please, followed by Dr. Jasminter Kaur, Mr. Amarjit Kumar, and Mr. Arnoth Chatterjee, and Dr. T. Sumita. Yeah, please. And our director, madam, will honor the chairperson, Dr. Preeta Nair. Want to have a group photo? Please, please. Before we retire for tea, one group photo, there. Please, please, please. They need a group photo, madam, please. Before we retire for the tea, yesterday we were talking about the Tanumalayan temple, and I am asked by many of the delegates, it is exactly a 3 minutes video, just we can have a glance over it. Thank you. It is a beauty to watch. That is the reason. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. Now we retire, straightly retire for tea and thank you. Dear friends, dear friends, we have a special lecture. The other day, we owed our tribute to Professor K.D. Bajpai, and today we have another very person of all the epitome of glory in this field, Professor R.D. Chaudhary Saab, and on his memorial there is a special lecture. I request Professor M.N.P. Tiwari to be the chairperson for this special lecture, and the lecture will be given by none other than Professor Chudamani Nandagopal Madam. This lecture is on. Now I invite Professor M.N.P. Tiwari on the podium, please. And Chudamani Nandagopal Madam to be on the podium. Yes, ma'am. Yeah. So before our chairperson speaks and introduces, I request Dr. Pramod Badas Madam to pay our tributes to Professor Bajpai Sahab. Chaudhary Sahab.
Good morning, everyone. The chairperson and so this is the first memorial lecture in honor of Dr. R.D. Chaudhary. who unfortunately left us last year. So Dr. R.D. Chaudhary, generally known, that is his name was Robin Dev Chaudhary, was born on 23rd September 1941 at Patasakusi in the district of Borpeta in the state of Assam. He passed his family originally hailed from Kashmir, and his parents were Raghunandan Chaudhary and Anadan Devi. He passed his matriculation exam from Patasakusi Vidyapit and IA, that is Intermediate Arts, from Nalbari College. After his graduation from Cotton College, Dr. Chaudhary went on to Sagar University to complete his master's course in the Department of Anthropology. But later on, he shifted to the Department of Ancient Indian History, Culture and Archaeology, which was then headed by the well-known Indologist, Dr. Professor K.D. Vajpayee. As a postgraduate student, he got an opportunity to participate in the Tripuri excavations of Deccan College, Pune, as a co-excavator under archaeologist Dr. H.D. Sankhalia. After his master's in 1966, Dr. Chaudhary enrolled for his PhD degree in Deccan College, Pune under the supervision of Sankhalia. And his topic was Archaeology of Brahmaputra Valley of Assam, which was later published as a book. It was during his fieldwork he met his future wife, that is Kumari Mandira Borwa of Tezpur. And he has a son and daughter. After obtaining his PhD degree, Dr. Chaudhary joined as assistant curator in the Assam State Museum in 1970, and slowly he ultimately retired as the director of the museum. Dr. Chaudhary also joined as the Director General, National Museum, New Delhi, and the Vice Chancellor of the National Museum Institute of History of Art, Conservation and Museology in Delhi in 1998, from where he retired on 30th April 2004. While holding the post of the DG National Museum, and also while he was in Guwahati, he organized various national and international seminars and conferences, which include one session of the Indian Art History Congress also in 2017. Then also in Delhi, he also visited several foreign countries for lectures and promotion of Indian art and culture. After retiring from the National Museum, New Delhi, he joined as a professor in the Department of Culture, Tezpur University, Assam, as a visiting professor. And he was also a guide of that university and of Guwahati University. And Dr. Chaudhary was the man who was instrumental in establishing the Indian Art History Congress with the blessings of his teacher, Professor K.D. Vajpayee. And this organization was founded on 21st April 1992 during the celebration of the foundation day of the Assam State Museum at Guwahati. He was the founder, general secretary of the Indian Art History Congress, and later on he became its chairman. Due to age and ailing health, he resigned from the post of chairman later, but continued as its advisor. He was also the editor of the volume of Kala. He was an active member of the Museum Association of India and the Indian Archaeological Society, and president of Museum Association of India for 3 terms. He has written several books and articles in various journals of repute. Some of his important books are the Archaeology of the Brahmaputra Valley of Assam, the Sculptures of Assam, Art Heritage of Assam, etc. He was also awarded the prestigious Tagore National Fellowship. For his contribution to the Indian Art History Congress in the Guwahati session of that is in 2017, it was decided to felicitate him with a felicitation volume, but unfortunately, it could not be, and it was fated otherwise. And it actually became like we were going to gift him the felicitation volume, but before that could be done, he passed away last year. So his death, that is on 25th October last year, his death is a tremendous loss for the field of Indology, particularly Indian art. We all remember him for his soft, humble, and friendly behavior, which will remain forever in our hearts. So I pay tribute to Dr. Chaudhary on behalf of Indian Art History Congress. And now over to the President for holding the first memorial lecture. Thank you.
या थोड़ा लाइट यहाँ दे दे। प्रोफेसर चूड़ामणि नंदगोपाल जी, डॉक्टर चक्रवर्ती जी, सोमशेखर जी, डॉक्टर नंदिता जी, सुदीपा जी, and all other friends. We have talked about Dr. R.D. Chaudhary, who was like a child throughout his life. We just look at the photograph. He remained always as a smiling. And with this typical smile, he used to greet all of us, meet all of us. And everybody felt that Chaudhary ji is interacting with me. So there's a miraculous personality he was having. And he has, now as I say, he had nurtured Indian Art History Congress like a baby, like a child. Exactly no other expression would be appropriate. So much concern. And till he was there, we were very little bothered about what will happen next year, what will be the venue, how the money will come, and how the kala and the proceedings will come. So he has taken all the responsibilities, and he used to talk to me. And once when we decided that we should bring out a felicitation volume in his honor, we have tried and done it quickly, and more quickly when we learned that his health is not good. But unfortunately, it was just a gap of a week. The volume was ready, we were to go to present, and in the meantime, God wished otherwise. And Dr. Chaudhary ji was not there physically, but we know Atma never dies. So we went to his residence with Somshekhar ji, Shanti Swarup ji, and we presented the volume in the name of Dr. Chaudhary to his family members. So really he was just wonderful, and the only responsibility through which we can pay our deep and sincere tribute to Dr. Chaudhary is that we must keep on this Indian Art History Congress nurturing and strengthening as much as possible, forgetting every difference between or among ourselves. And that is my request. Friends, now we are going to have a very important lecture, and which is to be delivered by Professor Dr. Chudamani Nandagopal ji. Her scholarship is well known. She is an ardent scholar of Indology, art history, even performing. She has been performing dance, very good knowledge as well as performing capacity. She has been associated with a number of institutions, and even till I think 2020 or so, she was associated and retired as Dean School of Humanities and Sciences, Jain University, Bangalore. And still she is active. So the main theme is Charaiveti, Charaiveti, Charaiveti of Upanishad. So that is the motto of her life. Keep on moving, keep on moving, keep on moving. And the subject on which she is going to speak, she has become an authority on that. Because she worked, she prepared dossier, she was having upper hand, and the proposal was submitted to the UNESCO, and that was Rudreshwara or Ramappa Temple crest jewel in Kakatiya art and architecture. And finally it was accepted, and last year it was declared World Heritage Site. So we are really very lucky and fortunate to have the original source with us, to know, to see and to feel about that important temple. Professor Chudamani ji, please.
Om Gurubhyo Namaha. Respected President of Art History Congress, Shamalkan Chakravarti ji, General President Dr. Mani ji, and the illustrious host Dr. Nandita ji, and the chair of the lecture now, Maruti Nandan ji, and he introduced me so well. I think this is the best introduction I have ever received so far. Thank you, Maruti Nandan ji. Yes, we have been with Art History Congress for all 29 years with Dr. Chaudhary and continuously working with him. Whatever responsibilities he had given to us, we all worked with him. And now his baby is 29 years old. So now it's our responsibility that his brainchild should really have to have such a brain. So we look forward for all our seniors and the young scholars coming up have to be part of this and take the, not just coming and presenting and going away, taking the responsibility of taking this Indian Art History Congress. So this is our appeal, all of us, in the name of Dr. R.D. Chaudhary. Let me begin with my lecture. You are seeing in one side, Dr. Chaudhary, he would have been very happy to know about this particular recognition that we got to our country. 25th July was the landmark, 25th July 2021. 25th Ramappa Temple was inscribed as World Heritage Site, and 26th Dholavira was inscribed as World Heritage Site. So that is the greatness. Though we had all this corona thing and all that, but we had these two jewels to be recognized on 2021 July. And now this year, we are looking forward for many more heritage sites to be recognized. So in this slide, you are seeing I'm dedicating in fond memory of Dr. R.D. Chaudhary. With heavy heart, I'm presenting. And also, there is a message from our Prime Minister and also the culture minister, Krishna Reddy, as soon as they declared, they sent this message to all those who have worked for Ramappa Temple. So let me go with the process first, because many youngsters are there. You should know, what is the process of getting into a UNESCO, recognition. So I go to that, and then we will go to the actual Ramappa Temple presentation. So there are 3 criteria is required to be recognized as the UNESCO World Heritage Site. The criteria under which the property, they call it as property only. So how it is to be recognized? Criteria 1, represent human creative genius. What is the creative genius you find there in that particular monument? Secondly, interchange of human values within cultural area, whether it can be architecture, landscape, sculptures, or living traditions. You have to see, how these things are, expressed there with human values. And third is exceptional testimony of cultural tradition, which has started the day when it was constructed until today, how it is continued. So that continuity we have to recognize and present before them. So these are some of the things, and last is like justification of property. That is the technical thing which the government will work on that. These are the things which we, art historians, archaeologists, architects, and thinkers, we all have to work in this. This is the dossier on which we worked, which was submitted to UNESCO. See, before my intervention, twice it was submitted from the government of Telangana. It was earlier Andhra Pradesh and then became Telangana, and it was submitted, but it was rejected, mentioning your criteria are not specified properly, human values are not given proper presence. So that is why when they invited me for a lecture in Telangana, and also preside on a chairing a session where some UNESCO issues were discussed, and I'm a UNESCO scholar, most of you know that. So I made my presence as a UNESCO scholar, what are the things needed for understanding UNESCO and its expectations. So they felt that this is the person who can work for us. So immediately, when I get down from the dais, they took me for a cup of tea, government representatives and all that, director. They said, you should work for us. We have sent Ramappa Temple, but it has not been taken. So you have to work with us. Then I said, yes, definitely, I'll work with you. So started the working. So first I stayed 10 days there with my team and worked extensively. It was not enough. Second time, another 10 days. And third time, another 10 days. You can't stay there for 1 month and do it. There are phases. We have to do that. And the team, which I had a great support. So this is the cover page of our dossier. And the dossier, we all worked with the government authority and an architect team to work with us. And when the delegation, UNESCO delegation visited Ramappa Temple, by then we kept the book ready. Because we knew that just report will not help them to understand the site, the culture, the tradition, the continuity. Report cannot give all these things. So they wanted a very illustrative, good book and scholarly. So they requested me again, not only for writing dossier, but write the book also. So I simultaneously worked on the book and we presented that book to the delegation, and it was released by Janvi Sharma from, he was also in the delegation from Delhi, and we all presented that book to him. And from there, they are from ICOMAS. they come to the visit of the site. So once they come to the visit of the site, we must present everything possible. So this book has really helped them to understand Ramappa in a real sense. So then we took the delegation to Ramappa Temple and explained them everything. And one gentleman you are seeing in white shirt, he is Professor Panduranga Rao, who is IIT professor, and he has worked continuously on the material science of Ramappa Temple. So the technical expertise what Ramappa Temple gives, that is his contribution. So he has worked on the technical excellence of Ramappa, and that added a great dimension for this recognition. And this is the team, we were working continuously. People used to come, they visit, they used to ask us something, and we should not disturb the devotees. That is my principle. Because we are documenting, we should not ask them, you don't go here, don't go there, or don't come, we are doing this work. No, flow should go. Within that, we should be able to do our work. So this is how we were all. The person who is sitting in the center is Papa Rao. He is the retired IAS officer. IAS clout is very much required for such work. So he was the one who was, he was also in the UNESCO earlier. So he took us to all the levels, and it was very helpful. And this is where the documentation work, when we were doing, all such things were happening. We used to get tired. We used to have rapid sketches. I don't believe just in photography. Photography is one part, but that doesn't illustrate. An artist's eye is required. So the rapid sketches are required to do as much as possible on the spot. So my team were helping. And Ramappa Temple is known for dance sculptures. So I needed a good dancer who can present this. So I took my PhD student at that time, now she's a doctorate. So we all worked. Now let us go to Professor Dhaki. Rudreshwara, Ramappa, spectacular as much for its dimensions as for the excellence of its masonry and decorative carving, is one of the largest extant temple building edifice of the Kakatiya period. See, till Professor Dhaki mentioned it as Kakatiya art, Kakatiya period, it was not recognized as Kakatiya. They used to say that it is part of Kalyana Chalukyan. It doesn't have its own, independent style. But with Ramappa Temple and other temples, Professor Dhaki has given the nomenclature as Kakatiya art. Now, what is the source for the Kakatiya art? That comes from the Chalukyas. So Chalukyas, as we all know, re-established their power in 10th century in Kalyana, in the central part of Deccan. That is how they were able to influence the Yadavas, Sevunas, and also the Telangana and Andhra and southern Karnataka. That is the reason, because they were in the center. So they were responsible for the cognate architectural styles like Sevuna style in Maharashtra, Hoysala style in South Karnataka, Kakatiya style in Telangana. So from the viewpoint of art and architecture, this phase occupies a special place in the historiography of Indian architecture. This is a very important phase. So now just I want to give you some glimpses of Kalyan Chalukyan style of architecture. From there you understand how Kakatiya emerged. So this is from the Brahma Jinalaya of Lakundi. That is early 11th century, and that figure is the Padmavati. It's a beautiful, sculpture of Padmavati, And this was constructed by a lady, pious lady, a queen by name Dana Chintamani Attimabbe. So she has constructed this Brahmajinalaya. So now we come to the other Lakundi temples, and now you see the Vesara architectural form, how it becomes very clear from, and also the Dwara Shakhas, which are beautifully carved and which becomes a characteristic of the Vesara architecture in coming year. And these are the sculptures of Kalyan Chalukya. The central one is in National Museum. When you enter the gallery, the first sculpture is this one. So they called it as Mohini. Probably it comes from Kuruvatti. The other two are also from Kuruvatti. Now it is an insignificant place, but maybe in those days it was a capital of Kalyan Chalukyas. So this see the quality of the sculptures, you can understand. And this is the Ittagi Mahadeva temple belonging to Vikramaditya VI, his time. This is Doddabasappa temple, Dambal, again belongs to Vikramaditya's time. And this is the Saraswati image from the Saraswati temple. There are very few Saraswati temples we have in our country, and one of these is in Gadag. So this is from Gadag Saraswati temple. Look at the way, though it is in the mutilated situation, but it is so exuberant and so divine. And this is the Kopeshwara temple, which is near Solapur, the present Solapur. And this is the interior part of that. And this is the exterior of the Kopeshwara temple. It's a beautiful temple, still work has to be done. Okay. And now we come to Hoysala. All of you are aware that Hoysala, how exuberant, but they are the offshoot of Kalyan Chalukyas. They become independent, but everything they draw from Kalyan Chalukya. And this is the Trikuta and the Dipti, and look at the Shikara, which becomes very clear. And this is the Chanakeshwar Temple, Belur. You can see how beautifully the interiors of Chanakeshwar Temple, Hoysala. Now this is the Sevunas, the Yadavas or the Sevunas. We have this temple in Sinnar. So it gives you a kind of extension of Kalyan Chalukyan, but it is higher in dimension compared to Kalyan Chalukyan. So now, with all this background, you see that Deccan Peninsula experienced a vibrant activity of temple building between 6th to 13th century. 6th century we have Badami Chalukyas, and then Pallavas and all that, and we come to the medieval. And one of the great contributions of this phase is the creation of Kakatiya art. So Kakatiyas ruled Telangana for 300 years. Now we come to Kakatiyas proper. So they ruled for 300 years, and they were loyal, to their overlords. Who were their overlords? Kalyan Chalukyas. So they were the subordinate Samantadhipati of Kalyan Chalukyas. And Kakati, Beta, Prola, Rudradeva, they were all powerful Samantadhipatis of Kalyan Chalukyas. That is why Kalyan Chalukyas became so powerful in Deccan and built many temples and great monuments. One of them is Veisthambalu Gudi, that is 1000-pillared temple, that is in Anamakonda near Warangal. So then we have Rudreshwara, our fourth temple with the Warangal fort. Then Kakati Rudradeva became independent. When they became independent, Rudradeva's time, they become independent, and then followed with Ganapati Deva, Rudramadevi, lady ruler. And she was treated as Maharaja. She was called as Maharaju. She was given the title as Gajakesari. She was Rudramadevi, Kakatiya Rudramadevi. And then Prataparudra. Prataparudra is the last ruler. I want to, when I read his, narration, I had tears in my eyes. Prataparudra and whole family was captured by the Delhi Sultanates, and the whole family were taken. On the way, Prataparudra commits suicide on the Narmada bank. And 7 times they plundered the Kakatiya area. Just imagine, 7 times. Every third year, there is an invasion. This is the situation of Kakatiya rule. Now this is the Rudra temple of Kakatiyas when they became independent. From here they become independent. So this is you can see the inscription, very interesting way. They keep the inscription in that way, all 4 sides, and all details will be given on the inscription. And this is the famous Torana of Warangal fort. On all 4 sides, you have the 4 Toranas, and in the center, you see the plundered pieces of Kakatiya art. They are in this situation. I am showing you more. Look at the way, what massive. They are not small pillars or anything, massive in size. That is one of the ceiling. It's been cut this way. And the pillars splendid. See, if this temple stood, this is known as Swayambhu temple. If this was stood, I think this was the maximum size temple of medieval India. The highest, the largest, and the most beautiful. So now we come to our Rudreshwara or Ramappa Temple. So the great King Kakatiya, Rudra, in his time, he had a commander-in-chief. His name was Rudreshwara Rudra. See, the patron is also Rudra, and the commander-in-chief is also Rudra. And his name was Rudreshwara Rudra, coming from the Rudreshwara Reddy family. And they belong to this area where we have Ramappa Temple today. So they were very powerful. And in 3 generations, that is for the Rudradeva, Ganapati Deva, Rudramadevi, for all these 3, the protector was Rudreshwara Rudra. Because of him, Kakatiya, the power was able to stand. So now we come to the sacred space created by Rudreshwara Rudra. And the vassal, he was the vassal and the commander-in-chief of Kakatiyas 804 years ago. And what are the 4 components of the temple he visualized? He visualized how his temple should be. So these are the components: architecture, sculpture, rituals, dance. Architecture, sculpture, and dance converge here with ritual significance. See, one thing, what we all, most art historians or historians, we find that when you go to the monument, you study all the art and architecture and write about it. Why it was built? Is it only to make it art for art's sake? That concept we did not have. That is the Western thinking, art for art's sake. Art for spiritual sake. Art for God's sake. Art for Devayatanam. Why are you creating all this? Why with so much of dedication they have to create? So this mistake we have done. Not recognizing why that particular mandapa was built. What was the function of that mandapa? To me, always I say that there are two components in every successful thing. Take your computer or laptop. You need hardware and software. If you have one, you can't handle the other. If you have both, you can do a wonderful work with knowledge. So hardware is the architecture, software is the ritual. So when you put together, you create the Devayatana, Devalaya, Devasthanam. This is the concept. Please don't think that only the monument is important. Without having any sense they have built. Each one, spent so much of their everything they have sacrificed. And all these things happen when the Vedic rituals have been transformed into organic rituals, and organic rituals expanded into this temple vicinity. This is how the temple, whole concept of temple architecture is built. If we don't understand this, we are doing a very big mistake in understanding our culture, our art, and the significance of the temple building. So now let us see how these are. Now I think we'll go with the visuals and you will know how these are connected. So what are the unique features of Ramappa Temple or Rudreshwara Temple? It evolved from Kalyan Chalukyan style that you have seen and emerged as Kakatiya style of architecture under Rudradeva. The surviving Kakatiya architecture in complete form, that is another feature. Otherwise, they are all, scattered here and there. They are all in dilapidated situation. And 4 is contemporaneous to Kalyan Chalukya, Hoysala, Sevuna styles. They all evolved together at the same time. And architecture in medieval times, 1990 to 1334, is one particular phase of temple architecture. Now, this is the ground plan of Ramappa Temple or Rudreshwara. So, the architecture features, it has 3 entrances you can see on the plan. And in those 3, you have east, south, and north. To the west, you have the Garbhagriha. And molded Jagati, the platform is 6 feet of height. And Kakshasana is of great height. And having 3 layers of people can sit on the Kakshasana. It is so large. In most of the Kakshasanas are smaller. 1 person can sit, maximum 2. But here, you can sit large number. And sanctum to the west, spacious Antarala. Hope you know what is Antarala. I'll just show you. This is Antarala. Between Garbhagriha and the main hall, you have a vestibule which is known as Antarala. This is most of the time we don't have spacious one. But here we have the spacious Antarala. Then presiding majestic Shivalinga and spacious Nandi Mandapa that you will see. So this is the exteriors. When you enter, you see Ramappa Temple, the exterior. Different parts of Ramappa Temple, different segments it has. Now let us see one by one. There are 5 types of materials used. That is why the engineer is required to see the material science. The architect is required to see the technicalities. So what are these 5 types of materials used? This is always a wonder. Even UNESCO people were wonderstruck how 5 types of material can harmoniously used. Okay, so that is indigenous sandbox technology for the foundation. See, most of the times we have the foundation is opened and rubbles are filled, and then the stone has been laid, and then the Jagati will start. But here, you don't have that concept. They put the sand, and the sand box is so tightly fit, and then it is fabricated all around, and it becomes like a box. And why they must have done? Because it is earthquake resistant. See, twice earthquake happened there, but temple is still standing. The reason is, this is the reason. That is one, brain, intelligence of those architects. The second one, the superstructure is carefully restored, reinventing lightweight, porous, floating bricks. I'll show you the shikara, and the shikara is built with floating bricks. You must be surprised how the floating bricks will be. And we have shown to UNESCO delegation putting the real brick and this piece of brick, and it floated. They were surprised. So this is another material interestingly done. The third, thoughtful use of original dolerite columns. Dolerite is very hard to chisel, but they have done wonderful things in dolerite. So wherever they wanted carvings and it should be aesthetically to be presented, they used dolerite. And the fourth one is granite. They have used granite for pillars and basement slabs. And 5, sandstone. Even they have used sandstone on other parts of the ceilings. Central ceiling is dolerite. The other parts of ceiling is so these are the 5 types of material harmoniously used in Ramappa Temple. Shasana Mantapa is another interesting feature here. Separate Mantapa is built. In all our places, either the Shasana or the inscription is put on the walls, or there will be a slab kept and on the slab it is written. But here they erect a separate Mantapa so that it will not be spoiled or weathering. So beautifully it has been, and there are 45 verses in that elaborate founding inscription. This is a foundation, and the inscription was given in 1230 ACE. So on the top of the temple shines distinctly a golden cupola. In those days it was like a golden kalash, and it has illuminated whole area. That is mentioned, and Ramappa lake also mentioned in this inscription. Now this is the Vimana. Vimana is 40 feet, brick, Tritala, Vesara Vimana. It's very clear Vesara Vimana. And you see that the lower part, you have the decorated slender pilasters, and the niches are so beautifully and artistically it is created. All around you see the Gaja Pade. They will be moving in different directions and all that. Now this is one part of Ramappa Temple. You can see the beautiful bracket figures, and you can see the star-shaped foundation which started from Kalyan Chalukyan, continued here. So sculptures of Ramappa is very expressive in quality. You find Shiva Purana, Bhagavata and all beautifully explained, narrative. And Devanganas. See, they are not Devanganas. I was also earlier thought that all these bracket figures are Devanganas. They are not. They are from local tribes. So they have taken ethnic features for their chiseling. This is another interesting feature. Usually we think that Padmini or this, that, they had no thought of that. So this is what, because I was searching for any model I can get around. So I used to sit and watch whoever comes to the tribes coming to the temple. When I saw one lady, jet black, and the sheen of her skin shimmering, height She stood, she was sitting. Then I requested her, can you please stand? She stood and I was looking at her like this. Then I said, this is the model for these sculptures. So they are still there, the ethnic models they have chosen. So now let us see these sculptures. These are the bracket figures, 12 bracket figures in human form, 26 bracket figures are Gaja Vyalas. They call it as Gaja Kesari. They don't call it as Gaja Vyala. That is the Pallava nomenclature. The Kakatiyas call it as Gaja Kesari. So then these are the Gaja Kesari. They are 26 in number. And this is the interior views of Ramappa Temple. That is what I said. It is huge size, Kakshasana. And there are 8 niches on the Kakshasana. Only 2 are there, others are disappeared. And this is the central part. So now the interior is divided into 3 parts. One is huge pillared hall, large spacious Sabha Mantapa, and the third is Ranga Mantapa, the central one, and it is Ranga Bhumika, the central dancing, space is known as Ranga Bhumika. So pale pink stone used for building most parts of the interior of the temple. Now this is the Rudreshwara. You can see how majestic the Rudreshwara, the entrance of the Antarala. This is the Antarala door. And that is the Rudreshwara. What is the ritual significance? This is where my intervention was very important. I documented. I stayed there during Navaratri, the Mahashivratri festival, and documented completely the festival, whether you require or you don't. But to get the holistic picture, you need to document every minute part of it. Intangible heritage. So documented that intangible heritage. So there we came to know that the age was dominated with Kalamukha and Pashupata. Yesterday we have seen that, Pashupata, how important it was in Deccan. So here you see that Pashupata, Kalamukha, Shaivism, and Kakatiyas followed Shaivism, built temples dedicated to Shiva. You don't find Vaishnava temples there. It's mainly Shaiva temples because all their tutelary deity is Shiva, and embellished with sculptural of Shaiva themes. Most of the time you find Shaiva themes, and the ritual process included Veera Shaivism. So this temple was built in 1213. So after the Veera Shaiva movement, they also took Veera Shaiva priest and Shaiva Siddhanta priest, both. Both will be performing every day. There is no rift between them. If Veera Shaiva priest comes in the morning and finishes his, after 12, the Shaiva Siddhanti, he will come, Shankaracharya, coming directly from the Shankaracharya Mat, from Sringeri, he comes and performs. But in other places, you will find the rift, controversies. Here there is nothing, and this practice is happening since 804 years. So that is one human value, holistic human value, which is surviving. This was interesting to UNESCO discussion. So this is another Makara Torana, the beautiful architrave. I don't think we find anywhere such a great architrave. Intact, and everything meticulously we have studied, every part of it, inch by inch we documented. See, documentation is a technique. It's not just going and clicking the photographs. There is a way to do, a scientific documentation, still our country is lagging far behind. Our agencies have to take that and train large number of people to do a good documentation. Only when there is good documentation, your research will be of greater value. Otherwise, every time you will be starting from the scratch. This is the problem in our country. Of course, we have so many things to do, but we should do somewhere. That is not the excuse. We have to do. Okay. Then looking at this, I think you can, when you visit, you will understand the worth of it. Now, these are some of the dance sculptures. And that is Dr. Vidya Kumari. She is not just giving the pose there. People think that you can go and stand like this and take photograph. No. We have to see how that particular pose has arrived. What is the earlier movement for that? What will be the later movement where the sculptor captured? See, every sculpture, dance sculpture will have three phases. We should recognize where the sculptor has captured or freezed. This is what we both, myself being a person in the field, I was able to give this insight to my students who are doing dance research. Don't think of just doing poses. It is disasters if we do that. Sculptors are not foolish to take only poses. They knew Natya Shastra very thoroughly. So this is, when you see this Jalandhara, you see all the poses like this. And this is the intangible heritage I was telling you. We documented Mahashivratri. What is interesting is that panel, what you are seeing there, is the Girija Kalyana, the marriage of Shiva and Parvati. Under that canopy, the marriage of Shiva Parvati happens on Shivratri. So that we captured and we presented to UNESCO. How the continuity of mythical to Puranic to the present day, and the people, among people, somebody will become father and mother of goddess, another pair will become father and mother of Shiva. They sit and perform. See how it percolated to the common people. See the significance. So can you reject it as ritual? It lives with the people. We should respect this oral tradition, respect this intangible heritage. So this is one of the way, how beautifully the temple is decorated on that day. So this is the mesmerizing space of Ramappa Temple, that is the ceiling. In the center you have Natesha, and all the other four sides you have the dancing Dwarpalakas, and 8 of them are there, and I'll show you some of the things you will realize. Look at the layers and layers, how they have created. They are all dance sculptures. That is why I said, Rudra had such thinking on dance. He had such great dancers in his royal court. What was his insight to use so many? Are they architects and sculptors of that quality? Okay, these are some of the things. And that's the central. You can see how many dancers are there. I calculated roughly starting from 6 feet to 6 inches. The dance figures are, the bracket figures are 6 feet. Not like Belur, 3 feet. They are 6 feet, and the smaller sculpture on the pillar is 6 inches. 6 feet to 6 inches is the range of giving dance sculptures for them. Let us see some more and we will conclude. So this is the central lantern hanging, Shiva dancing. And I don't want to go into the detail, I have mentioned about it. And they represent Natya Shastra techniques like Karanas, Charis, and Mandalas. All these are the technical terms which are used in Natya Shastra. And another great contribution we have in this period, Kakatiya period, is Nritya Ratnavali, another text. That is the only independent text for dance. Otherwise, dance as a chapter will come in all other texts. Even in Natya Shastra, there are so many other chapters. For dance, it will be 3 or 4 chapters. But whereas Nritya Ratnavali is an independent text for dance, for Natya Shastra tradition, for Deshi tradition. So by then, regional dances became very powerful. Not only Natya Shastra, region, every region had its own dancing style. So we were wondering why such large Rangabhumika. I have never seen anywhere such large Rangabhumika. I was sitting and wondering why they had this size. Even in Belur, Halabid and all, we have smaller, 10 feet diameter, not more than that. This goes into such large size. I was thinking, one, they had predominant dance rituals. Secondly, the dancers are of that height. Personality of the dancers prompted them to have the larger Ranga Bhumika. Okay, this is how the ritual dances takes place. And these are some of the Deshi tradition we have in Halebeedu, Perani Natya, and also in Ramappa Temple. So I'm just, they are all, in those days, the Deshi dances were common in all this region. And this is what I said, the pillar. Ornate pillar. You have 6 inches dancers moving around. And this is one of the technique known as Pindi Bandha, the group movement. They will not leave themselves or depart from themselves. They will be going in the holding in some way or the other. So that is what Dr. Vidya is showing there. And this is the Nandi Mantapa outside to the east. So people visit Nandi Mantapa and then enter into Ramappa. And this is what we have shown. This is the figure, small figure. So when you perform, you will be like that. For that, we really went into the great details from Nritya Ratnavali. What is this Vishlishta? We started keeping that book in Nritya Ratnavali and identifying every piece. So whenever you document a temple with dance sculptures, take dance expert. Don't go and say this is a nice dancing pose. That is not the compliment the sculptor receives. You have to give him proper compliment. Okay, so always take one architect, one dancer knowledgeable, not people going and standing in front of the sculpture, not such people. And then you must have a rapid sketch person who can do rapid sketches on the spot. So we come to the last. These are all the Chitra-Putrikas or Madanikas. And Dhakiji fondly calls them as Chitra-Putrikas. He has given this word. He was very fond of these sculptures. He often used to discuss with me, but he's not there to know that this has been recognized as, great World Heritage Site. So these are look at the limbs, see the shimmering, skin tone. And of course, abhushan and other things are part of those times. But the quality of the sculpture, sculptural quality. So I told 12 of them, this is 6, and this is another set, 6 of them. So they are the 12. And I think each one requires at least half an hour to explain. So much of technique, prayoga, shastra, and interpretation is there for each. So you require 6 hours. So this is one of the swastika or ardha swastika movement from Ruttaratnavali. It comes this way. And I have dedicated in the book one chapter on jewelry. And those jewelry have originated from the lotus formation. And I dedicated one chapter on design component. What was the design thinking in the minds of the architects? I have given lotus as their design. So everywhere they have tried to bring that concept of lotus. You all know the philosophy of lotus. I don't want to talk about it. That was their mind. So you see how beautifully the earrings are displayed. So I acknowledge profoundly with thanks Government of India, Ministry of Culture, Archaeological Survey of India. That's the great institution which we are all surviving because of that. And the Government of Telangana, Department of Telangana helped me in every way. And this is the director at that time was Vishalachi. She was a young and upright officer, I can say. We should have officers like that. Things will go further. And then you have Pandurangarao, Paparao, I mentioned, architect Suryanarayan Murthy, Vidya, Saumya, Shailaja, Gomati, they were all my associates to work with me. And I really enjoyed this particular project and a successful one. We do many things. Hardly successful will be 1 or 2 in your lifetime. So this is one of that kind of thing. I only feel that Dr. Chaudhary would have been very happy if you would have seen this kind of success. I conclude myself. I sincerely thank wholeheartedly Dr. Nandita Krishna, the director, C.P. Ramaswamy Iyer Foundation, for giving me the opportunity to deliver the first Dr. R.D. Chaudhary Memorial Lecture, and all my colleagues in executive body and all members of Indian Art History Congress for suggesting my name for this humble presentation of mine. We all feel an immense loss of Dr. Chaudhary, our founding secretary and backbone of Indian Art History Congress, without whom it is still not been able to accept his sudden absence from this scenario. We all cherish his fond memory and carry his dream of making our organization one of the best in the field of Indian art history. Jai Bharat. Namaskar. Just forgot to mention, this is the book. This is the book. This is the size of the book we created for the delegation. No, it is still not available. Yeah, and this was sent to the entire delegation in Paris when they tabled our agenda. So this book was in everyone's hand. And they were able to understand better Ramappa Temple, and they spoke about it. So I felt this is my service to the nation. And I'll stand.
Yes. Madam Center.
Yes.
I request our Director Madam to honor the speakers and the chairperson of the session to begin with. Yes, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, yeah, yes, certainly, certainly. Certainly, certainly, sir, certainly. Yeah, no, just we honor and I request our Director Madam to honor the speaker of this special session. Professor Chudamani Madam was telling about that Nritya and Jaya Senapati of 13th century. The same Prataparudriyam, another treatise is written on the Prataparudriyam itself with an extensive introduction written by Dr. Raghavan, one of the revision of Sanskrit literature. Is given with an extensive introduction on Sanskrit literature. And Professor M.P. Tiwari, I request our Madam to honor him. And from Indian House History, the IAHC, the honor of the speakers and the chairperson also. The Madam, Professor Chandra. Sir. Please. Chairperson's observations, and we have a session after this also. I request Professor M.P. Tiwari of his observations.
Friends, I know that we are running short of time, but still, I must say, and you all must share with me, will agree, आप सबको इत्तेफाक होगा कि प्रोफेसर चूड़ामणि नंदगोपाल जी ने जिस तरीके से रुद्रेश्वर रामप्पा मंदिर के बारे में she has told us through the verbal language as well as visual language. That was wonderful, and it appeared to me as if I am sitting in a class and I am being educated or taught about something, and which got into myself. So everybody must have realized, and we all must give her a big applause, and we have already given. And it was a wonderful job, and it is a matter of pride that she is associated with Indian Art History Congress. To get one site in the list of the World Heritage Sites is a very difficult thing. She told that once the proposal was rejected. I will just tell you that so far as Kashi is concerned, we all know, we need not say anything about Kashi, but Kashi is not yet World Heritage City. Even Sarnath is not even World Heritage Site. Because several times the proposal were sent. And last year again a proposal at the instance of the Prime Minister was initiated, a company was there, and they gave me the opportunity to become the academic advisor. So we have done that job, but from her lecture I have derived some points so far as not only the architecture or art excellence, its history, its architectural sculptural features. Actually, it has to be in excellence in terms of past. It should make the tradition, and it must be well related with human cultural activities in the present. So that is what is required, and I will see that some points in the dossier being included. One thing is very sure about India, that 11th and 13th century, it is said that this period was the period of decay, artistic, no. Up to Gupta period, the excellence was in some other aspect. But if we see that in between 11th and 13th century, all the great monuments, be it Khajuraho, be it Bhubaneswar, be it Konark, be it at Ellora, be it at Tanjore, Gangaikond Cholpuram, Modhera in Gujarat, and Ramappa Temple and several others were built. And several of them are now World Heritage Site. So naturally, the credit goes to Dr. Chudamani ji and the team with which she did work, that she could brought out all the best features in Apsara figures, or rather better to call it Naikas, Madanikas, Sursundari Naikas. And in Naikas, from past to the present, she has connected such ladies coming in present from the society and looking like what she did find in the sculptural renderings. So that was past and present in continuity. When they meet, then any monument becomes the monument of world importance or human importance. It was built in early 13th century, Rudreshwara or Ramappa Temple. And we know that she has mentioned about the dance figures. So we have seen that most of the dance figures, mostly we find on Shiva temples. Nataraj, 108 kind. The Tanjore Brideshwar Temple, there also we find. And here also we find. Because Shiva was Narteshwar, the Lord of Dance. And she has not only done it on actual art basis, what was available, material, tangible, but also she well corroborated, connected the things with Bharat Muni's Natya Shastra, and one more text she has referred, Nritya Ratnavali. So that is what is required. I am telling all this because you all may today or tomorrow take the responsibility of doing such things, because it becomes a matter of pride. Prime Minister, I have listened, has congratulated the entire team to Dr. Chudamani ji. So you also may try. Don't think that only Dr. Chudamani could do it. Just listening the lecture means we should be inspired that, well, we should also foresee and just foresee in the sense that ahead of few years, we would also try, because several monuments, hundreds of monuments are there who deserve to be in the list of World Heritage Site. So therefore, this lecture was not only very, very important so far as the information is concerned, new things and new ideas, as well as those things have inspired us to think of in that line that if we have hundreds and hundreds of World Heritage Sites, why not we can also do that, and that would be the great service to the nation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sirs. Because 4 o'clock we have valedictory and also another Vice Chancellor. We have some protocols because at least by 3:50, 3:55 we have to close. There is some change in schedule now. Lunch is ready, so we are retiring for lunch. Madam? Yeah, we are meeting exactly by 1:20 here. 1:30 we will start the sessions. We will have parallel sessions because we have to complete 12 papers. Six papers we will complete the 12 papers with 2 chats as planned already. Because for 3:50 at least we have to give the we have to make ready for the valedictory function. Thank you. Thank you.
PPT photo
இருக்கு இருக்கு இருக்கு.
எல்லாம் பிபிடி இருக்கா? பிபிடி
Good afternoon, everybody. Now, சொல்லிடுறேன் எல்லாமே யார் யாரும் சொல்லிடுறேன். 2 செஷன் சொல்ல போறேன். ஆமா. Since we have valedictory function at 4 o'clock, because VC is also coming, Vice Chancellor of Madras University, yes, after a lot of programs, we have to schedule accordingly. We have the schedule accordingly. Hence, since we have skipped one early session, now as programmed, actually it was originally programmed, we have got 2 parallel sessions here, and the speakers will be and Dr. D.P. Rekha Kauli and UC Dwivedi sir will be the chairpersons here. They will be the chairing here, Amma. And the papers presented here will be Mr. S. Kumbhodran and Dr. Preeta Nair, a combined paper, and the second paper will be Dr. G. Balaji and Mr. Narendra Velankar, Ms. C. Uma and Dr. Swati Mandal Adhikari and Ms. Aarti B. Kulkarni, their papers will be here. And in the parallel section, very close to us, not very far off, Dr. Ajit Kumar will be the chairperson there, Mrs. K. Bhagilakshmi, Mr. K. M. Akil and Preeta Nair, Dr. V. Sandhya Lakshmi, Dr. Sumubala, Ms. M. Jayanti and Dr. M. Sivarudra Swami. Their papers will be there. I request the audience to suit accordingly to the programs, and we'll begin the sessions exactly by 1:45, so that we have a lot of concluding remarks, discussions. Each paper has 6 papers, and we have to begin exactly after the tea break. Valedictory function will be there. I request all of, since it is a concluding session, we cannot afford to miss. VC is coming, so all have to be present for the valedictory function also. It is an exact hourly program, just a 1 hour program only. After both the sessions are over, all of us, I request everyone to be here to the main hall. The valedictory function will be here. It is a 1 hour program exactly. Then I think G. Somashankar, general body meeting will be there, no? After the valedictory, yes. After the valedictory, general body meeting of IAC is also there. So kindly cooperate with these programs so that we can conclude the sessions with a auspicious Mangalam also. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Now, yeah. And now I request Dr. D.P. Rekha Kauli and Dr. Dwivedi to be the chairpersons here on the stage, please. Dwivedi, yes, sir, please. Please welcome. Dr. D.P. Rekha Kauli is the director in the Directorate of Archaeology in Guwahati. She has PhD in History, Ancient India from Guwahati University for her thesis titled Art and Iconography of the Sculptures of Kamrud District from 5th century CE to 8th century CE. She has participated in many national and international seminars and presented papers. And we are very happy to have you here, madam. And Dr. UC Dwivedi, sir, is a known person to us. Yeah, we give you the time. Yeah, 15 minutes. Dr. UC Dwivedi. Yeah, we begin the session. Now, I hand over the session to the chairpersons, please. 15 minutes time. Exactly 15 minutes you can. 30 minutes bill, 2 minutes.
Yes, 6.
6 papers.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. In this session, we have 6 participants. Each of them will be given 50 minutes, and after we will make a bell ring at 13 minutes. Then 2 minutes will be given. Then now for this session, I would like to invite Miss S. Kumbhadharan and Dr. Peter Nair. Our paper is Parvati Parinam in the sculptural art of Kerala.
Thank you, ma'am. Respected chairpersons and dear colleagues, my presentation is on the title Parvati Parinam in the sculptural art of Kerala. The marriage of Shiva and Parvati. The marriage of Shiva and Parvati is one of the most celebrated and majestic event in Hindu mythology. In Indian art, the holy marriage generally designated as Kalyana Sundara Murti, Vaivahika Murti, Pani Grahana Murti, Devyanugraha Murti, and Meenakshi Kalyanam. But in Kerala art, literature and thought, this special aspect is called as Parvati Parinayam, Parvati Swayamvaram, Girija Kalyanam, and Gauri Swayamvaram. The Parvati Parinayam in literature. After the death of Sati, Shiva lost interest in the world and went for an intense meditation. Meanwhile, Tarakasura, who received the boon from Brahma that he could only be killed by Shiva's son, and created tremendous trouble to the 3 worlds. And the gods devised a plan with the help of Kamadeva to wake Shiva from the meditation and marry Parvati. And Parvati, who was Sati, already reborn to Himavan and started to performing penance to attain the love and affection of Shiva, and Kamadeva was successful in deviating the attention of Shiva towards Parvati, and ultimately, pleased with the penance of Parvati, Shiva married her. The variations of this story is available in different. Okay, sorry, sir. Sir, this slide is not moved.
Duplicate. Okay, you handle like this. I will change the source.
No, I can't do that. I have to explain some sculptures.
Yeah, just you need to.
End task and restart. He knows.
Will be wrong. This one?
Yeah, it's now working. So display you had done, now it is started. What is the OHP this one?
choose the middle one.
Sorry. The variations of the Parvati Paranam is available in the epic literature like Mahabharata and Ramayana, and some additions of the epics like Harivamsha and Kamba Ramayana, and many of the Puranic literature and the Mahakavya Kumara Sambhava of Kalidasa. And Parvati Paranam in iconography. The marriage of Shiva and Parvati narrate according to the prescriptions in the Agama and Shilpa text, and this text says that it should be the most charming form of Shiva. And the iconic representation of the form is found in several dynastic schools and has its own regional variants. The first image shows the famous Ellora Kalyana Sundaramurti, and the second is from Chandala art of Khajuraho. Third is a Chola Kalyana Sundaramurti from Tamil Nadu, and the fourth is Pradihara art of Kanauj. And the lower panel shows a narrative representation of Parvati Paranam from Shailodhava art of Bhuvaneshwar. Now coming to the Parvati Paranam narration in Kerala art. The Parvati Paranam of Kerala mostly appear as narrative event, and it can be divided into 5 major sets. The first is Kama Dahanam, or burning down the god of love. Second is Parvati Jananam, or birth of Parvati and her childhood. And third is Shiva Leela, or Shiva disguising in the form of a sage and testing the devotion of Parvati. And the fourth is the Vivaha Nischayam, or Saptarishis arranging the marriage of Shiva and Parvati. And the fifth is Swayamvara, or the marriage ceremonies. This is the Kamadeva interrupting Shiva's tabas, and this is the birth of Parvati. This is Shiva in disguise as a sage and realizing his real form. This is Saptarishis arranging the marriage of Shiva, and this is the marriage ceremony. And the present paper will be focusing on the marriage ceremony of Shiva, or the Swayamvara day. The Swayamvara day in Kerala, the marriage day. Shiva presented in marriage day of Shiva is presented in 3 sets of narrative events. The first is the marriage procession, second is welcoming the bridegroom, and third is the marriage ceremonies. The first is the marriage procession. The narration of Swayamvara day begins with a procession led by Shiva himself by riding his Shweta Rishabha or white bull, and Brahma, Vishnu and Indra guarding him on their respective vehicles, and followed by Shiva. A bunch of Gana musicians appears with different musical instruments. The first image shows Brahma, Vishnu and Indra associate Shiva in the procession, and this is the musical scene from Panapura Temple, which shows the Gana musicians and demons playing drum, horns and cymbals. And other important characters of the procession are the 7 Dikpalas. They are followed by Indra, and this is from Panapura Someshwari Temple. And Nandikeshwara often appear as a Chatra bearer of Shiva in the procession. And other important characters are Ashwini Devas and Tumburu and Narada, the divine musicians. This is from Aravathu Subramanya Swami Temple. This Nandikeshwara carrying the Chatra of Shiva, and this is from Chervan Annapurneshwari Temple. The second set of event of the marriage is the welcoming ceremony of Shiva, or it is called as Swagata Upacharas. The Swagata Upacharas, the first Swagata Upachara is Vandanam. It is a ritual of welcoming the bridegroom with folded hands, which is done by Mena and Himavan. This is an image of welcoming Shiva from Aravathu Subramanya Swami Temple, and this is from Chervan Annapurneshwari Temple. And the second ceremony is ritual of washing the feet of the bridegroom. It is done either by Mainagam, the brother of Parvati, or Himavan and Mena together. It is from Parappanangad Someshwari Temple. And the third ritual is offering a lighting lamp or deepam, and it is offered by Mena. And fourth ritual is Nivedyam. It is a ritual offering of food items like payasam, milk and fruits. It is also given by Mena. The fifth ceremony is offering pushpam and gandham, or flowers and fragrant objects, which is also given by Mena and other youthful ladies of the city of Himavan. This image shows Mena and other ladies welcome Shiva with Deepam and Nivedyam, and this image shows Mena and other ladies welcome Shiva with Gandham and pushpam. Next important ritual is offering a dhubam or incense with sounding the ceremonial bell, and it is done by Himavan and Mena. And the seventh ceremony is offering Madhu Parkam. Madhu Parkam is a mixture of honey, milk, curd, ghee, and sugar. And this is the offering of Madhu Parkam by Mena in Talasheri Jagannatha Temple. And after the Upacharas, Shiva taken to a wonderful mandapa built by Vishwakarma. This image shows in Vishwakarma along with his mandapa, Vivaha mandapa. And Lakshmi, Saraswati, Indrani and other ladies have the duty to making up the bride. And this image shows after the makeup is Parvati watching the mirror after the final touch-up, and other ladies are presented here. And the marriage ceremony. The chief priest of the marriage ceremony is Brahma, and it can be seen many priests assisting him. The first ceremony of marriage is Varanamalya Dharanam, or the ceremony of adornation of a flower garland by Parvati to Shiva. It symbolizes Swayamvara, or the bride's wish by the bride. And this is Varanamalya Dharanam in Chirakkal Devi Temple. And second ceremony is Mangalya Sutra Dharanam. Mangalya Sutra Dharanam is the ceremony of tying the ceremonial thread around the neck of the bride as a symbol of eternal bondage between the couples. And this is an image shows the tying Mangalya Sutra. It is from Panapura Temple. And next important ceremony is Kanyadanam and Udaga Purvam Panigrahanam. Kanyadanam is a ceremony of giving the hand of the bride by her father to the bridegroom, and Panigrahanam means the bridegroom holding the hand of the bride, and Udaga Purvam means is pouring the water over the hand of the held hand of bride and groom as the fulfillment of the dana. Here Himavan leaving the hand as in Kanyadanam, and Shiva and Parvati holds their hand in Panigrahanam, and Mena pouring the water as in Udaga Purvam. And next important ceremony is Kunguma Lebam, or ceremony of groom smearing saffron on the forehead of the bride and making her Sumangali. It is a mark of his presence in her life. And this is Kunguma Lebam seen from Panayal Mahalingeshwara Temple. And the fifth ceremony is Agni Pradakshinam. It is a ceremonial circumambulation around the fire altar, and it is symbolically legalizing the marriage in the witness of Agni or Agni Sakshi. It is called Agni Sakshi. And this is the Agni Pradakshinam from Kuteri Vairigananda Temple. And the sixth ceremony of the marriage is Kruda Havanam, or the groom sacrificing ghee to the fire altar. It is Kruda Havanam. And the seventh ceremony is Leja Havanam, or Parvati offering Malar or Leja or puffed rice to the fire to the god of to Aryama, the god of marriage. And the eighth ceremony is Ashmarohanam. Ashmarohanam is bride stepping on a grinding stone by holding the hand of the groom. It symbolizes the bride's duty of looking after the household. And the first image shows Krudahavanam, and second is Lejahavanam, and third is Ashmarohanam. All are from Parappanangadu Someshwari Temple. And my conclusions are, Parvati Paranam is one of the favorite Shaiva anecdote of Kerala, and they are seen in wooden panels. The sculptural narration of Parvati Paranam of Kerala is the reflection of different genre of regional literature arose as part of the Bhakti movement of Kerala in between 16th to 19th century. And the important works of mentioning Parvati Paranam in regional literature are Kamadahanam Chambu, Parvati Swayamvaram Chambu, Girija Kalyanam Gita Prabandham, Parvati Paranam Kilipattu, Parvati Swayamvaram Pana, Parvati Swayamvaram Tiruvazirapattu and Kaigotipattu, and Dakshayagam Attakatha and Parvati Swayamvaram Attakatha. The basic stories of this Bhakti literature of Kerala is took from the Puranic and Kavya literature, while the rituals mentioned in the epical events of these texts is occurred from Tantric literature, especially because the Swagata Upacharas is from Brihat Tantra and the marriage ceremonies from Pagayam Charangol, or it is a set of the compilation of some Tantra literatures. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. S. Kumbhakarn. He is a Kumbhadharan. He is a PhD research scholar in the University of Kerala. Thank you. Well, ahead time you have completed.
Now I invite Dr. G. Balaji. Dr. G. Balaji is an assistant professor at CPR Institute of Indological Research, Chennai. He obtained his doctorate in ancient Indian history and archaeology from the University of Madras. His doctoral thesis is on nursing incarnation of Vishnu in art, iconography, and literature. And it has been published as Nursing in Art, Iconography, and Literature by CPR Publications. He has published his research project entitled Arts and Crafts of Nilgiri Tribes, an ethno-archaeological study of the indigenous people of Nilgiri Hills. He was also trained to conserve and preserve archival materials by the experts of Government Museum, Chennai, and Sarasvati Temple Library, Tanjore. He has guided students to do their research works. Now I request Dr. G. Balaji to kindly present his paper.
Thank you, sir.
Marriage ceremony, etc. But have you noticed any painting from Pahari region where after the Podinoyo festival, gods and goddesses are attending the Bhojanam of the Parvati marriage? It's a unique example of painting. I am reminded of a क्या कहेंगे marriage, after marriage said the bhojana scene, and this is unique aftermath of the Parvati Parinaya.
Thank you, sir. Respected chairpersons, distinguished scholars and friends. My topic is on changing manifestations of Sabdamatrikas with special reference to Tamil Nadu. In this paper, I am going to discuss about what could be the origin of the Sabdamatrikas and how they are worshipped in Tamil Nadu and what is the tradition still continues. Understanding about the village goddesses gives an idea about the origin of the Sabdamatrikas. Village gods and goddesses form an important role in the major religions of India. These deities represent the religious beliefs and customs of the different ethnic groups. Mother goddess worship is popular in all over the world. Rock paintings and cultures of Mother goddess as found in India and abroad belongs to prehistoric period, reveals the antiquity of this cult. In the megalithic excavations at Adichanallur, Tirunelveli in Tamil Nadu, a bronze image of Mother goddess was found. Many anthropomorphic and terracotta images of female figures were procured in the excavations from several parts of Tamil Nadu. This is the Adichanallur Mother goddess, and the next you are seeing is a Visri Pare, locally known, but many scholars believe that it is the reminiscence of Mother goddess worship. Sabdamatrikas or seven sisters, according to late 19th century descriptions of beliefs of the people of Tamil Nadu about the seven Kannikas, by a scholar, says they are supposed to protect tanks, and when the floods arises to a dangerous point, it is said that one of the Kannika runs through the village in the disguise of a young boy or a girl and calls all the villagers to come and protect the bund. It is believed that the people walking alone along a bund have sometimes met the Kannikas, and that anyone who sees them dies. These are the beliefs of the people locally. The major characters of this cult is that they are fearful, bloodthirsty, bringing illness, dangerous, as well as their decomatous personalities. Once they worshipped, they will save the people from all this evilness. In Hinduism, the early literature's reference is from the Rig Veda, speaks of a group of seven mothers who control the preparation of Soma. A clear depiction of Saptamatrika appear in the epic Mahabharata. The epic list specifically gives seven names: Kaki,
Halima, Rudra, Brihali, Arya, Palala and Mitra. These are quite obscure names and obviously taken from the folklore tradition. Parahamira also not mention the numbers and names of these goddesses, but Utpala, while commenting on this passage, names them as Brahmi, Vaishnavi, Raudri, Kaumari, Aindri, Yami, Varuni and Guberi, and mentions few more as Narsimhi, Varahi and Vainayaki, the female form of Vinayaka. Hence, it is understood that there is not a definite numbers fixed for Matrika Saktis of 7 or 8. In later literatures also speaks about there are nearly 16 Matrikas with Gauri in the beginning or mentioned. There are several mythologies around this Sabda Matrikas. One is these Matrikas helped Shiva to destroy the Antakasura, and another one is the famous one of Durga killing the Sumba and Nisumbas, that was mentioned in Markandeya Purana, and in it the Saktis of Brahma, Shiva, Kartikeya, Vishnu and Indra came out of their bodies and went to help Durga. This was clearly mentioned in Markandeya Purana. This is from Devi Mahatmyam. Here you see in this painting, Durga was supported by all the 8 Matrikas to kill the demons. The Chandika Sakti that comes out of Durga called Sivatuti or Kali, who come out of Durga's forehead, lead the battle against the Sanda and Munda. Hence, she given the title by the Parvati as Samundi. In Devi Mahatmyam also gives reference about Saptamatrikas. How the Rattab Jaja killed by the Devi. I am rushing through this because of the time limit. And Suprabheda Agama ascribes the creation of 7 Matrikas to help Brahma when he wanted to kill Nirta Asura. They also supported Brahma. So the Sakti form supported so many. One point they also supported Kartikeya in early Kushana. That image I will show you. General characteristics of these goddesses are they are seen either sitting, standing or dancing, and they will either carry babies on their laps or not. In Tamil Nadu, they as a group don't carry babies, but we see individual sculptures of Matrikas like Angalaman, Selliyaman, Parameswari, etc. carry babies. In Tamil Nadu, Samunda icon is not be so terrible as seen in northern examples. Sculptures of the goddesses in village temples, open courtyard, moderate shrines you see, not follow any particular iconographic style as seen in the Orthodox Hindu temples. In Kushana period, as I said before, in the last image you can see the Skanda with the 7 Matrikas. They are all 2-armed and not carrying any weapons or vehicles as specified in later Puranas. Later during the Gupta period, they were standardized according to the Puranic descriptions. The sculptures of the Saptamatrikas were carved either in relief or as a 3-dimensional sculptures. They are seen carved in reliefs on the early cave temples and structural temples in a row bracketed by Veerabhadra or Vinadra Dakshinamurti and Ganesha. We have several examples. In Madhya Pradesh, we see a separate temple for this deity, these Saptamatrikas. And Ellora also we find a good example of Saptamatrikas with children on their laps. On top left hand side you see the terracotta from National Museum labeled as Saptamatrika. Patna Museum. Okay, terracotta. I don't know how you may give some more input on this.
It is in Bihar and it is from Belova in district of Bihar.
Yes, since they doesn't have any attributes of the Saptamatrikas except they are 7. And below you see the Patri cave temple where it was highly ruined Saptamatrika images, and top another specimen from the National Museum. Here you can see them standing with the babies and attendant deities, and they carry all the attributes as mentioned in the inscription, and below is the Ellora example. The Chalukyas of Badami also contributed for Saptamatrikas, and the dancing Saptamatrikas from Ravalapadi is a very famous one, and there are some more examples. And I like to share that Bharada's Natya Sastra refers to the worship of matras headed by Brahmi as mothers of dancing. The top left you see that is from Ravana Padi, and some more examples. And here you see the Shiva is dancing and he's carrying a veena also here, Veenadhara. And on top right you see Ganesha also dancing along with the Sabdamatrikas. In Tamil Nadu, the Sabdamatrikas are called as Sabda Madhargal, Sabda Kannigal or Kannimargal, Yel Kannigal, worshipped individually or in group. While in a group, they generally called as Sabda Madhargal or Sabda Kannigal. And individually, they are called in different names locally as they are known as Samundeswari, Selli Amman, Yellai Amman, Pidari Amman, Kattichelli, etc. As believed by many scholars, these deities are of folk in nature and later on amalgamated into the Orthodox Hindu pantheon as Tantric deities. We get information about Sabda Kannigal and Sabda Madhargal starting from the Sangam, post-Sangam literature. In Tamil Nadu, the earliest reference to it is found in Silapadigaram, when the Kannagi comes to the court of Pandya king. The god mentions her as Eluvarki Ilayaval has arrived. That is the Chamundi, who is the youngest of the 6 female deities. There are more than 30 different names for the deities of Sabdamatrikas and found in the temples of Tamil Nadu. I'm not going in detail into that. As said, the earlier worshipping individual sculptures of Matrikas are popular in Tamil Nadu. One such temple is in Selli Amman at Alampakam in Tiruchirappalli. It is mentioned in the epigraphs that some King Rajakesari given endowments to this. And in Chola period also they are very famous. And Bragadeshwara Temple once had the Sabdamatrika, and now yes, only one sculpture is left over there. And these minor deities or village goddesses like Kala Pidari, Durga Parameshwari, Yematu Durga, etc. are mentioned in the inscriptions of the kings. The polar inscription of Rajakeswari Varman mentions about the allotment of yield received from the lands to the Sabdamatrikal Madhargal temple with the respective names. This is how in the villages we still found in Tamil Nadu the Sabdamatrikas are worshipped. The terracotta icon sculptures, the stucco images you are seeing at the back of this stone is a later one. Worshipping the Sabdamadhargal in the form of a stone is very famous. That is the another example of that. This is how the temple will be, an open courtyard. And they also worshipped under the trees, and this is on the left one, below the bottom left one is on the bund of lake. This is from Mamallapuram, the Pallava example of Sabdamatrikas. See here you are seeing 8. The one at the middle, taller one, may be worshipped as an individual deity of Samunda, and later on, now they have merged into this group. And these are some of the examples of Sabdamatrikas now worshipped in the villages, the modern ones. You don't find any attributes as mentioned in the Puranic, because these are local beliefs, and according to their local legends, they create this. And once it comes to the Orthodox Hindu temples in the villages also, you find Sabdamatrikas of that group. All the Brahmi, leading by the Brahmi, the other mothers also carry the weapons and the vehicles as mentioned in the Puranas. Tomorrow we are going to see this in Kailasanatha temple. The earliest sculpture panel of these deities with clear iconography is found at Kailasanatha temple, Kanchipuram. In this panel, these goddesses were seated in knees on a common platform with 4 hands, except Indrani, she only has 2 hands. And Veerabhadra is seated in Yogasana wearing a yoga patta, while Ganesha has his trunk inclined rightward. I recently identified the goddesses Kunnathamman sculpture at Chennai in northern part of Madras, which explains how the amalgamation of Sabdamatrika occurred in medieval period in Tamil Nadu. Kunnathamman culture is exactly matches with the iconographical feature of Rudra Chamunda mentioned in Agni Purana. Ramachandra Rao states that Chamunda may be 2, 4, 10, 16 and 20 armed But when she represents all the 7 matrikas, she is 8-armed. She carrying in her left hand skull cup, shield, bell and serpent, and in her right hand spear, sword, vampire and hand drum. This is the sculpture of Kunataman worshipped inside the shrine. Always she is wearing a kavasha and dressed. I have made that sketch during one of the sacred bath of the deity, and our artist Prema and Venkatesh given me a very good line drawing. I thank them. Another interesting feature of Kunataman sculpture is the Swan Emblem on her pedestal. Vishnu Dharmotra mentions that she has been provided corpse as a mount in Purvakarna along with corpse, and another Vahana was also mentioned that is owl and have vulture as her banner. According to Matsya Purana, she rides on a vulture or crow. In Jain tradition, Chamunda has been accepted as a Yakshi of the 22nd Tirthangara Neminada. As per Digambara, she is terrible looking and rides on a crocodile. But for Sudambara, she is Gandhari and has white complexion, having swan as a mount. She carries in her hand sword, spear, pomegranate, and held one of his hands in Varada. So, except the swan mount, nothing of other attributes suits Gandhari with Kunataman. Hence, we omit the options of she could be the Jain Yakshini. She is Rudra Chamunda mentioned in Agni Purana. That is, Kunna in Tamil means amalgamation, that is shrinking. Next, we see how the tradition continues. Henry Whitehead states in his early 19th century work, at Kadalur, I visited the shrine of the goddesses Meenakshi Amman at the village of Devanambatnam. It stands on the seashore on a low ridge of sand. There is no building, but an oblong space about 20 by 12 is enclosed on 3 sides by rows of clay figures. 2 small clay figures, apparently a man and woman, seated in the center. They were about a foot high. Left and right of them were figures of 7 virgins, that is matrikas, Saptakanigal, very well molded in clay, and they were the figures of male guardians and attendants. The pujari of the shrine told me that the woman was Meenakshi, the fish goddesses, and the man Madurai Veeran. This statement is a clear evidence about the practice of Saptakanikas worship among the fisherman community and also the association of goddess Meenakshi with the fisher community. The practice still continues, and Saptamatrikas remains as goddesses of both folk and orthodox worships with the worshippers with their changing manifestation. See, this is recently published in Dinamala Daily. This is from Ramanathapuram district. I thank Dr. Morgan for giving this image to me. Here you see 7 young girls are carrying the sacred pongal. It's a jaggery rice for the sea goddesses, and they are known as Saptakanigal. That is, they worship the Saptakanikas inside the village, and they bring the pongal and offer it by keeping it in a miniature boat, and they sail it in the sea. That is, so the tradition is still continues, and that is what I want to tell you. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Balaji.
Thank you.
Now I invite Mr. Narendra Velankar. Mr. Velankar is a researcher from Pune.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. And it's really my pleasure to present my paper over here. Evolution of Yaksha to Bhairava of Yaksha as a structural part of Stambha and its types. Basically, in this paper, what I am going to cover is basics of the Stambha and Skambha or pillar. Then Yaksha, basic functions of the Yaksha. Then few examples of pillar brackets. Yaksha seen as a load bearer, and transition of that load bearer or Bharavahak from base to the lintel level. Basic purpose of any of the pillar or a stamba or a skamba, when we try to identify the antiquity of the word from the Rigveda and Atharveda, we see to it that Upamita is one of the name similar to the similarity to the stamba is found over there. Mansar also mentions about the sthauna in the same. Amar Kosh, Medini Kosh, Nanartha Manjari, and Mayamata. These texts also give the similar meanings of stamba as a pillar or as a support. Atharva Ved also mentions in 10.7.32 verse that hymn, as translated by Ralph Griffith, is clearly states in Stamba Sukta that be reverence paid to him, that the highest Brahma, whose base is the earth, whose belly is the air, and who made the sky with his heads. So this is the overall form of the skamba as far as the Atharva Ved is concerned. In Marathi translation by the Siddheshwar Shastri Chitra and Pandit Shripad Satawalekar also confirms the same for it. When we talk about the yaksha, it is really important to understand how it is changed. Earlier, if we try to identify, worship clearly defines that it is the someone who is worshipped to worthiness. Not only that, yaksha is someone who is wonderful and powerful in spirit, and it also mentioned in Jain text that it is a kind of a celestial being that he lives in between the starry vault or a Jyotikaksha. He always considered as Amartya, immortal. These are the standard features majority of all of us know. In going ahead with the same, it is a mass with wearing anjan into the eyes. He has got small eyes and he is a red color garments into him. Vishnu Purana also says that he is really fond of eating very much. Mansar does specify the iconography of the yaksha as a monstrous, as well as it also specifies that he carries load and he is a kind of a bharavahak in the same. Samarangan Sutradhar also represents that as per the iconography is concerned, that the scale of that he has to be represented as a Navatala, and that image has to be bigger than Gandharvas, Nagas and Vidyadharas. Going ahead with the same, with connection with the temple architecture, pillar and connection of that lintel, that is the one of the top portion over here, what we see. That connection, when we try to identify, we can easily see that this area is little bit bigger than the pillar. Always pillar is small, then top area is, bracket area is more, on which the overall load is going to be taken care of. In civil engineering also, we do consider as the bracket connections, where it is really important to transfer the load. In many of the features, we do find the same. In Udayagiri, Khandagiri caves also, we can see that top portion is larger than the pillar size, so that it can transfer more load onto the same. In Ajanta caves also, we can see the same larger brackets. Going ahead with the same, in Ajanta also we can see the same, that column size, if we see is smaller, then both sides there are brackets. We can also see the overall space between the columns is really less. But as it is a complete transformation of woodwork into the carving, we can see the difference of the scales into the same. In Ellora caves also we can see the same. The carving is really less. It is minimalistic carving, but support brackets are, both sides are equally there. The same is seen in many of the Ellora caves around the same. We can see little bit less or more carvings. In Sanchi Temple 17 also, which is considered to be the earliest temple in India, there also we can see the same pattern carried forward. This is the kind of a structural requirement of each and every structure, to have a larger base at the junction to bear the load and move it to the downstairs. Initially, when we try to identify or consider the yaksha, it is clearly seen and it is clearly identified that it has to be adbhut, it has to be wonderful, so that description is given that Yaksha is going to be a wonderful creature. So facial expressions are really nice. You cannot see any kind of a fierceness into the sculpture over here. Going ahead with the same, when we try to come to the next level, we can see the fierceness starts coming into it. Belly, stomach is going to be there, belly potted stomach is there, and henceforth the iconography starts changing into it. As far as the load bearing is concerned, in Sanchi Stupa we find this first one, where the Yaksha is bearing the load of the Kumbha on its head at the first time. In the same manner, in the Ajanta cave number 6, we can see at the lower levels. So lowest level of any of the structure, that Yaksha is bearing the load. Going ahead with the same at Sanchi Stupa, we can see at the intermediate level, just above the entry gate level, we can see the 4 and 4, 8 Bharavak Yakshas taking the load of the same. Coming back to the Ajanta caves, cave number 24 and cave number 1, we can see it is just below the lintel level. This is the first one. And going ahead to the Ellora caves only, we can see at the base middle level of the column. In Dumarleni, that is cave number 29, we can see these Bharavahak Yakshas came just below the lintel level. So it is not at the top, it is just below the lintel level. And when we try to come to the Nashik, we also see that these are the, initially when as a cave we start carving from the top, initially what we see is at the top we can see the Bharavahak Yaksha over here at this level. And then at the bottom level, 6, these are practically taking the load of the overall superstructure. This is the final end product of the overall this transition. In the Ellora caves, just opposite the Ravan Shaking Kailas cave, we can see the Bharavahak Yaksha exactly at the top. So looking at the overall transition, this is in the first in the Sanchi Stupa, where at the lower levels, in the same is in the Ajanta caves. Then this is at the Sanchi. This is in Nashik. This is in Ellora. This is again in Ajanta. This is in Ellora. And this is in Ellora. So in all, if we try to identify, then we can easily see that lower level is slightly starts changing to the upper level, and finally it is residing at the top level. How it is going to be connected? When we try to identify the definition of the stamba, it is a kind of a structure which is supporting earth and the heaven, connecting. In earlier phases of the Rigveda also we can connect it to the Yupa, where top level is considered to be the heaven. One has to climb up and touch the top so that he reaches the heaven, as we assume. In the same manner, if we consider the top level is Swarga, then this level can be identified as an Antarala, and this is the Prithvi. If we consider the same, this no, this is my interpretation. Which one?
Between Antarala and Prithvi, what you will say?
This is in between, that need to be worked on. Basically, topmost level of, or which is the level just below the Swarga or Antara, normally what we identify in temple architecture also, what we see.
But after
is,
Antaral and Prithvi, in between these, what you want to say?
Okay. And this is the final product of the Bharavahak Yaksha, what we see currently, where the face is really pleasant and it is easy to identify and we can see it clearly. So these are the different types of Bharavahak Yakshas. Narsimha is also seen as one of the Bharavahak Yakshas in an initial stage. We can see Ganpati as also as a Bharavahak Yaksha in initial stages. So what I want to conclude is shape and size is of necessary structure is necessary of the pillars over the period is evolved into decorative and more pleasantly looking pillars, maintaining its structural requirement. pillar, stambha or skambha in extension of the concept of yupa, pillar, stambha and skambha. At one end is resting on the earth and other is supporting the heaven. We can see that from Amravati, Ghatastambha, Ajanta cave number 6, Sanchi Torana West Gate, Nashik cave number 3, Ellora cave number 1, 24 and 29, there is a transition in placement of the Bharavahak Yaksha from on pillars. It is seen that the base and central part just below the lintel level and at the lintel level. So this is a kind of a transition of Bharavahak Yaksha on pillars. Yaksha is a demigod which is majorly worshipped by the masses than classes. It might be one of the reasons we do not find iconographic images earlier. Initial iconographic description explains Yaksha as Adbhut means wonderful, but afterwards it changed to fierce faced. 10th century onwards we find the Bharavahak again as neatly carved, decorated and with pleasant facial expressions. For any concept to convert into any of the architectural part, it is necessary to have a local as well as political backing. Yaksha are seen outside panels, outside parts of premises of the temples, caves, but over the period, the accepted functionality could help the Bharavahak to create its own place in temple pillars. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yes.
In the Sanchi Stupa gateway also, we find the Bharavahak.
Yes.
Yeah, so you're not looked into that.
No, it is already mentioned over here that it is there. The main functionality of Yaksha,
but more decorative.
No. That functionality of Yaksha was as a Bharavahak only to just take the load. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Walankar.
Yeah. I tried to connect it with the Yupa. In any of the yajnas also, we used to make a Yupa for that each and every yajna. And the person who is performing yajna used to normally climb the Yupa and touch the top level of the Yupa, for which we always try to consider that is the heaven and where he has already reached. In the okay, I will do that.
If it is a Jupa, so you are comparing with the Jupa, then you just mention the text.
I will do that.
My question was that what is the particular portion is called between Antaralo and Prithvi? How
normally, as far as the temple architecture is also concerned,
Garbha were not written there. That's why.
Yeah, that's okay. Garbhagruha, Antara, and Mandap. This is what we say. We try to elevate the same. Where the Mandap we call it as Prithvi, Antara we call it as Antara, and Garbhagruha we call it as Swarga. In the same manner, that same philosophy, if we consider to correlate with the pillars, that is the kind of a differentiation I tried to make. There is one of the references over here where I have just mentioned that there is one Skambha Sukta in Atharva Veda where it mentions in 10.7.32 that Stambha is, they considered Stambha as a god, and that god is practically resting on the earth, that belly is the air and head is the sky, and that himself is considered as a god, so that head is resting into the heaven. This is a kind of a meaning is being considered.
But the context is different, no? You are going to relate it to the pillar.
Yeah, but Skambha Sukta is basically connected to the pillar itself.
Okay, thank you. Now I invite Mrs. C. Uma. C. Uma is a doctoral research candidate in the Department of Ancient Indian History and Archaeology, University of Madras, Chennai. At present, she is pursuing her research in the concept of Lord Shiva in Tripura Murti with a special reference to Tamil Nadu up to 13th century CE and archaeological perspective. So far, She has presented 10 research papers at national and state level conferences and seminars. 2 journal papers were published by her. She is interested in historical survey of religious monuments, settlement archaeology, place name studies that are associated with sacred groups, heritage conservation, iconography, iconology, and epigraphy of Hindu gods and goddesses in Tamil Nadu.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Facets of Triprantaka Murti manifestation of Lord Shiva in medieval Tamil Nadu and overview. This image is a very famous one. It can be dated to 10th to 12th century. Actually, its origin is taken from the Dhyana Shlokas, Amsadhyadama, all the agamic treatises and the Puranic descriptions are there. The genesis, everyone knows, the destruction of the 3 Puras by Lord Shiva. Actually, not Lord Shiva at that time, it was by Rudra. It was started as stated in Rig Veda. The task was given to Rudra to wield a powerful arrow, which is composed of Vishnu as tipped arrow and Soma is feather, Agni is shaft, like that. Various Vedic deities are the components of the arrow. Not only the arrow, the chariot, everything associated with this Tripura Samharam event is the grand alliance of the Vedic deities, with itself here evolution. In this paper, the sources are these 3, photographs from the French Institute and the native open source and my own collection. Then the earliest Triprantaka Murti images are from the Pallava times onwards, in sculptures. Kailasanathar temple, we are having more than 7 specimens. As the myth is having multi-layered one, different segments are there. Rudra stepping into the chariot is one segment. Then the broken axle of the chariot is the second segment. Third one, wielding the arrow towards the Tripuras is the third one. Fourth one, how the victory came to Shiva. According to Tamil tradition, it is by mere laugh, attahasa. Bhakti literature talks about like that. So the theme is having regional variation. This image is from Mungar Koil, Kodumbalur. Very rare image, only one of its own kind. You can see the right hand is plucking the arrow from his quiver. Here. He is in stylistic dancing mode. Here the Parasu is saying, then the bow. Budi Vikramakesari is the feudatory of the Cholas. So from Pallava 720 CE, then it is after 850 CE. Brihadishwara Temple. Another segment is Tripura Asuras are the ardent devotees of the Shiva. So it was a precondition. They should be deluded from the Shiva worship. It was done by Vishnu. By 2 variations are there. One Bauddha or Jina image. According to certain Puranas, Maya Purusha, Vishnu created himself, his Maya power to teach the pseudo doctrines to the Tripura Asuras, and as a result, they forgot the worship of Shiva rituals and other things, so they are vulnerable to the wrath of the Shiva. That is one version. Another thing, they are listening to the teachings of the Narmada River Valley. This one is from Pragadishwara Temple, the southern balustrade. You can see this is the Buddha, 3 Asuras. Then they are standing posted, the other Asura, that kingships. So it is a rare representation. Even in the Pragadishwara Temple, southern balustrade sideways we can see. Opposite of the northern balustrade, we can see the victory of the Shiva chariot and standing on the chariot as Triprantaka Murti. Then Veerataneshwara Temple. That Pragadishwara Temple is 1010 CE. No Pandya images are so far documented, so far identified, if I am right. Then Veerataneshwara Temple. After that wide gap, Nayak period, we are having the gateway passage of the central Gopura. Here we are having, this is the eighth type described. Actually, 8 types of Tripurandaka Murtis are described in Shilpa Shastras. So, 8th one we are having stepping into the chariot. Then Vishnu's role as bull here. The bull is pushing the wheel. Here it is also having lot of subdivisions. Why the chariot is struck down? Because of the Shiva's superiority, to show the Shiva's superiority and the Deva's pride. So this manifestation alone having all the dimensions, spiritual, political, cultural, then social, philosophical. Among the 64 manifestations of Shiva, 25 are classified as Mageswara Murtis in Panjavimsati treaties. Among the 25, Tripurandaka Murti comes in the Tatpurusha form. Here, his consort is called Janma Jara Mrityu Nasini. So, for Shiva alone, that is the Tripurandaka Murti alone having the continuous lineage from Rudra to the elevation of the Shiva concept. So, this is the 8th step. We can say the pinnacle of the art. 9th period is known for various variations, regional variation. It is a quite interesting one. Opposite to this one, this is on the right side of the gateway passage of the Trivedigai main central Rajagopuram. Opposite to this thing, another gateway passage on the side, we are having Gajasamhara Murti. Gajasamhara Murti and Tripurandaka Murti are twin images. As for mythologic, Puranic, Agamic, Vedic, everything, Gajasamhara will follow after Tripurandaka, or Tripurandaka will follow after. It is a mandatory depiction even in the Vijayanagara period in pillar images also. Now moving on to the metal images. This is the finest example of the early Chola art. Here the Trishul is placed. It is detachable only. Chambian Mahadevi style of art. The inscription says, along with this Tripurandaka, it is not Tripurandaka, it is not mentioned as Tripurandaka in inscription. It is mentioned as Tripura Vijaya. That means the person who is having victory march. Iconographically, it is an archer four-handed attributed with usual emblems of the axe, deer, etc., etc. What is the iconology behind this? Wherever the Chola territory is expanded, the frontiers only they seems to be installed. Tripura Vijay means the person who is making visit, the big Vijay we can say. So, Uttama Chola, mother is Chambian Mahadevi. Uttama Chola is to gain the popularity of the local people. On his behalf, she promoted lot of bronzes in various themes. Among them, this Tripura Vijaya, particularly the terminology, aptly related to the political scenario of that period. This is a 980 clear datable inscription, very long inscription. 150 and 151A is a volume 12 we are having. Even now it is inscribed, it is available to read and decipher east and southern wall of the same temple. Then Tiruvallikudi, lot of confusions of the Tirupurantaka and Vinadara Dakshinamurti. The major difference is the hand position. This is meant for deer. This one is Vinadara. So Vinadara means in the stream, the finger will be in the mode of, in Tamil we call meetadal. Meetadal means we are playing the string. So the one of the fingers will be inwardly turned. But in holding the grasping the bow means, it may be like this or like that. But the thumb finger alone hold in a very easy manner. So that is the main thing. Another thing, the arrow hand, the bana hand here, the front lower hand is in Simha Karna Mudra. That is the lion's ear. The shape will be Simha Karna. It is not Kadaha Mudra. Kadaha means crab's legs. Very clearly you can see three like that. But it is Simha Karna. This is the major difference. Not only with Vinadara. Often it is misidentified, misconfused. Conflict is that, but even Meenakshi, see Meenakshi also identified Tandambodam bronzes as Kirada Murti. Kirada Murti is somewhat, in real sense, he is an archer, tribal man. Moreover, he is having a pot belly, anatomically. He didn't have Jada Maguda. Archers' hairstyle, coiffure is somewhat different. Anatomy itself different. Another Rama, Rama Lakshmana. If it is not accompanied with Sita, many are identifying Rama as Tripurantaka. But Rama is having only the Grita Maguda, not Jada Maguda. Then Senadipati, that is Kartigeya in Senadipati, that is the commander-in-chief of the Devas. So here the same, he looks like this one. This is from Tiruvellikudi. See, 9th to 11th century, we are having lot of images, but nowhere it is mentioned. This is Vinadara Dakshinamurti in inscriptions. But we are having Tripura Vijaya, Tripurantaka, Tripurari in inscriptions. So this is Tiruvellikudi, particularly the 10th century, we are having lot of things, a lot of specimens of this kind. Then the regional variation comes of the same period. Kodumudi, that is the middle part of the Tamil Nadu, Kaveri thing. Here the sash. What are the interesting things? Regional variation, the intermediaries, the lower government and the maid of Parvati. The same maid is also identified from other Parvati images also, not only to Tripurantaka image, but other Parvati image also. We are having the small bit. Whatever the attribution given to Parvati, same is given to the maid also. Then another, the same, similar to this image is found in Achalpuram. It is near Sidambaram. Another in Tottiyam, that is also near Karur. Then the famous Tanjavur mural painting. What is interesting is all the Shanmata concept is we can see. See, this is the Raudra Drishti. In Natya Sastra, Tripurantaka dance is, or entire Tripura Samharam is mentioned. Even today, some of the dancers are performing those episodes. They will normally depict this posture. Then we are having Mahishamardini, Buddha, then Vinayaka, all are with their Vahanas. Then Subramanya, 3 Asuras, plight of the Asura, Kin and Kit, then the bull. So in this mural painting, we are having the amalgamation of all the segments of the Tripurantaka Murti. That shows some kind of assimilation has taken place during 10th century. We can say after 10th century, nothing has happened, nothing is added to this concept, the entire concept. Then the Tiruvetikai. This Tiruvetikai temple is known for, exclusively known for Tripura Samharam, where it was happened. Actually, though it is a mythical incident, traditionally it is believed, religiously it is believed, it was happened at Tiruvetikai. Around 40 kilometers east of, west of Chidambaram, the stucco image. This is the 8th kind. Overall, it's 8 the Tripurantakas are prescribed. It is the 8th one. Here the same bull, here the bull's head is alone, I can show. So here at the bottom. I think you can see here. So Vishnu is playing multiple roles. Fire tip arrow, a bull, and also the Buddha, that is the Buddha Arjuna image, multiple roles. This means assimilation of various cults, various concepts are integrated into Shiva cult. It is the, see the bow is somewhat three bends, then the snake bowstring. At the top, you can see the 5-hooded snake. At the bottom of the bow, the other end of the bow is the tail of the snake. Then, this is the wooden images. The wooden images are very late century, after 15th century. This is from Rameshwaram Temple. Fortunately, we went there last month. I documented. They specifically worshipped this. I thought initially it is Rama. No, it is Tripurantaka. 3 Asuras are standing the next panel. Here standing Tripurandara. Particularly the Tripurandara, they are smearing the vermilion and kumkum and everything. When the chariot is dragon on the streets. Then the modern version. Though it is modern version, it simply represents the description what is mentioned in Sangam literature. Burning of Tripura, Tripura Dahana. After burning only, the Lord is considered as a victory god of evil. Yeah, he is subduing the evils and evildoers. The Shiva is emerged from the Rudra concept. Shiva, Rudra to Rudreshiva, Rudreshiva to Mahadeva, Mahadeva to what we worship today as Shiva as auspicious. Okay, feel free to ask any doubts or clarifications. Thank you for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Seema. Now I invite Dr. Swati Mandal Adhikari. Dr. Swati Mandal Adhikari, Associate Professor and Head of Department of History at Savitri Girls College, affiliated under University of Calcutta. She has published research papers in national and international journals and books. She was awarded Sudhir Ranjan Das Memorial Prize for her research in art history by the Indian History Congress. She was a research associate of Indian Institute of Advanced Studies at Simla, one of the Inter-University Center for Humanities and Social Sciences under UGC. She authored a book on temple art and architecture, naming some Burma temples from Madhya Pradesh. A case study of village.
You can click this. Sorry.
She is co-editor of Procedure of Seminars entitled In Pursuit of Justice, Asserting the Human Right to India, Food in India, the Iron Man Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, Sri Aurobindo Revolutionary, and Yogi and Raja Ram Mohan Rai, the Universal Man. She is co-editor of the book Ujjain, The Living Legend, and the Iconography, a facet of Indian art and culture. She is a classical dancer, underwent training in Bharatnatyam, one of the classical dance form in India. This training enhanced her skill in interpretation and analysis of art forms of India. Now you can start.
Thank you. Today my paper is an aspect of Devi in medieval Bengal. So Devi, or am I audible? Devi, or the mother goddess, is the mirror of Indian culture and society. In temple imagery, from her posture, from her attire, attitude and expression, we can feel about the psychological wave and practical need of the society. Because with the intuition, spiritual, philosophical thinking and artistic creativity, the desire and fright of the different strata of the society boosted the way of creation of the imagery. In India, the power of creation, nourishment and destruction of evil are personified as the mother goddess, who is the Shakti. In literary and sculptural expression, she is calm and patient in creation and loving in preservation and ruthless in destruction. Shakti is known as Chandi. In her fierceness, she destroyed the evil powers like Chanda. Thus, she brought good or Mangal. Concept of Mangal Chandi can be traced in Brihadharma Purana. It has been stated that she who gives us good is Mangal Chandi. Mangaleshu Daksha Chachua Mangal Chandika. This Puranic idea influenced both the educated higher strata and illiterate lower strata of the society of Bengal. And the regional poets of Bengal began to write in regional languages, that means in Bengali, to reach to the common people. In medieval Bengal, Mangal Kavyas like Chandi Mangal, Manasha Mangal, Kalika Mangal, Shashti Mangal, etc. were composed in vernacular language in praise of the Devi. In these literary creations, some aspects of the Devi are unique. Not only in literature, but also in temple sculpture, these aspects can be seen. One such instance can be seen in the Chandi Mongol. She has been described as the Kamale Kamini, the goddess on the lotus. The Kamale Kamini aspect of Chandi in Chandi Mangal Kavya was depicted by devoted poets like Manik Dattu, Dijo Madhav, Kobi Konkan, Mukunda Chakraborty and others. The narration had the goal of propagation of the Leela of Chandi. According to the critics and scholars, Mukunda Chakraborty is the best writer of the Chandi Mangal Kavya, but he was not the first writer of the story because he acknowledged Manik Datta in his poem. Manik Dattere Ami Koriye Binoy, Jaha Hoite Hoilo Gito Patho Porichoy. I am humble to Manik Datta, from whom I could know about the story. According to some scholars, Manik Datta was a poet of 15th century.
But according to Dinesh Chandra Sen, there were two Manik Datta who wrote Chandi Mongol. The earlier poet lived in 13th century in pre-Mukunda era. The latter poet wrote his poem in 18th century in post-Mukunda era. There are some words like Firangi in the poem, and these can be proliferation by a second point of the same name lived in post-Mukunda era. The poet Manik Datta of pre-Mukunda period lived in Fulua. He was physically challenged in his early life but cured totally due to the blessings of goddess Mangal Chandi. In praise of the goddess Chandi, he wrote the Durga Mangal Kavya, that is Chandi Mangal Kavya. Dija Madhav was a poet of 16th century. From his writing, it can be known that he had completed the Sharada Charita in 1501 Shokabdo or 1579 AD. Kavi Konkan Mukunda Chakraborty was the best poet of Chandi Mangal Kavya, and he wrote his Kavya in 1466 Shokabdo and in 1544 AD. Now, the story of the Chandi Mangal Kavya. The lore of Chandi in Chandi Mangal Kavya is narrated in two different stories. The first one is known as the Narokhando. The first story is connected around hunter Kaloketu and his wife Fullora, the couple who were very pure but poor. But the other story is in the Banik Khanda, which is today my paper is on this second story. The story is centered around the fortune and misfortune of the wealthy merchant Dhanapati, his wife Lahana and Khullana's son, merchant Srimanta or Sripati. Dhanapati was a very rich merchant. His wife was Lahana. They had no children. Later he married Khullana, the younger sister of Lahana. After that, he went for his maritime trade, and taking this opportunity, jealous Lahana sent a fraud letter to her younger sister Khullana that from now she has to stay in the outer house and she has to go in the forest with the domesticated goats and cows, and she has to wear torn clothes. And Khullana was tortured in this way by his elder sister Lahana. One day in the forest she lost a goat, and in search of that she went in the dense forest. There she saw that 5 women are worshipping goddess Chandi. Actually they were Vidyadharis in disguise. They taught Khullana how to worship Chandi, and she worshipped Chandi and Chandi blessed her. Now Dhanapati returned from Singhal and the good days of Khullana returned again. But the society of the Baniks, the merchants, asked about the chastity of Khullana because she used to go to the forest. She was tested by drowning in water, tested by snake bite, tested by hot iron rod, and lastly by fire. But due to the blessing of goddess Chandi, nothing happened to her. She could prove her chastity. Now Dhanapati again went for his mercantile work, and Dhanapati was on his way to Singhal. During his voyage, he had witnessed 2 miracles. First, he saw a marshy land amidst the sea, filled with lotuses, but he refused to land there. It was a divine indication of goddess Chandi, which he failed to understand. Secondly, in the sea, he saw goddess seated on the lotus amidst many lotuses and swallowing an elephant. At the next moment, she was vomiting the elephant. This form of goddess is described as Kamale Kamini, or goddess on the lotus, by the poet. Dhanapati had an illusion that with the movement of the waves, she was again and again sinking in the water and rising from the water. His 7 ships were drowned in water due to sea storm. He reached Singhalo with only 1 ship named Madhukar. In the state of astonishment, Dhanapati said the incident of seeing the Kamale Kamini, or goddess on the lotus, to the king of Singhal, but failed to show the king the same in that spot. This raised anger of the king of Singhal, and Dhanapati was imprisoned. Meanwhile, Khullana gave birth to a son. The son was named Srimanta Sripati. When he was grown up, he also went to the sea for mercantile activity, and on his way to Singhal, he witnessed the same miracle as his father. And he was imprisoned by the king of Singhal because he was unable to show him the Kamale Kamini. Now, he was ordered to be for persecution, and then he prayed to goddess Chandi. He uttered the Chandi Stotra. The goddess was pleased. She came in the disguise of an old woman in the spot. She took Srimanta in her lap to protect him. She did many miracles. The king and his kotal could not kill him. Kotal means the person who had to persecute him. Kamala Kamini now in sculpture and painting. The description of Kamala Kamini is unique in the story. She is seated on lotus amidst many lotuses, holding lotus stalk in one hand. With another hand, she is swallowing an elephant. In some narrations, she was not swallowing the elephant, but having elephant-headed Ganesha in her lap. In two cases, her character is different. When she is swallowing an elephant, she is not expressing calm, but with Ganesha in her lap, she is presented as a loving mother. Both the concepts of destruction and nurture have been inspired the poets. Both these forms are depicted in terracotta paintings of medieval Bengal. Now, this is the temple of Bahadurpur, and here, this is the terracotta plates. You can see the first ship. There are the people with उसको क्या कहते हैं with binocular in hand. They are the cornothers, and the second ship that is full of cargo, and in the third ship, merchant Dhanapati is seated with his sailors and other people, his followers. This is merchant Dhanapati. And this hand is broken. Actually, it was in Vishwa Mudra because he is seeing the Kamala Kamini. Kamala Kamini standing on lotus, holding a lotus stalk in one hand, and in another hand, she is swallowing an elephant. She is swallowing an elephant. This is Kamala Kamini. And then the next one is from the Lakshmi Janardhan Temple of 18th century, and this is in Shurul. There is merchant Dhanapati on his boat with a Vishwa Mudra in his hand, and look at the sailor. He is reluctant because only Dhanapati can see the Leela of the goddess, nobody else. This is the Kamala Kamini, standing on lotus, holding lotus stalk in one hand, and in another hand, she is swallowing an elephant. The next one is from the Lakshmi Janardhan Temple of Odisha. There is Banik Dhanapati. He is pointing to the scene, but his sailors are reluctant because they are not able to see the Leela of the goddess. The goddess is seated on the lotus. She is holding the elephant with her two hands, and she is going to swallow the elephant. Now, this is a temple of Shargram. This is also Kamala Kamini, but the form has been changed. She is seated on lotus, but she is not swallowing the elephant. You can notice her place of hair. It is, indicating her place of hair that she is sitting amidst the sea because the stormy wind. Due to the stormy wind, her place of hair is flying, and the Ganesha is in her lap. So the mood has been changed. Now she is not swallowing the elephant. She is not in destructive mood. She is in the mood of nourishment. And then, yes. This is from the another temple, Lakshmi Varaha Temple of Bagarui. This is the trader Dhanapati, and this is Kamala Kamini. Again, Ganesha in her lap. She is not swallowing the elephant. Elephant-headed Ganesha is on her lap. Next. Yes, this is the oldest edition of Manusha Mangal Kavya in 1823. It is known as Ramjaya Shanashkaram, and there we can have the picture Kamala Kamini seated on lotus and Ganesha in her lap. Okay, now let me tell about the inspiration of the story. Actually, the seeds of these stories can be traced back in one verse of Uttarakhand of Brihad Dharma Purana. It has been stated in the following way: Raksham Bhuje Kari Chayam Grashanti Vamanti. About the Devi, it has been said that Raksham Bhuje on red lotus, Kari means elephant, Grashanti Vamanti. She is, swallowing and she is vomiting. So there's the seed of the story. Now, why this concept was chosen by the poets of medieval Bengal? In medieval period, the merchant class of Bengal lost its pristine glory of maritime trade and prosperity. The mentions of sea voyage, countries like Singhal, Gujar Rajya, that means Gujarat, King Shaloban or Shaloban, yes sir, only 1 minute. Saptadinga or the 7 large boats full of wealth and luxurious commodities and shipwreck, tsunami are faint traces of the memory of the glorious days of Bengal's maritime trade. The uncertainty and insecurity of maritime trade reflect itself in the stories of Kamale Kamini. And the curse of God and the God as savior became the key of life. Society focused on agriculture later in search of prosperity and security. It is noteworthy that the destructive mood of Kamale Kamini was gradually leaving the space to the goddess seated on lotus with baby Ganesh in her lap in a peaceful atmosphere. Even Shiva and Parvati have been sketched as the deity of an agriculture-based illiterate rural society, which is simple and sedentary in character in medieval Bengal terracotta and Porchitra. As for example, there are 3 plaques above the door of the Shiva temple of Shargram. All are presenting Durga in a different aspects. The central plaque is depicting the Mahishasur-Mardini Durga with her family. In the right side, 2-handed Shiva and Parvati can be seen seated in a peaceful atmosphere on cushion, as if representing happy and sedentary life of a couple. In the left, the Kamale Kamini presented with baby Ganesha in her lap in a peaceful atmosphere. I have shown you this one in my earlier slides. The destructive mood of Mahishasur-Mardini Durga is flanked by calm appearance of the goddess in both sides. Part of the appearance of the affectionate and protective goddess with baby in her lap was more comfortable in the feelings of people than the frightening depiction of goddess swallowing an elephant. It may be inspired from the description in the poem that goddess protected Srimanta from death and she took her in her lap like her son. So as a result, in some narrations, the representation of Kamale Kamini changed its character gradually. The wave of thinking inspired religion, literature, and art to produce in their respective field with conformity to the social desire. In course of time, the Kamale Kamini aspect of Devi became more pleasing and calm. The image of Kamale Kamini swallowing an elephant is not worshipped in any household, but the image of Mangal Chandi with a lotus. Yes, this is Srimanta in the lap of goddess Chandika. So, the image of Kamale Kamini with a lotus in hand is worshipped in every household. So, for daily worship. This was my paper.
Thank you. Dr. Gary. Now I invite Miss Aarti B. Kulkarni. Mrs. Aarti Kulkarni has completed her graduation and post-graduation in computer science from Pune University. She is working professional in the field of information technology since past 22 years. She is currently working as Associate Director, Product Engineering for a software firm in Pune. As an enthusiastic student of ancient history and culture, she has pursued MA in Indology from Tilak Maharashtra Vidyapit, Pune, and has completed the degree with outstanding grades. Aarti has a good collection of ancient crafts and is a student of mathematics. She has many published articles and research papers to her credit related to auspicious symbols, temple architecture, iconography, and mathematics. Many of her articles are published in magazines, periodicals, and newspapers in Marathi. Her areas of interest are study of ancient history of India, iconography, mathematics, ancient art and architecture, symbolism. Now, I request you to present your paper.
Thank you, sir. Little bit old. Yeah. I have it. Am I audible? So respected as dignitaries, scholars, and friends, very good afternoon to all of you. It is my privilege to present the showstopper paper in this entire session. Thanks for that. Today I am going to discuss few aspects of representation of Kamadeva.
how diversified patterns are seen in scriptures as well as in sculptures. This is the flow of the paper that I have submitted, and I'll be just talking about few of the important aspects. I just want to set the introduction of the deity. Just to recap, everyone knows about the Madana Kamadeva. Then the iconography aspects of Kamadeva, some types, and how it is depicted into scriptures, earlier scriptures, and some noticeable Kamadeva icons across all parts of India. So we can see the regional development as well as some various icons of it, and finally some concluding pointers. So we'll start with the brief introduction, and I'm going to rush through this slide, of course. Kamadeva has been seen as god of desire, and in that terminology, we should not be looking at desire only related to romance, lust, or love, which is like currently he is seen in that angle, but it is a major important aspect of all you want to acquire, all you want to achieve, all that comes under the Kama or desire, and he is god of that. So Kamadeva was basically being worshipped for fulfilling various desires, be it related to health or wealth or well-being and all other pleasures, acquiring that. So we know about many festivals associated with him. Out of all his names, some of the names talk about his characteristics, like Pushpavan, Pushpadhanva, or Meenaketan or Makardhwaj being his emblem, and Madan, Atanu, Ananga, and all those. I expect that everyone knows about it. There are various Puranas talk about various different stories of his birth. He is on the task given by Indra most of the times, and his friend is Vasanta, the spring, and he is master of Apsaras. So how this Ananga or Atanu kind of deity has been personified. So he is a personification of youthfulness, romance, physical charm, and handsome male beauty. And all that is being reflected in all the sculptures. His pivotal characteristics always, we can identify him with sugarcane bow and 5 flowery arrows. His banner is Makara or fish, alternatively is called as Makaradhwaja or Meenadhwaja. Consort is Rati, who is equally beautiful and attractive. And the pair is like, if you see any beautiful couple, these days also we compare them with Madan Rati. So, as I said earlier, Vasanta is his friend, and his mount has been described as parrot. Just so, for the clarity sake of it, I have done this categorization of standalone icons where he is appearing as a single deity. He, along with his consorts, we all know that Kamantaka as a Sahara Murti of Shiva. So he obviously appears there. And I'll like to notify some about or talk about couple of composite icons that I came across. To start with, foremost and important description comes from Matsya Purana, and they have spent 4 different stanzas explaining all details about him. The emblem, the consorts, and all aspects are there, but it talks about he being 2 hands, having 2 hands, a face of horse with his Makara banner should be shown aside. And there are some important aspects how Preeti, one of his consorts, should be should be having some good delicacies in her hand, how Rati should be looking at him all the time. His bed should be decorated with Saras birds. And there are some important, maybe funny, but yeah, a lot of, they talk about this Kamatura, or a donkey should be shown near to him. And he should be like, the complete backdrop is also set as to there should be a water well or pleasure forest near to him. And I just came across this particular picture because it depicts his description in Matsya Purana
actually word to word. So you can see all the aspects, Rati, Priti, Makaradhwaja, Meenadhwaja, the Saras bird decorated bed, and this picture has been taken from Dange sir's book. So thanks to him, the artist could actually do word to word description as per Matsya Purana. Going next, we cannot obviously skip Vaishnodharmattara Puran when it comes to iconography. So here I have cited only the differences. Here it says he should be having 8 arms. He must be represented as engaged with his consorts. And there are 4 consorts like Priti, Rati, Priti, Shakti and Mother Shakti or Ujjwala. So again, on the similar lines, I found this painting from Mysore. Currently, it is not in display, but I just took it from Pratima Kosha so that I can explain it better to you. So again, it is the same word-to-word depiction that the artists have taken up. Shilparatna talks more elaboratively because they talk about what he should wear, how his complexion should be, and all those details are given. I'll just skip through in interest of time. Now, Agamas mainly describe about, when they are describing about this Kamantaka Murti, the focus is obviously on Shiva icon. However, some important aspects like what should be the proportion, what should be the postures of these 2 icons against each other, everything has been detailed out. And now coming to some early icons, the left side, this is from Ellora, cave number 16, Kailas, and this is from Siddheshwar Temple, Hotel, Maharashtra. Both are from Maharashtra and early images. The point that is to be noted is very bare minimum features like sugarcane board, 2 hands figures. That's it. The left hand side is again from Pashwanath Mandir, Khajuraho, and here the notable thing is he is having 4 arms, which is a rare depiction because in southern part of India we generally see him with 2 hands. The right hand beautiful thing is from Orissa and currently in Seattle Museum. The Rati and Priti, both the concerts are shown. Coming to the southern part, again both the icons are from obviously Belur. And why I have taken this is like this particular complex, or there are many temple complex where he is appearing at multiple times, be it on the main panel, be it in the border, be it in some niche. So that particular thing I think is important because then he is being considered as an important deity even then. Next 2 are again from Nugalli and Haranhalli. The left side icon will remind you of Somnathpur definitely. So very similar style. This is a wooden carving from Madurai. And why I have taken this here is see the changing pattern in iconography. And this is a later icon, and actually his mount is shown as parrot, and he is actually shown riding on the parrot out here. Kamantaka Shiva is known to everyone, but we see very rare panels or less panels as compared to other panels related to Shiva. So this one left side is taken from Madurai, from Sringeri Temple, and this is the Kamantaka Shiva. Right side is again the later one, but you can see the he is riding parrot and he is aiming, you know, these arrows at Shiva. A beautiful painting from central portion of Mandapa of ceiling from Virupaksha Temple, Hampi. Here, like some of the Agamas site, he is actually on chariot, and the chariot is interesting part is being pulled by parrots, and a very beautiful notification and depiction of Madana Kamadeva. The last one, bright and a bold figure is from a pediment from Banteesra Temple, Cambodia. Here you can see a lot of variety in, or local influence, but the basic legend and attributes remain same, just a variety. Yeah. So Shiva is saying Akshamala in his hand, she is Parvati, and Madan Kamdeva is aiming at him with her. I just need to call out I must call out two composite elements or sculptures. First is the Madana Gopala icon from Pandya period, and basically it is a mixture of Madan and Gopala. It's 8 arms figure, and 2 arms are having sugarcane bow and flower arrows, which is a peculiarity of Madan Kamdev. Second one has been taken from Dr. Preetana's paper a decade ago, published in our own Kala. So she's identified even more complex part of it. Sachidananda Krishna is the name, that is how they call that figure, 10-arm figure. And it is a combination of Madan Gopal and Yogeshwar Muralidhara. And obviously out of 10, 2 hands are having Ikshukodanda and arrow of flowers. So what do we see after looking at all the scripts, major scripts and the various icons? We can see that a depiction of detailing Kamadeva's icon along with main deities, some Mahapuranas or most of the Mahapuranas describing him, and many of the Shilpa Shastra having notable or remarkable coverage. That means he was having very much importance in the society then. Old scriptures described very elaboratively, but we hardly see any Parivara Murti or elaborated Murti the way it is described in these scripts. So we see a simple figure generally, or maybe we need to discover more. But whatever has been, we have seen the depiction as per scripts, it is far later taken at far later stage. And we see these different icons up to 17th century on temple premises generally, and then obviously he is no more seen. So it is important to see how the rise, popularity, and the I would say declining trend or this merging or this into major deities is seen through art, because we can see that the deity who is having specifically dedicated temples for him gradually starts moving, at the entrance and the pillars and the outer walls, and then he started getting merged into other prominent deities, which is very interesting to see, and we can see that through art. And obviously, looking at this, we can see the regional and over the time aspects that are changing in iconography. Some of the references. Thank you so much. This one is from Metropolitan Museum. Province is Kashmir. The Andhar sculpture, beautiful piece. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Dr. Tiwari wants to say something.
Your paper was, of course, excellent, but through you, I am addressing to all the young scholars. While referring to the attributes in the hands of Kamadeva, Kam is one of the 4 Purusharthas, the objectives of the life. Dharma, Artha, Kam, Moksha. And therefore, the Kam in the form of Kamadev, in the form of erotic sculptures, in the form of Apsara figures are being represented on the temples, right? And that brings the very desire of life, very essential. So we should not only refer to the attributes that you have said, the arrow of flowers, Panch Pushpashar.
Yeah, there are 5 flowers.
Arrows made of 5 flowers. Ambra is there.
Nilotpara is there.
Right.
Aravinda is there.
Right.
Yes.
And then Ikshudhanu. We must use the original terms as well. Ikshudhanu means the bow made of sugarcane. And Makara Dhwaja. Now, this is the iconography. But do we think that these are merely the names of the attributes? Accidental? No. These are very relevant when we say sugarcane. Sugarcane, its sweetness can only be compared with the love. Then 5 arrow made of flowers. We know the need of the flower everywhere. How does it matter? The garden and all that. So that was very relevant and he used to that. And then Makara Dhwaj. Let me tell you all that Makara Dhwaj is given in Ayurveda as a medicine to enhance the potency. So thus the iconography was not merely the names and the attributes, was the relevant to the entire personality of the deity, and this is to be applied in case of all the deities. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, sir, for noting it down. The 5 flowers have got different meanings. The integrity or the power is also different, that has been described. And the Ashok Vriksha is one of the emblem that goes near to Madan Kamdev. And a lot of things, we see a lot of symbolism. So each and every aspect of it symbolizes something which is crucial. Yes, yes, definitely, sir. Thank you. Yes.
I thank all the 6 scholars who presented paper in this session. And I also thank my co-chairperson, Dr. D.P. Rekakali, in presiding over this function. I thank the organizers to hear and say some words with you. Thank you all. We have finished our task within time.
The 3 days. It is the words of Milton, harvest days, years, slide soft away. But now we are running into seconds, nanoseconds, micro nanoseconds. We do not know. Kalo gacchati dhimatam says a thing. But Bhartrihari says, Kalo na yataha vayameva yataha. The time is not running. We are just moving. The time is there, standing figure. The train runs past the lamppost, like that our life journey. We had the wonderful sessions all the 3 days. The concluding sessions are over here and there. And it's a very important thing. After the tea break, we have the valedictory function. As we said already, it is an expression of gratitude. It is a what we call a meeting of others again. As we meet on the inaugural session, valedictory session also is equally important. And I request all the delegates to be present here for the valedictory function. Now, with this, I request the chief chairpersons to honor the speakers. First, I would like to call upon Mr. S. Kumbhodaran here, followed by G. Balaji, our own, and Mr. Narendra Velankar will be there. He is here. And Ms. C. Uma, Dr. Swati Mandal Adhikari, and Ms. Aarti Bigulkar. Please be under IS, please. Balaji, please. This sir. Please. One second. I request our General Secretary of IAC, Professor Swan Emblem, to honor the chairpersons of today's session. Please, sir. Please. No, we will be having a separate thing. Yeah, please, sir. No, allow the. Oh, okay. Well, Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Now for a short tea break. Thank you. Sir, because we are expecting VC, he is in a meeting. No, our program schedule is 4 o'clock. Let us be here by 3:50. It is a protocol when we come here. Thank you.
Now we will play Ragam Tanam Pallavi, the Ragam Hemavati, set to Aditalam and Ragamalika, followed by two maestros will play Tanyavaratam.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. Please keep your mobile phones in silent mode. Now we start the program with an invocation. Please remain seated. Invocation by Mr. N. Srinivasan.
Good evening, all of you.
In the valedictory function, the invocation song, we are going to sing in Ragam Chakravagam. This song is in Malayalam. I am giving you a gist in English so that everyone can understand what is being sung before you. Getting hold of a rock and chiseling it into the form of Shiva, at such feet, I fold my hands and worship. Breaking up a bamboo branch and changing it into a flute, such a Murahara, Lord Krishna's lotus feet, I fold my hands and worship. For the sweet 7 musical notes, though granted salvation, O Mugambika, to thee I fold my hands and worship. With cymbals tied on the ankles, and though dancing with joy, O Kanaka Sabhabati, I fold my hands and worship. Silaye kai kundu Shivarubamakunna, Silaye kai kundu Shivarubamakunna, Kalayude kalgalil kai toduneen, Silaye kai kundu Shivarubamakunna, Kalayude kalgalil kai toduneen, Molayi chumbichu Muraliyai matriya, Molayi chumbichu Muraliyai matriya, Muragara padabadnam kai toluneen, Silaye kai kondu Shivarubamakunna, Kalayude kalgalil kai toluneen, Mugan Swaramegum Mukti Pradayiniyam Mugambige Ninne Kaitorunin, Mugan Swaramegum Mukti Pradayiniyam Mugambige Ninne Kaitorunin, Kalil Silangayode Kalil Silangayode Anandanadanu Madum, Kalil Silangayode Anandanadanu Madum, Kanaga Sabhabadiye Kaitavuneen, Kalil Silangayode Anandanadanu Madum, Kanaga Sabhabadiye Kaitavuneen, Silaye kai kondu Shivarubamakunna, Kalayude kalgalil kaitavuneen, Kalayude kalgalil kaitavuneen, Kalayude kalgalil kaitavuneen.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Srinivasan. Now I invite our President, Madam Dr. Nandita Krishna, to welcome the gathering.
Professor Dr. S. Gauri, Vice Chancellor, University of Madras, Professor S.K. Chakravarti, Chairman of the Indian Art History Congress, Professor D.S. Somashekar, General Secretary, Indian Art History Congress, very eminent scholars here like Dr. Chudamani Nandagopal, Dr. Kunud Kanitkar, and so many others, Dr. Shudipa Pandopadhyay, and many others who are here. We've had a very wonderful 3 days. I must say that I was very impressed by the very high quality of the papers. And it is, I don't know whether I'm saying welcome, bye-bye to all of you, but I would like to say welcome to the Vice Chancellor. Sir, this is your first visit to our foundation. And the CPR Institute of Indological Research is affiliated to Madras University for both historical studies and environmental studies. So I hope this is the beginning of many visits to our foundation. I learned something about him, which all the ladies here would be very happy to know. He's the direct descendant of Kumari of Queen Velu Nachiyar, who is a great heroine of South India. And I have written extensively about her and her. She built up a contingent of 4,000 women, and they defeated the British. And one of her commander, Queely Warangal, she's the first suicide bomber. She put ghee and oil over herself, jumped into the British arms depot and blew it up. And that's how they won the war and got the British out of Madurai. So, of course, that's a very drastic story, but it happened. And I'm a great admirer of Queen Velu Nachiyar. And for me, that her descendant is here is a wonderful thing. Professor Gauri has brought in a lot of changes, a lot of new programs in the university, and we'll hear more about them from Dr. Balaji. We are going to miss all of you when you all leave tomorrow, and I hope you go back with very happy memories of Chennai. Some of you will be coming to Kanchipuram, my city. He is from Madurai, Sivaganga. Oh, Sivaganga. I am from Kanchipuram, so I'm very happily taking you all there tomorrow. Some of you, not all of you. I hope you enjoy your trip. So, sir, I with great pleasure, I welcome you to the valedictory function of our conference. On behalf of the Indian Art History Congress, Dr. Somashekara will also welcome Vice Chancellor.
Now I invite Professor S.K. Chakravarti to deliver his address. I can go. Someone share the experience you share, sir. 2 minutes.
Mr. Vice Chancellor Ji, Dr. Srimati, Director of this institute, our General Secretary, and lots of friends assembled here. They are all distinguished in their own fields and assembled here to have
the nectar of the experience in the Chennai organization hosting us. Actually, for the past 3-4 days, our joy is bound no restriction. We have been taken care of the people, by the people, for us, for the people assembling here, and that is why our enjoyment is doubly has focused to our contents of joy. Chennai ni Tamil Nadu is hosting us not only for the people who have assembled from all corners of our country, it's definitely a pleasure of joy, a moment of joy, and also the moment of learning in our ancient lore. And particularly, I am grateful the host organization, not only from the director, the deputy director, and host of wonderful staff taking our care. It is always rather homecoming for all of us. We are from Bengal, we are from Karnataka, we are from Punjab, and all the places of our countries we are here, and we have enjoyed our life here. In fact, Tamil Nadu, the name Madras, is budding with scholars, ancient people, particularly the scholars, pedants, and poets living here. And that is why our thirst has been quenched to its full brim. On behalf of all of you, my fellow colleagues, fellow comrades, I offer my sincerest gratefulness to the people in Tamil Nadu, Chennai, and this institution hosting for 4 days. I would just make a naman to all of you present here for giving us opportunity to serve you in academic affairs. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words. Before I invite the chief guest, a few of our participants willing to share their experience. I first invite Mr. Anustop Chatterjee. Kindly restrict your talk with 2 minutes. Within 2 minutes, please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for giving me this opportunity. And good evening, our Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, and respected ma'am, sir, presented here. So it's a privilege and great opportunity for me to attend this prestigious conference for the very first time. Although I am coming from engineering background, still I find this subject very relevant from the multidisciplinary point of view. These 3 days of extensive academic deliberations and discussions by eminent scholars have been a very enriching experience for me. I am very happy to be a part of the Indian Art History Congress fraternity. I take this opportunity to thank all the organizers for organizing such an illuminating conference. I would especially like to thank Professor S.K. Chakraborty sir, Professor M.N. Tiwari sir, Professor D.S. Samsekhar sir, Dr. Nandita Krishna ma'am, Dr. G. Balaji sir, and all the senior scholars for their continuous support to the young scholars like us. Last but not the least, I would like to acknowledge my gratitude, sincere gratitude to two ladies. Without their support and without their continuous encouragement, I would not be able to reach in these positions. One, my wife, Mrs. Ushmita Basu, and my mother-in-law, none other than Professor Dr. Durga Basu. Without their support, I won't be able to reach at here. So at the end, I can say, Vakratunda Mahakaya Suryakoti Samaprabha Sarvakajeshu Sarvada. So where all words that end words. So thank you very much once again. Thank you everyone, and thanks to Indian Art History Congress.
Thank you, Mr. Anustop. Now I invite Dr. D.P. Rekha Gowli to say a few words.
Namaskar. Respect, Honorable VC sir, and the delegates present on the dais, dignitaries and delegates present at this here. First, at last we have come to the end of the 3-day 29th annual session of Indian Art History Congress hosted by CPR Institute. It was a very well organized and well conducted seminar. The papers were very interesting and all the participants has enlightened us with their new inputs and ideas. I am very happy, I am lucky and privileged to be a part of this seminar and conference. And I would also like to thank Director Madam S. Nandita Krishnan and especially her team for her wonderful arrangement and reception we have been given to us. We are on behalf of the Indian Artistic Congress, as a member of the Artistic Congress, I would like to thank Nandita Madam and her teams for giving us this opportunity to be a part of the seminar in Chennai. And we are so lucky and privileged to have two memorable, important memorial lectures, of which the topics are very valuable input from our respected eminent scholars of eminent Tiwari sir and Nandita Madam. So we are very lucky, and so I would like to thank all the participants and dignitaries present on the dais to be on behalf of the Indian Artistic Congress. I would like to thank all of them for this seminar, and thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I invite Dr. U.C. Dwivedi, Editor, Journal of Indian Artistic Congress, to say a few words.
Respected Vice Chancellor, sir, the Director of C.P. Ramaswamy Institute of Philological Research, Chennai, Chairman of Indian Artistic Congress, the General Secretary, Indian Artistic Congress, and all the fellow members, and the office staff and officers of this institute. It was really a pleasure for us to be here for 3-4 days. Originally, our discussion ended today, and a lot of papers were presented with new informations and new interpretations. It was indeed valuable for us. However, it is important that it was the hosts who made it possible that we could conduct this session at Chennai. And we are really thankful to the director and staff of this institute that they invited us and hosted this conference. However, I would like to mention one thing. Originally, it was scheduled about a year back, but due to COVID-19, it could not be held at time. And unfortunately, due to this, we missed 3 important scholars who must have been here. Our founder of this organization, Indian Art History Congress, Dr. R.D. Chaudhary, another very senior member, Dr. S.S. Biswas, and Dr. Nagaswamy. Their presence must have enhanced this conference, but what the God desires, that happens, and we have no control over here. But I would certainly like to thank the institute officials for nicely hosting this seminar. They took care of us in very nice way, and we will certainly remember their way of hosting us. With these few words, I thank you all who are here present in this celebratory session of Indian Art History Congress, the 29th session of which is now in the fag end. Thank you
sir.
all.
Thank you, sir. Now I invite Dr. Professor M.N.P. Tiwari, Vice Chairman of Indian Art History Congress, to say a few words.
Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, Dr. Chakrabarti ji, our Chairman, our General Secretary, Swan Chatterjee. We are really very happy to be here, and during the last 3 days, including today, we had a number of papers, and the entire sessions, seminar, accommodation, conveyance, food were so well arranged, and food was served with the affection and love. Everybody was asked as if we are invited in some marriage function. Yes, you have taken, just take one more. I'm really overwhelmed. Overwhelmed due to your hospitality, and therefore Dr. Nandita Krishnaji, the director of the C.P. Ramaswamy Iyer Institute of Indological Research, the great institute, and the founder's name has to be remembered by me because he happened to be the Vice Chancellor of the Banaras University, where from I am coming, from Kashi. So Kashi to Kanchi is connected to Shiv. Dr. G. Balaji, Dr. V. Mohanji, and the entire team, each and every person. We are so loving, so caring. If you just tell them that what do you need, water, yes, you will get it. So something in a very rare way, it was the time management, the sessions, its discipline, every paper, maximum papers we have covered. And academically, it was highly fruitful. Because here we find the presence of the very senior scholars down to the I must not say junior, but the beginners or who has initiated the research. So the senior and the upcoming scholars, they both were present. We were trying to give and they were there to receive. So the process of give and take was there, and that interaction is the main objective of any academic endeavor. And that was very successful over here. We talked about of different deities because it was an iconography. Shiva, Vishnu, Ganesh, Shakti, Kartikeya. So it was in terms of not only the deities but time and space. So deities, time and space, and the interactive approach, how the sharing was done and how the holistic perspective could be evolved to understand Indian art. We all tried, and also the senior scholars have tried to educate through the observations, suggestions to the scholars. And therefore, Madam, I'm really grateful personally to you because it was a really academic feast. We have learned, we have given something, whatever we could. We have lived so comfortably, and your schedule was so tight that at the age of 72, after long years, I said to my friends that I worked right from 7:30 to night 9:30. So you just kept at us, but the purpose was there that every presenter should get the time and should present. And for that, for your hospitality, for everything you could do, and to your team, Dr. Balaji, Dr. Mohanji, and the entire team. Even I would like to take the name of Prashantji. The way he received us, it did not show that who is he. And that is most important thing when one's self is lost. So he received us being selfless. So this selflessness in your doing everything was just wonderful, exemplary. So we have learned so much, and we wish all betterment and just upgoing. And now the Honorable Vice Chancellor is here. He could understand what kind of seminar you did host, and he himself will take care of your academic enterprises. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for those kind words and wishes. It's my pleasure to introduce our Vice Chancellor of University of Madras.
Professor Dr. S. Gauri hails from Manavamangalam, a hamlet in the Sivagangai district of Tamil Nadu. Born in 1958, he is a first-generation graduate who did his B. Mechanical Engineering in the Tyagaraja College of Engineering, Madurai. His hands-on industrial experience in Enfield India Limited and Tamil Nadu State Transport Corporation motivated him to pursue M.Tech in Protection Engineering in IIT Madras, from where he also received his PhD in precision machining of plasma sprayed ceramic coating. Dr. Gauri starts his academic journey at the Mechanical Engineering Department of the Karnataka Regional Engineering College, now known as NITK. Then he served as a visiting research fellow at the Gentic Institute of Manufacturing Technology, an applied research and innovation center, now known as Singapore Institute of Manufacturing Technology, 5-star, in Nanyang Technology University in Singapore. He also earned a postdoctoral fellowship in ultra precision manufacturing engineering from the School of Mechanical and Production Engineering at Nanyang Technological University, Singapore. During his tenure in Singapore, he contributed to the research on micro machining, hard ultra precision grinding of optical discs for semiconductor industry, which received an international patent. Dr. Gauri also carried out applied research projects for Sony Precision Engineering Corporation of Japan, Omega Gel Ophthalmic Lens Manufacturing Company of Sydney, Australia, and for Pratt and Whitney, the Boeing aircraft engine manufacturer in USA. He also conducted research work in Olfon Institute for Surface Engineering in University of Birmingham, England. For the year 2000, Dr. Gauri served as professor in the Manufacturing Engineering Department and founder head of the same department of the College of Engineering, Anna University, Chennai. He was entrusted with the responsibility of serving as the Registrar of Anna University of Technology, Chennai, for his adept administrative skills. He took many academic and administrative responsibilities such as advisor to Present Department, Government of Tamil Nadu, Independent Director of Tamil Nadu, Small Scale Industries Corporation, etc. As a passion, Dr. Gauri has produced short films on psychology and video documentaries on parrot astrology, Kanchipuram silks, Madurai jasmine flowers, and many more. He was also the station manager and director of Anna Community Radio, known as Anna FM 90.4, the first community radio of the country. From the point of digital media and audio, he has served as film director, cameraman, editor, and voice-over dubbing artist. Some of his short films and video documentaries were awarded by Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, Government of India, New Delhi. Among the many accolades that Dr. Gauri has received, the outstanding academic award presented to him by the Indian Society for Technical Education, MHRD, Government of India in 2011 needs a special mention. His 5 books on mechanical engineering and drawing graphics and 94 research papers are testimony to his research expertise. He has participated and presented research papers in international conferences and has also delivered keynote speeches in the conferences held in our country, Singapore, Malaysia, Australia, Brunei, Germany, and many more. An ardent admirer of Tamil language and literature, Dr. Gauri has keen interest for subjects like mathematics, advanced machining, and operation research. He is at present heading the second oldest Indian university, the 160 years old University of Madras, as its Vice Chancellor. With these words, I invite Professor Dr. Gauri to deliver his valedictory address.
Shivashaktya yadi bhavati chakta prabhavitam nasede. This is Adi Shankara Chansi Saundari Lagari at Kollur Mookambika Temple. Because when the invocation started with Mookambika Temple, Mookambika, my mind went to Kollur because she brought me to this level. I always wear this, these all know the things. Anyway, thanks for the nice invocation song about Mookambika deities. Mookambika is a combination of Saraswati, Parvati, and Mahalakshmi together fought against one Rakshas. Because the Rakshas had a boon blessing that no single person, no single man or a woman can kill him. So these 3 powerful deities joined together as Mookambika and made a sort of relief. Thank you very much. Really, I'm very thankful to Madam for having invited me to this entirely different audience. And I'm really proud to learn about this feedback from the participants, the 3 days, how it went on, it made me to feel I should have attended if it had been free. Anyway, I'm very glad that the participants at different ages and from different regions have come over here and spent and learned a lot. Especially when I came to know that the age of 72 has come over here and learned. And this shows that learning has no end like this anyway. And it shows your interest. I'm 64. By next month, I'll be 65. So anyway, my namaskar, pranams to yourself. It's very good. Until I enter, I didn't know what to speak. I entered this hall as if I'm entering an 8th standard student. I went to write the examination unprepared. Like that. This is an extempore for me because until the morning, first there was a MAC committee feedback, everything. I was talking to the faculty members, and MAC means National Accreditation and Assessment Council, which is going to come. For that, we had some feedback and session like that. Then I got some other meeting. Then I was reminded by my peers that this is the iconography seminar you have to go and address. Anyway, it was really a surprise for me to enter this nice building, even though I had crossed this area a number of times when I was a student of IIT Madras in 1981, 82 onwards like that. I never had an opportunity. Madam might have invited me at that time. Anyway, she waited until I grow. I think she may like to invite me. Anyway, I'm very happy to see all of you this nice evening. Iconography, you know very well, I need to say, because you are the pioneers and this exponents in this iconography. It's simply icon means just an image. Everything started with the image only in the beginning. Because as an engineer, I'm a technocrat. Whenever I go to speak about any engineering meetings, I used to say the science is the fundamental of engineering. How the technologies got started, the science was a base stone and backbone, I used to say. Base stone and backbone. Truly, the human culture, human civilization started with stone and bone. That's all. Because mankind did not have anything except the stones. Took one stone with another stone, rubbed it. There was because of friction, there was a fire started. That was a first flash of civilization, this technology like that. Then still they want to have a sharpened tool. They didn't have anything. They took only the animal bones. So with the animal bones, everything over the stone, everything, they made some scratches. Vertical lines, horizontal lines, curved, and that became images that we call today as icon. So like that, if you go to any temple, we find a lot of this sila. In the rock, there are a lot of such articles are there. It depicts how the culture has developed, how our ancestors were there, like this only. So this type of icons or the images has been followed from the very beginning, and these images tell us a lot. Even today we follow images. Truly speaking, in digital technology we follow images. I went to drink some coconut water, where a tender coconut. I didn't have money. The fellow said, "Sir, do you have Google Pay?" What is Google Pay? He showed one a set of dots and everything like this, a set of matrix. So this is a Google Pay matrix like that. There is another image. So it's a digital image. It's just you scan it, or then you put the phone number, the payment is made like this. So the QR code, we say, quick response code. Previously it was a barcode, vertical lines. But now with more details are to be embedded with that, then become a quick response code. And in mathematics, we say it's a matrix. It's a matrix, an array of dots and other type of thick lines, everything like this, so that nobody can understand seeing that. But everything has been embedded like this, so if you just scan it, you get all the details. After the corona breakdown is over, we went to the hotel, they didn't show the menu card. They gave another set of QR code. Once you scan the QR code, what are the items from soup to appetizer, like that only it came on its own. I asked, where are they? Sorry, everything is embedded this image. So this icon. So like that, this icon even today tells us a lot, but in those days, without scanning, our people have developed this type of icons to tell us in future, in the humankind, how we have developed it. Yeah, they didn't have any recording mechanisms like this. A lot of things have happened those days. For example, when you enter from outside to here, this building, or any temple, if you go, the temple outside, it will be hot. But if you enter the temple, and if you go near the sanctum, it will become cold, very cool, comfortable. Our ancestors built it, yes, thousands years before that.
But in 18th century, that was discovered by an Italian scientist called Venturi, and he named that effect called Venturi effect. The Venturi effect means the outside, the temperature is more, the pressure is more. But when you come to that neck, the pressure is less, so air flows inside. Once you enter again the huge space, the pressure drops, naturally the temperature drops like this. That becomes a cooling effect. So who was a Venturi? Our ancestors, much before Venturi like that. So these are the wonderful things our ancestors have developed. They is blessed with the God, maybe deities, they might have blessed with the deities and their powers and their continuous efforts like this. When I went through the some papers what Madam gave me while I was coming by car, the temple architectures, the statues, how they are, the statues have been formed with the granite and the architectural elegance with the granites like that. Needless to say, if you happen to go to Tanjore, you'll find that lot of such wonderful, the Tanjore big building, big temple is still as a marvelous one. Like that. Or even they go to that Kallanai, there is another type of a dam, purely made of lot of stones. That is another marvelous architecture like this. So many such architectural elegance have come, and how it has been built, they are given, but still we have to explore it. Lot of technology, science and religious facts, everything is inside with a lot of icons, and we have to explore it. For that, this type of organization should pave way so that the younger generation get the benefits and the richness of the culture can be taught for like this. When I say this, I still remember the temple. Some of you might have passed from Tirunelveli to Thoothukudi of South India, Tamil Nadu, by road if you go. There is a place called a small town, Krishnapuram. Once I was going for an official visit from Tirunelveli to Thoothukudi, and the driver from Tirunelveli said, "Sir, here there is a Krishnapuram, is a small Vishnu temple is there. It is nice to go and see that." Okay, we have time, we wanted to go and see that. When we entered, there is a small Vishnu temple like this, then that Bhattacharya that he came, he welcomed us as like that only. Then he showed the statues, well polished. It's a granite, just like a mirror finish, they had polished all the statues like this, Kali, Parvati, Shiva, this Vishnu like that. So many statues, everything well polished, shiny like this. I really wonder, because of mechanical manufacturing engineer, how could they polish such a curved surfaces? Those days, they didn't have any polishing, grinding wheels or like that. Everything by hand polishing. I was really wondering, how could you do like that? Then that Bhattacharya said, "Sir, this is not a big thing. You come and see. I will show you another big thing that you will really wonder." And there was a pair of statues. One was a Manmadan, another is a Rati. That means Manmadan means a lot of the pair of God, man and woman God for love. That's called Cupid love, something like that. Manmadan and Rati, they say like that. And the two statues were there together. And then he said, "Sir, you go near the Ravi side." Ravi means a female. The female side, you go near the side. He said, "I tried to see the Manmadan." When we went that side, from the Ravi side, we looked at that Manmadan, we could see that Manmadan face, the man. Yes, he said, "What is the wonder? Come and see." Now we come to the Manmadan side, check whether you are able to see Ravi. When we went to the Manmadan side, we could not see the Ravi's face. That much angle, everything they have optimized. Then he explained, in those days before the marriage, when they come to see the bride, the boy will try to see the girl before the marriage, but he can't see, she will escape, she will go move here and there. But somewhere in the corner or through window, she will see the boy and say yes or no like that only. But today, there is no need for that. They will directly meet and say, "Hi, how are you? I'm coming, you coming," like that. They send a SMS like this. So this is one thing. Then still another wonderful thing. The Manmadan has the weapon that is called made of, yes, sugar cane, karundu, sugar cane. You know the sugar cane, there is about 4 feet height sugar cane with lot of this separation. Can we say one part like that, two part like that only. It's a thick one of this much size only. That's called the sugar cane. There's a curved one, and that the sugar cane karundu will that we will put that arrow so that he will disturb the Shiva like that only. So they will begin to show love and affection to his wife like this. This is the one. Once you stop it, there's a Hinduism says that with the Manmadan Radhi stops the function, there will not be love in the universe. That is one Hindu philosophy maybe. So he showed that. So this is a sort of a curved one. This is a curved, there's a sugar cane like this. It was in the hands of him. I wonder at this, how could they do that with as if it's like looking like a natural sugar cane? Yes, it is wonderful. Then he said, there is one more wonder is there. You look at that. This is made of granite. You know the granite stone. They were putting only chisel and everything. They polished it. And the top of the sugar cane, he said, take a sand particle. He showed it. He took a sand particle, touched that side. The top of the sugar cane, there was a hole, small hole. Then he said, you drop that sand particle. Then we dropped the sand particle, the sandstone particle, the stone particle flew down from the top of the 4.5 feet sugarcane structure made of granite, came to the bottom. I was really shocked because the granite is a brittle material. You cannot make any hole. If you try to make a hole, only the tool will break or the granite will break. But how could make such a long one with a diameter of around 3 millimeter, the long feet of 4.5 feet, more than 120 millimeter length, how could they make such a hole? This called in engineering is a hard to machine material, brittle materials are there, hard to brittle materials. That means Moribur on the. How could they do that? I said, I could not believe it. Do you have any idea? I asked the Bhattacharya. He said, yes, my grandfather has said, simple one. Then he told me the reason. Really, it was fascinating to me, amusing, but I had to believe that because there is no other reason as a mechanical engineer. The reason what he said was, over the tip of that rock, that means the granite, took a small punch and make a small dent. That is possible, small dent, just like in our houses, villages, if we have this Ammi or article like that one, the granite, the fellow will come a punch like this only make it so that the surface will become rough. So any chutney or either making, there will be very fine. With a very fast time, the housewife can do that. So make a small punch. Okay, punch. Afterwards, after the punch was made, they made a mixture of honey and jaggery. Honey and jaggery, they made it and put on the top. The free surface, free air, the honey and jaggery are made on the top. Who will come? Ant will come. Not auntie, ant will come. Auntie will also come and eat. It's from the house, we don't know. But ant will come, that's ant. Ant will come and eat. Then one set of ant comes and eat when it's over. Then another set of the honey and jaggery will be kept like this. And that will also eat. So there is a proverb in Tamil, Yerumbu ura kallum theyum. That means if the ants are moving over a surface, what happens? Repeated moving, that surface will get worn out. That is a proverb. So like that, how many ants came, how many days they waited, but that is a way like that we put. So even today, that is a wonder for us. It's a non-conventional machining. When I teach the subject to my MTech students, non-conventional machining, non-traditional machining, I used to use an example. The students used to amaze them. So why I'm saying this, these are such a wonderful things our ancestors have made, and how they made it, they are not given. Maybe some images or these icons might have been left like this. So what I suggest is we should probe such type of technological wonders, cultural amazing facts through such icons. Only the icon speaks a lot. Where the icons are still found, and what do they depict, what they tell us, that we have to find out. And I place this as a request to Madam. So whatever the University of Madras can do in this aspect, really, I'm very helpful. I'm very happy to do that, Madam, because this is the duty what we are supposed to do. And I'm very happy to see the wonderful audience of similar thoughts, because finding a people with the similar thoughts is very difficult. And no one has seen the mobile phone so far. Because when I speak like that, our people will see the mobile phone. Today morning also many of them were in the university like that. So because this shows that how much interest we have in our ideology, Hinduism. I should not talk about the Hinduism or anything, but that is how it is evolved like this. So it has given a lot and hope we'll be able to get the benefits with support of University of Madras and your foundation. Until then, wish you all the best. Have a nice day. Thank you very much. And Madam said about my ancestors, I forgot to tell. My name is Gauri Vallabha Raja Durachingam. But I was called as Gauri. Because Gauri Vallabha Raja Thorachingam means this, we hail from a small hamlet near Kalayar Koil, where people ruled the dynasty. And the first Indian woman who fought against Britishers was Rani Velu Nachiyar. And her husband name was Gauri Vallabha Muthu Vadaganadhar. And in that family, they pray the goddess Gauri Vallabha Rajarajeshwari. Before they go for war or anything, they pray like that. So Gauri Vallabha Rajarajeshwari. And my grandmother name is Gauri. So any child is born, the girl means just put Gauri. And if the boy is there, the Gauri will be there. The finally will become Vallabha Raja Durai Singham, something like that. My name is actually Durai Singham. They might have called me Durai or Singham. They called me Gauri only. And they are the freedom fighters. They built temples, lot of such temples like this only. Finally, their family gave the life for the temple. They were caught by Britishers and hanged like this. So history goes like that. As Madam said, there was some Kuili. There was another girl who was shepherd, who was looking after the goats. When the queen was going by horse, when the Britishers chased her and she disappeared. And this girl was there with the goats, and they asked her, because the girl was known for the one good habit, that means wonderful, means she won't tell lie. So they went and asked, where is Velu Nachiyar? Did you see? Then she said, yes, I saw. Can you tell where she went? I know, but I will not tell you. We'll kill you, don't worry. So like that, then her neck was cut. Cut means wet. Wet means in Tamil. So she died. Afterwards, Rani Velu Nachiyar came and heard about this, and she raised a temple for him. The name Vettu Udayal. That means the girl with the cut. This is still there's a temple. It is worshipped as a Kali, and she is our family goddess. Before I start my work as a by chance in my office, I recall her and pray. Then only I will sit in my chair like this. So this is a history what we made like that. Thank you very much. When you happen to go, you come to that side, Madurai, Kalayargo, like that, you will find a very good Shiva temple. Inside the temple, there are 3 Shivas, Someshwara, Sundareshwara, Kalishwara, like that, 3 goddesses, 3 Dakshamurti, like that. It's a huge temple. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your informative speech. I now invite Professor D.S. Somashekar, General Secretary, Indian Art History Congress, to propose vote of thanks.
No. To madam, we give it. Not he. In the general body. It's there. Madam, in the valedictory, one more item is to be included. It was forgotten to give award to the young scholar.
Puja Bharati
Memorial Award. If you kindly excuse us, it will be done right now. Over to Sanjeev.
Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, I feel myself associated with you. You belong to a family of the freedom fighter. I too. Perhaps my father was the first man in Bihar who has the suit at the side orders. So I feel proud of that. At the age of 18, he killed 9 Englishmen. So therefore that I have proud. So you have told me out of context, I have said it. So for the young scholars prize is there, the Dr. Puja Bharati Memorial Prize. It is meant to encourage the young scholarship among us, those who are under the age of 35 years. Unfortunately, it was only one, but now we have decided we will going to increase further. Number will be more.
This award, Dr. Pooja Bharti Memorial Award, is given in the memory of Dr. Pooja Bharti, the lady of Delhi University who died at the age of 32, but faced almost all the prestigious award of Indology in India and abroad. She died at the age of 32, and she was the UGC fellow, she was the lecturer, now it is known as the assistant professor. She did, and I have honor to say, the entire property of that lady is given to all the cultural institution, and Dr. Mani, who was happened to be the Vice Chancellor of the National Museum Institute and the Director General of the National Museum, he has kindly accepted all her books in the National Museum Library, and there is a section, Dr. Pooja Bharti Memorial section in the National Museum's Library. So the inspiration is itself for the inspiration to the young. The award is in memory of a young and given to a young who will make the India young. So this is way this award is there. And this year, the committee has adjusted, it is adjudged by the committee. The best award, there was huge. Every performer was the A. We don't have say that we have the B. Everyone was A. So please give a big hand of applause for everyone. It was difficult for us. It was difficult for us to choose among the best, the best. So we are I'm shivering कि किसका नाम लो किसका नाम छोड़ दूं, क्योंकि मुझे इतनी तकलीफ हो रही है हमारी कमेटी को। मैं देख रहा हूं कि शांति जी की आंखों में पानी है। वो कह रहे थे मेरे से अभी रोते हुए कि भैया किसको छोड़ें किसको रखें, लेकिन किसी को एक को रखना है और हम लोग खुशी में कह रहे हैं एक को हमने रखा है। और वो इसलिए रखा है कि वो ऐसा नहीं है कि वो किसी से बेहतर है, वो बेहतर है क्योंकि हम उसको उस क्षेत्र में ले जाना चाहते हैं। वी आर टेकिंग टू देम एंड दिस अवार्ड गोज टू दिस ईयर मिस सात्विकी ओझा। I say there is a same marks is given to Nikita Rathore and same marks is given to the Sania Mane. Same marks is given to Basu. Same marks is given to the lady who has presented Mudgil from JNU. Perhaps from DU, online presentation was there. Same marks. Sania, we have kept Sania aside, thinking it कि Sania को पिछली बार हम लोग ने दिया. We have given, she has faced the first prize at one place, so we have kept it. Sania ji here, wonderful presenter she had. So she has faced prize for that, so we have kept it, despite she has the equal number. So, but this time Satyaki Oza, she is a young lecturer, assistant professor in university, and she is a student of the great dais of the Kolkata University. I believe that this young lady will inspire, because she is teacher herself, she will inspire the spirit of scholarship that is the art historians should have, and this prize. So I will request Honorable Vice Chancellor sir to give her the award, and this along with the certificate we give a cash prize of 2,500 rupees. This time due to audit objection, we cannot give it to cash or check. It will given the account in your account, transfer into account. So you have to give your account number. We are not knowing that. So account you have to give the account number to headquarter people. They will transfer you the money. That is the amount of 2,500 cash award is there. Second announcement is that the executive committee yesterday had a long meeting and had decided that we will from next year will going to give another prize in the same name to the scholar, those who falls in the age group of 36 to 50. 36 से 50 के उम्र के विद्वानों के लिए वो एक प्राइज और होगा। और अगर आप लोग जनरल बॉडी में पास करें, if you will pass it in general body meeting, then another prize also will be given. For this is the announcement, and I request the Honorable Satuki, please come.
Great round of applause. Come on.
तालियां में जोर होनी चाहिए। You're the PhD. College. Yeah. She is a lecturer in one college. She is student of some Calcutta University like that. Thanks, sir. So nice of you giving me the chance to that. And I am thankful to the trust, Dr. Puja Bharati Memorial Trust, for making it convenient. And they have announced the second prize for the next year. So we are thankful to the trust for the same gesture and kindness. Thank you, madam.
सदात्मध्याननिरतं विषयेभ्यः परान्मखं नौमि शास्त्रेषु निष्णातं श्रीचन्द्रशेखर भारतीम्। I am praying to Sri Chandrasekhar Bharati Swamiji at the outset because Sri Swamiji is our Guruji, and at the same time, even before coming here, I had known he was the Guru of Sri C.P. Ramaswamy Iyer, who was the Divan of the erstwhile Trivandrum state. I have seen photographs of C.P. Ramaswamy Iyer with Sri Chandrasekhar Bharati Swamiji. This institute has been named after the Divan Sri C.P. Ramaswamy Iyer ji, and his great granddaughter, Dr. Nandita Krishna, who is also a devotee of Sringeri Mutt, is continuing this tradition, and she is running this reputed and great institution. I very much feel the entire campus has a kind of spiritual aura. Without Sattvikate, without Sattva Guna, nothing great can be achieved in life. I am telling this because ever since I entered into this campus, I am getting a kind of and all the more and more positive vibrations. Really, the people who are working here are highly blessed. On the inaugural day of the conference, I was telling Mr. Krishnan, husband of Dr. Nandita Krishnan, that the papers to be presented having all the aspirations about art objects is one thing, but the whole campus by its ambience itself is so artistic and highly spiritual. A kind of inner inspiration is making me utter these words, because for the last 2.5 years, we were tormented by the coronavirus all over India, and we were not at all sure whether we would be able to conduct this conference or not. The type of positive attitude and the type of initiative taken by this institute under the great academic leadership of Dr. Nandita Krishna has been extraordinary. But for her, and anywhere, I don't think we would have been able to conduct this session of Indian Architecture Congress. I have been in touch with her over phone, through WhatsApp, through email and all. Whenever I spoke to her or she spoke to me, always she was smiling, always she was positive, and always she said that it would be materialized and we are doing this, we are doing that. Really, it has been a very, very great pleasure and privilege to associate ourselves with this great institute headed by this great soul. And to her credit and blessings, she has such a great committed team. I'm not exaggerating. Right from the day one, right from the driver, right up to anybody else, I have seen only the smiling faces, only the helping hands, only the helping hands. And even our caterers who have been serving us food, they have served us as if we are served at home with all love and affection. See, my heart is full. My heart is full. Tiwariji said, and in the same tune I say, we did not miss our homes. We did not miss our homes. When all such things are taking place, I am reminded of one of the poems of Kalidas, which I always remember. Bhavanti nambras tharavaha palagamaihi navam bhuvi bhuri vilambino ghanaha anudhrataha satpurushaha samruddhibihi swabhava yevaisha paropakarinam. It means when the clouds are full of water, they hang down. When the trees are laden with fruits, they bend. And the people with the prosperity, they always bow in humility. And this is the hallmark of the people who want to do good for others. And the very spirit of this poem is applicable to the organizers of this conference. And I come to the thanking part. It is my duty to thank everyone. First of all, I thank Professor Yes Gauriji Honorable Vice Chancellor of Madras University, for gracing this occasion and delivering such a wonderful valedictory address. After listening to him, I felt how wonderful it would have been had he studied arts as one of the subjects to lead the field. But there is no barrier to knowledge, and anybody staying in any field of knowledge can transcend any barrier and acquire knowledge. Sir, you have given us a great deal of insights into the field. We are highly thankful to you. And while introducing the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Balaji said he has made some films and all. Since I too have some touch with that field, I thought how nice it would have been had we got an opportunity to watch some of the movies he has made. Hope we will get such an opportunity at least in future. I thank Dr. Nandita Krishna, the director of C.P. Ramaswamy Iyer Institute of Indological Research, for having successfully conducted the 29th session of Indian Art History Congress in spite of facing many problems and impediments. It is by the grace of God we have lived through, and I thank Madam on behalf of Indian Art History Congress and everybody. I request Dr. Chudamani Nandagopal, Vice President of Indian Art History Congress, to honor Madam on behalf of our organization. And I request Dr. Chudamani Nandagopal to present the proceedings and Kala to Madam Nandita Krishna. I also thank the Honorable Governor Thiru R.N. Raviji, who delivered the inaugural address on the first day, and his lecture was also wonderful. And at pan-India level, he gave us a new kind of food for thought to ponder over many things with regard to art, Indian art. I thank the sponsors of this 29th session of Indian Art History Congress, Sheshashayi Paper and Boats Limited, Aspic Engineering Private Limited, Coromandel International Limited, Sri Aryama Sundaram, Kumari Yam Bhargavi Devendra, Kumari Thoejakshi Devendra, Dr. Nandita Krishna ji, she is here, Sri Tyagarajan Krishnamurthy, ICHR, all the staff of C.P. Ramaswamy Iyer Foundation, Dr. V. Mohan, Dr. G. Balaji, Balaji was working like anything with Madam, and he was available, always available for any help and any information. Really, we are highly indebted to you, Dr. Balaji. Dr. Prashant Krishna, Dr. Srinivasan, Dr. P. Sudhakar, Mrs. Kala, Mrs. Shanta, Dr. Jyotimani, Dr. Mohan, Dr. Mohan, Dr. Mohan, we are equally thankful to you for everything. I just say for everything. Dr. Sumati, Dr. N. Srinivasan, Mr. Sridhar, and all other staff and divers of the Institute, print and electronic media personnel, arrangers for technical support, caterers, delegates, and paper presenters. And it is my duty to thank all the office bearers of Indian Art History Congress and all the life members who have extended all their support and cooperation in conducting this conference and also in making this conference a wonderful success. Thank you, one and all. And soon after this function, we have general body meeting. All the life members are requested to stay back for the general body meeting. Thank you, one and all.
Kindly raise for national anthem.
Janagana mana adinayaka jaya he Bharat bhagya vidhata Punjab Sindhu Gujarat Maratha Dravida Utkal Vanga Vindhya Himachala Yamuna Ganga Uchchala Jaladhi Taranga Tab Shubha Name Gage Tab Shubha Ashisha Mage Gaye Dab Jaya Gata Jana Ghana Mangala Dayak Jaya He Bharat Bhagya Vidata Jaya He Jaya He Jaya He Jaya 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 He